Hello, friends, fellow traders, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV on this wonderful Friday morning.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find anywhere. Yes, we've got an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency into their trading, and you're not going to find anything like we offer here at TopstepTV. We've got education. Yes. Support. Yes. Good looks, cool swag, and, of course, tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Corned Beef, and I'm Hash, and we've got an exciting and informative educational programming for you today and each every day. Throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, the person sitting next to you, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, be at notice of your vices, right? Be at peace with your neighbor, and let every day find you a better person. All right? There you go. I love that one. So let's get ready. Let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, is your game plan ready?
Yeah, game plan ready.
All right, checklist?
Checklist checked.
Oh, you are such a good student of the market. Journal prep for today?
I'm just happy to be corned beef.
I'm lucky to be Hash, depending on what kind of hash you're talking about. But anyway, how's your coffee?
Nice and hot, nice and fresh. Just got it.
There you go. Same here. Same
My
here.
nice
Let's say
Yeti CME Group cup.
you do. I got my Joe Rogan cup over there, so it keeps my coffee nice and hot. So let's say hello to everybody's friend, that handsome guy next to me, and trading mentor of all, John, aka the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny. Happy Friday.
And happy Friday to you, Eddie. Happy Friday to everybody. You know, it's March 22nd. You know what we forgot to talk about yesterday? Yesterday was the vernal equinox, the first day of spring here in the Northern Hemisphere.
Beautiful.
The sun was directly over the equator yesterday and heading our way. So we're starting today out with a little bit of snow, but at least we know summer is coming. Warmer days are coming. Happy spring, everyone. Looking forward to an interesting, fun, and hopefully profitable trading day for myself and for everybody.
Oh, yes, the kids love it. Snow day.
Yay.
Snow day, first day of spring. I know I let the dogs out, and the dogs are like, WTF, what's this about?
Mhm.
You know, put the pad down. I'm going inside the house. But anyway, let's get busy here with some news. FedEx surprised with strong earning growth here, while Nike warned of a revenue dip. Apple faces that antitrust law. And the FedEx, let's talk about FedEx here. FedEx shares surged 12% higher in pre-market trade. We did see that FedEx adjusted its profit for the quarter, rising at $966 million, or about $3.86 per share. We also saw the U.S. stock futures today, as some of these markets here did take off a little bit higher here. We see the Dow up 0.1, S&P up 0.1%, and the NASDAQ running 0.3%. We also see gold new high here today, 2177.70, and we'll keep an eye on that also. U.S. Department of Justice announced yesterday that it was suing Apple in an antitrust case. The iPhone maker becoming the latest of the big tech companies being accused of operating monopolies and abusing their power. Nike, let's talk about the things on our feet and things that we do wear. Gosh, they got a huge catalog of things to put on your body. But anyway, Nike shares sharply lower in the pre-market after the world's largest sportswear maker warned of a revenue dip in the first half of 2025. We did see that Nike shares fell 6.7% in pre-market trading. Now, the big talk on the block, Reddit. Boy, that thing came out, jumped 48% in its debut yesterday. This is the first public offering since 2019 for a social media company. The stock opened up at 47 and reached a high of 57.80, making a 70% increase at its peak for the day. Closed at 50.44, and the company market cap's about 5.5 billion. If you're interested, the ticker symbol is RDDT, and I didn't stutter. That's R, two D's and a T. So it says. So anyway, you get the idea. And hey, just a reminder. Today, stay tuned. We're going to have Peter Tuchman. He's going to be discussing Reddit in our Power Player segment later on today. So mark that down. Don't miss it. And Johnny, I'm going to pass the torch to you, the news torch. What else do we have here today?
Well, no real important economic information, but there are several talking Feds. We had Chairman Powell just speaking now. He was really just going to be discussing transitioning to the post-pandemic economy, probably not talking too much about policy. And so Powell may be speaking, maybe done already. I'm not quite sure. 9 o'clock, we also have another talking Fed Jefferson. 11 o'clock, yet another talking Fed Barr. 12 o'clock, the Baker Hughes rig count is coming out for you crude traders. And at 3 o'clock, basically after the close today, we have another talking Fed, Raphael Bostic, due to speak. And that's really all we've got as far as economic numbers, or at least known economic numbers this morning. The VIX this morning is up a little bit, about 1.7% last I checked at 1314. Dollar index higher at 104 and a quarter. And the yield on the 10-year down slightly at 4.2% to start the day. And that's about all we've got for economic numbers and information, at least known economic information coming out so far today. So back to you, Eddie.
Right, not too much on the bone. No meat on the bone here today, except for those Fed heads. But, dude, where's my crude? Well, crude, I was just watching it here, topping out at 81.45. So we got a new high here early in the morning here. Oil prices did retreat earlier. That was the possible Gaza ceasefire, which could ease geopolitical concerns in the Middle East. Yes, we've heard that tune before. Let's just hope something actually does happen from it. We did see that crude drop 0.1%, 81.03. Just a little bit higher here, but Brent dropped 0.1 to 85.75. Now, the two benchmarks fell following reports that U.S. is setting a table United Nations draft resolution for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. So that's going to be something that we're going to have to be watching the wire. If you are trading crude, be very careful. This can hit the wire at any time, whether it be good or bad. So it is Friday, and be careful how we trade. Johnny, you know that thing in the sky, not the sun, but that other thing, it's the moon. You heard of the moon, right? Right. They've been traveling there trying to see what they can do again with the moon. But did you hear about this one? They're looking to put a railroad, yes, I'm getting there, to the moon.
All aboard!
Well, it may be in the works. Northrop Grumman enlisted in Explore Construction, and they're looking at costs. Now, this could come to life. I don't know why they would be putting a railroad on the moon, but the company made the announcement this week saying the job would include developing concepts for building and operating the railroad with robotics and delivering prototypes. Oh, well, I'm going to say if they actually do put a railroad on the moon, why not put a food court up there too, with Annie's Pretzels and maybe an Orange Julius or something like that, and go back and forth,
Yeah, mass transit is very important on the moon.
Exactly. Spencer's, things like that. But all right. So moving on to more important things. James, I just want to say you've done a great job this week, partner, and we love you and respect you very much. So keep it up, my brother. We got the tip of the week, James?
Oh, thanks, Eddie. Here's your tip of the week.
There it is. Once again here, stay disciplined. Now, I'm going to say consistency is the top step of disciplined trading. Okay. This involves executing trades consistently according to your game plan and avoiding the temptation to chase after quick profits. So what I'm going to say here is stay in your groove and continue to move forward. Johnny?
Discipline. So important yet so difficult to achieve. It's always hard when you are emotional, angry, greedy, jealous, ego, whatever it is. Those are the killers of discipline. When you feel yourself falling into those, again, it's controlling your actions, not your emotions. And part of that discipline is being able to control your actions when you are feeling that way. So, this is, I think, a great tip of the week. And again, discipline is always something to shoot for and rarely actually attained. Just keep getting better every day at maintaining that discipline. And like a muscle, it'll get stronger and stronger. It's a great tip of the week this week.
Great advice there, Mr. Hoagland. All right, without further ado, let's get to our charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. So starting with the E-mini S&Ps, we did put in a new all-time high in the June contract yesterday. Upside ins and tax all day. We did kind of end up with that hangover day after Wednesday's FOMC release and that big pop to the upside. We really did a lot of range bound trade. We pulled off those highs relatively well in an open interest. On a day like yesterday where we put a time high and we kind of weenie out at the end of the day and we closed near the low of the session, that tells me some long liquidation. We had some profit taking during that hangover day yesterday, leaving a small degree of excess on the top of the daily bar at the all-time high. Well, what does that mean? I mean, we're right in the middle of the channel that we're kind of showing here. This is a loose channel. Nothing is finite in futures trading. And we are kind of testing 5290. That 5290 level was a weekly kickoff high from a week ago. And once we broke out above that 5215, that was a level that I'm looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory in and around. If we did see that inventory adjustment yesterday, it would say, with the loss in open interest, that some longer time frame traders took some profits off the table yesterday during the session. Take that for what it's worth. Volume was actually pretty good yesterday on the New York Stock Exchange. Not tremendous volume in futures. As I always kind of say, I'm not really impressed with big volume on up days. Up days tend to just kind of hold volume or maybe come off a little bit with volume. The big volume tends to come in on the big down days. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here and see what we can see in this. Let's get this scaled. So here it was yesterday. We opened with a gap. We were unable to close the gap throughout the session yesterday. We've looked into the gap in the overnight session. Again, still unable to close that gap. So this gap still remains as kind of a weak structural price. Looks like we were going to be open. That is now in question. Probabilities or that we're going to open with a gap or maintain the gap. Here's the day yesterday. It was kind of a normal variation. We opened higher. We closed low. That's that long liquidation that we were talking. Put in the low of the day, relatively close to the end, and we did close at the bottom range. So a little bit of long liquidation yesterday, and long liquidation take. Guess what? Selling power away. That is initiative activity because they are taking to liquidate some of those positions if they need to adjust inventory. That might give us some opportunity, possibly some sort of delta divergence today, and we're going to have to see how this market changed from yesterday if we actually go back and close that gap from Wednesday to Thursday's session, and we'll have to see how this thing plays out. It is Friday economic numbers. We do have a bunch of talking Feds. So the market is going to be kind of left in devices, it seems, and create, some choppier opportunities. If there's notice to go higher or lower, we may just do what we did yesterday, largely a relatively choppy day. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day, extreme We almost a double distribution day. We have some time spent up and some time spent in the lower half. I'm going to be watching the overnight low opportunities today. And I'm very interested in, where we open this market. If we this back inside value from yesterday, that might suggest to me to stay patient and look for opportunities as the day goes on. If we actually pull off open gap and we can't close that gap relative, we've got some weak structure. Wednesday was a big up day. Yes, great, grand, fantastic. Lots of holes, lots of weak structure. And I could see, if we can't hold 52.90, the weekly kickoff low, which is in essence the gap close from Wednesday to Thursday, if we can't hold that level, a very easy visual target could be down to 52.42. Every time I say something like that, there seems to be an attempt to get to those levels, but buyers always seem to come back in and scoop this market up. We have no idea what's going to happen. Anything can happen. Be cautious today, and we'll watch this market open and see where it opens in regard to yesterday's range, the gap. If we don't gap, all of those things might change the hypothesis a little bit, and certainly change some of the nuances. Look at the NASDAQ now. NASDAQ is still, in my humble opinion, somewhat range bound. We did take out the alt here in the regular trading hour session. That is something that we were going to be learned for that to happen.
Johnny, real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, John, you're in and out. Is there any chance that you can reset, join back in again? We're getting it's very choppy.
All right. Sorry.
All right.
I don't know what's going on with that.
I'll do juggling or something. I'll tell jokes or whatever while you're out. I was always going to be right back. But hey, while we got the time here, just want to look at today's schedule. The menu for today, like I mentioned, we got Peter Tuchman going to be with us here from Power Players. Going to be talking about Reddit. Lots of good stuff here. We've got RIPS going to join us here very shortly. And we also got Anne-Marie going to join us here for the Strategy Lab with Robert and Hogue. And to end the day, we got Coach Dakota going to step up to the plate with Andre and JD. So we're going to get John back in here. And yes, we're going to blame the snow. I tell you, I'm looking out the window here. Yeah, it's still snowing here. Bastards. But Johnny, okay. We got Johnny back. Let's see if we got anything better.
All right. Hopefully this is going to work better. So all we did was take out that previous all-time high just by a little bit yesterday. The market didn't really kind of break out above that the way it sort of tried to or succeeded to in the S&P. So I'm kind of looking at this market still in a kind of an upside digestion. Yes, upside structure is still intact. I'm saying that we eked out that all-time high yesterday. We eked it out, and then we saw sellers come in. Those sellers actually added 2,000 in open interest. So there's more of a hint of new selling coming in here in the NASDAQ than we would see in the S&Ps. We know that new selling has a tendency to kind of get run over in these equities. So we're going to be watching to see what happens today. I'm going to be focusing more on the 30-minute chart and some shorter time frames for opportunities today. Are we going to open with a gap? It is looking with a higher probability that the NASDAQ may open with a gap in the gap from Wednesday to Thursday. We're looking to try and fill this gap, which we did in the overnight session here in the NASDAQ. So that may be deep enough of a recheck of a weak structure level that might be enough to kind of have us close the gap and have us looking for possible movement to the upside today. Again, I'll be focusing, I think, early this morning on, of course, VWAP, because, the joke, all roads lead to VWAP. And the overnight high and the overnight low, I think, will be important levels for me to look at opportunities in the kind of a longer time frame. I know that there's going to be some action going on here very shortly in fast markets. We'll see what the markets open up here in just a few minutes. I want to kind of get through crude and gold here quickly. So, with some possible changes geopolitically overseas, we've seen crude pull off the past couple of sessions. It's been adding a lot of open interest on the downside. I think we're getting a lot of traders thinking that the high is in for the time being, and they are barreling into some short positions. We added 12,500 in new open interest, new contracts yesterday alone. So it is looking like we've got a whole kind of community of traders barreling into short positions. So that is something that might be a little bit cautious or cautionary for everybody else looking for short positions. If they don't get what they're looking for, they are not going to stay in those positions for very long. Excuse me, and we may see a decent move in the opposite direction. It's really centered around 8,100, the weekly kickoff high. I'm kind of viewing that as kind of pivotal today. If we hold above it, we could see this market scare out a lot of those weaker hands, new shorts. If we hold below it, that might be an adjustment for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory to the opposite direction. So 8,100 going to be somewhat pivotal. The profile yesterday was normal variation, neutral, lower value, of course, open interest increasing on these last two sessions. There are some new shorts in this market. If those are weaker hands and they start taking heat, they can jump out of this market really, really quickly and violently. Here's gold just to get into the next segment here. We've got daily now in balance. A big excess on that daily bar yesterday. Big excess. Last week's high and low, I'm viewing as the extremes of this current area of balance. Last week's high, 21.80.95 half. Last week's low, 21.56.20. The 30-minute bar here, we sort of opened with a gap. We've closed that gap. The low from yesterday was 21.68.20. We opened just below it in the 720 open. We've moved back into range, back into value, back right at weekly kickoff high, 21.77. Again, that I think might be somewhat pivotal. If we can't hold price down below that, that would take us back into range and value, could bring us all the way up to 21.92.40 at the end. By the end of the session, if we reject above that level, then there's lots of visuals down below for us to look at. First visual, 21.51 half, naked point of control, 21.37.40, another naked point of control, and then all the way down to 21.25 even. Keep your eye on the dollar if you are going to be trading gold. The profile yesterday, you can see, this was a trend day that just fell into balance near the end of the session. We call that a dead rock bounce, if you will. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breaths, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace. I think we've got somebody knocking at the door here, don't we?
I think they went around to the back door.
Okay. All right.
James, is there somebody here for us here? Do we get the doorbell? I don't know. The front doorbell?
Is the doorbell working?
Oh, there it is. Okay.
There it is.
Looky here. There it is.
Hey, Rips.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Eddie. How are you?
Everybody's been eager to see you this morning.
Yes. What can be better on a Friday than seeing that handsome gentleman? Boy, I'm gonna squeeze out of here because I'm ruining the handsome curve.
Oh,
But
get out of here.
it is Friday, and you kicked some butt coming in here, or actually ending the day yesterday. Which was very impressive.
Thanks to chat. It was all chat's fault. We put on a trade thanks to chat, and then we crushed it. We made $2,000 on that trade. So thanks to chat. That's why we made money yesterday.
Awesome. Thank you, chat, very much. So we've got.
So what's on your mind this morning here, Rips?
Well, it's been a very, very choppy morning. We had a sell-off and then a big bounce out of this inefficiency block here. And we are kind of waffling around on this latest 1 hour candle. We're making almost a perfect doji right here. And it's
hey, Rip, whoops, I hate to interrupt you.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would like to get
Whoopsie
daisy for you.
Let's get that going for you. 1 second here. Let me make sure that I get that locked and loaded for you. I'm sitting here talking about it, and you're like, wait, Where's the dang
Where's
screen? There we go. I should be sharing with you now. But yeah, so we have kind of bounced from this inefficiency here. We are careening up towards the VWAP. We are kind of auctioning right around that 34 level and seeing if we can get a bounce up. We had rejected this kind of downside auction here in the overnight session, but then we had some terrible news coming out about that Russia has been increasing their pressure and going from an escalation into war with Ukraine. Before it was, I guess, just special operations. So unfortunately, it's not looking good for the geopolitical news and the geopolitical landscape. So that is a lot of the downside pressure that we're seeing, alongside with the antitrust lawsuit that we saw come to a head yesterday between the Department of Justice and Apple, as well as Google. So that is also adding some downside pressure. Surreptitiously, we have seen Microsoft catching a rally a little bit. So we're going to see if that can hold on to above that 425 level in Microsoft. We're also seeing Amazon sort of holding these low points of the day here in the pre-market. NVIDIA as well in the same camp. They're holding these lows. So these things can be primed for a rally, and we'll have to see if that's going to influence the Magnificent Seven to the top side today. We do have a very short week next week. No trades on Friday, which means that the end of quarter rebalance will be on Thursday, a week from yesterday. That will also change up the flows. We will see some end of week flows for the 0DT options that are going to be happening. These are weeklies that are expiring. We had monthlies last week. So it's not going to be as combustible, I guess you could say, but it will create some interesting interplay into the trade today. So we'll have to see. But overall, extremely, extremely choppy. I'm not reading the market well. I was planning on trading my XFAs today live on stream, but I'm certainly not going to touch my live. That's number one. Number two, I'm kind of wavering between whether or not I'm going to trade my XFAs. If we get a really prime setup, I might trade my XFAs, but for the time being, I probably just want to stick to trading combines because I'm just feeling completely out of the pocket with this price action right now. I did expect that we'd see a lot more liquidity coming into the market, but just hasn't really been primed enough for me to get a good read. It's still very sparse and the spreads are wide, and it's tough to get covers if you're trying to cover on a passive limit order. So yeah, that's my takeaway. We are about 90 seconds here from the open, and
all right,
that's my takeaway.
Well, let's get our moon trains in the gates.
Moon trains.
And get that here, but yes.
All right. We've got another person hanging out the front door here. Let's get him in.
Come on in.
Go.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
What's up, MP? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing all right. What's up, Rips? I got this.
Just another day in paradise.
I don't say the name unless we get
Very
sponsored
nice.
money. Yeah.
How are you enjoying it?
I guess. You know what? It's different. I'll still stick with my coffee.
It got the hooks into you, right? Now you're feeling it?
Yeah, well, I do it when I'm on with you because it feels like it's fitting for the moment. It's just but other than that, I'm not walking by the refrigerator saying I got to grab one of those each day.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet at least. John, did you guys get a ton of snow out there?
We got just a dusting.
Oh, okay.
Just a dusting. And most of it went north of me.
Oh, okay. Eddie's saying 6 feet.
Yeah, I got about an inch.
We are open.
All right, we got the open going on right now.
There it is.
What are we looking at?
Well, we're rejecting these 34s to the upside. So I do want to see, this is just the initial balance. I'm going to stay hands off for the initial balance unless we get a clear indication of direction here. But I don't know. We painted down into that inefficiency in the pre-market here, and we had a really harsh rejection here to the downside. So that's kind of leaning me towards more of the bullish camp. I'd like to get your feedback on that, Mr. Hoagland, if you are seeing in the S&Ps sort of a failed downside auction there and potential that we would bounce above the VWAP here in the S&Ps.
I was hoping we'd open with a gap, so at least we'd have that to lean on. We opened really just right at the bottom of yesterday's range. We're coming right up to VWAP in the S&Ps. We're still in the opening range. We haven't left that. We're still in the opening range in the NASDAQ as well. We did look a little bit below the opening range in the NASDAQ, but it's coming right back in. We just took out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps. The fact that we couldn't close this gap from Wednesday to Thursday last night in the S&Ps is nagging at me. I was hoping kind of to look for a short here early this morning, but that is now out because we've taken out the high of the opening range. I was thinking about taking the opening range trade, but much like you, I'm getting conflicting nuances, and then nothing is stacking up to be the strongest nuance. Perhaps only the fact that the opening range is the low of the session in the S&P. So we got to pull back to VWAP. I might take a long there and just see what happens because it'll be cheap.
Yeah,
I
think that's a decent play there. We are breaking above the VWAP here in the S&Ps, but the NASDAQ is lagging just a little bit here. We still are below the VWAP, which I have marked out on my chat at about 550 chart at about 550 evens here in the NASI. So we'll have to see whether or not we have the strength to pull through here. Equities are looking a little bit soft here on the open. We are seeing some pullbacks out of Google, Microsoft, Meta, and of course, Apple. Still leaning into that tremendously awful news for both Google and Apple here, just coming off of the heels of some extremely positive news where they're talking about working together on AI technology. So a little push and pull in the equities markets right now. We are seeing NVIDIA kind of holding up here at the lows, trading 912.5 right now, while Apple is still kind of just pushing and pulling, and Meta is fading alongside Microsoft here.
So I did not take that trade at VWAP because VWAP is kind of leaning to the downside. I want to see some rejection of the range from yesterday here.
Yeah, we are. I mean, this is. Are you seeing in the S&Ps, John, on your observation, are you seeing very wide spreads over there too, or just thin spreads where it's kind of tricky?
Yeah, I mean, there's the dome is really thin.
Right. It's almost as if the liquidity providers still are waiting. I mean, maybe they're just going to cut it as close as they can to the quarter end rebalance before they start to turn most of their clips on. But yeah, it's just been so tough for me to read. These past 2 weeks have been some of the most tremendously difficult price action that I've traded in a long time. I mean, we've had a very difficult February, but this is shaping up to be quite a difficult March, which is unexpected for me because usually March is a little bit easier than this, especially, specifically for the style that I trade. You know, if you trade and you're not having issues with this, it's likely due to your trading style. And I'm not blaming the market for this. I'm just blaming my own style, and my own observation of the market is just tripping me up. There's sometimes when I'm in the pocket, and I'll tell you, these last 2 weeks, I'm certainly not in the pocket.
It's been a tough one. Today is starting off as a nothing burger.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at how the NQ is trading here, it's extremely sparse in liquidity, and it is chopping and pulling and moving. I mean, I'm seeing gaps in prints, 2.5 handles here, single prints, then clipping into 5 lots, and then back down to ones, and it's all over the place. It's very, very messy. Super. It's just super difficult, at least for my style. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that are in chat right now, saying, "Oh, this is the easiest market I've ever traded." Different styles, different strokes for different folks.
Mm-hmm.
Negative delta in the S&P is about 1,200, 300 positive in the NASDAQ. Both of them have traded both sides of the opening range. Just the fact that we traded, inside the range from yesterday just kind of kept me off of that opening range trade, which I was really thinking about doing. It's been that opening range trade has been so cold. I'm sure that it's being abandoned as we speak by a lot of traders. And when traders abandon it, you'll see all of a sudden it is going to be a beautiful early trade for 8 out of 10 days, and then it'll go away again. But today it did not happen, and I'm glad I didn't try it because, again, we did open in range in the S&Ps.
John, what levels do you have around here?
Okay.
Anything special?
Yeah, I mean, in the NASDAQ, looking at the NASDAQ, we traded down to close the gap from Wednesday's high to Thursday's low. Wednesday's high was 18,497.75. Thursday's low was 18,552.75. So in the overnight, we traded down and closed that gap. Now, I'm not a big fan of kind of believing that gap is actually closed until it closes in the regular trading hours. Right now, Michael, we are in that gap. So, if we're going to trade it to close the gap to yesterday's low, we're going to have to trade up to 18,552. If we're going to trade to Tuesday's high, again, we're going to have to trade down to 18,438. That's pretty close to the overnight low. I like that level for an execution, whether we continue below it or whether we bounce off of it and head in the other direction, because it lets us limit risk. We have last week's high, 18,506.75, just above that, where we put in that low from the overnight, where that gap closed to Wednesday's high, again, 18,497.75 comes in. So there's a little bit of confluence there. The overnight low, last week's high, the gap closed. That's all right in that area. Let's just call it 18,500. 18,500. So we'll just make it easy like that, because none of these are finite levels, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so the 500's an interesting area.
Yes, and 18,550, also an interesting area in very short time frame here. That's where VWAP is right now, and VWAP is running lower. It is tilted lower. We have not yet been able to close the gap in the NASDAQ to yesterday's low, to be precise, 15,552.50. So, 18,500, 18,550. Kind of important levels for early trade this morning.
Okay, fair enough. I got short of one lot just to get my toe in the water at 33, so I'm already out of the money on it by like 5 points handles.
I
have a similar trade on to you, Michael. I'm short 32 halves, so we're right about it the same there.
I'm really looking for something to sink my teeth into, and I'm just not seeing it yet.
I'm not seeing it. I mean, this is a one guy. It's a 10 handle, 12 handle stop. If it wants to show any weakness, then we'll hit those 500 area, and then we'll start talking about what's going on down there when it gets down there, if it gets down there.
Mm-hmm.
So we shall see.
Yeah, I have a level down as low as 469 that if we did break below those 500s, we could be targeting with some tremendous weakness if equities continue to roll here. Google, however, showing some tremendous strength here in the opening print, trading up above 150 quarters right now. And the S&Ps are also curling up as well, but kind of meandering around the VWAP here. Amazon is trickling a little bit lower. Apple coming down alongside Meta and Microsoft. NVIDIA is showing some big strength in the market here, relatively strong to the rest of the Mag 7 names, trading almost 920 here on the print. We are coming down, though. I think you are in the profit here, Michael.
Yeah, I'm in the money now.
Tough to trust this market, right?
And just like it, yeah, I mean, dipping a toe in right now.
Is there anything that would get you to add into a second lot, or are you just good with the one guy?
On a Friday morning out of the gate with no true conviction and dipping my toe in at this moment in time, no.
I like that.
But I don't know. What do you have on?
I have 3 short right now, and I have some ads up towards the VWAP in case we touch VWAP and reject. So I'm willing to take some heat on this. I'm trading a Topstep combine here.
Okay. I'm definitely thinking it wants to go to the VWAP, and it's now pushing us. See how quickly, boom, I just got stopped out. See how quickly that is? Like, probably not a bad area to get back in, but I'm just going to let it dance a little bit.
Yeah, I did get one extra ad up there. I also have an ad at 48 halves, which is just right below the VWAP in case it wants to push there.
I don't even see any like liquidity blocks in the dome here in the S&Ps. There's one down at 52.80. There's 330 on the bid down there. But
somebody needs to turn those machines back on.
It's almost like there's an announcement or something coming out.
Well, we do have it. Paul is talking, but I'm not seeing anything over the wire. He's talking about the post-pandemic economy. It's live right now. So I'm watching the wire here. I'm not seeing too much. But as I'm speaking here, we do have a new high in gold looking at 2178.30.
Yeah, we do have, in addition to Powell, we do have 4 other Fed speakers today, and all of them are voting members. So that can definitely induce some volatility in the session today.
Thank you, SS. SS pointed out some liquidity, and the S&P's up at 53.33. There's 555 on the offer, but I mean, it's miles away.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit tricky today, especially this opening price action right now. I'm continually going in the money and then kind of getting a rocket ship back up to being out of the money here. So I'm just trying to be patient and see if we can put in a new hourly low here below 817.
It's teleporting.
It is, isn't it?
Moon
Seeing some weakness now in equities. Apple is rolling over tremendously. Google is rejecting off the highs there. So that does give me a little bit of confidence here. I would like to see a new hourly low print. As I say that, we are printing that, but rejecting off that hourly low.
Guess where I got stopped out?
Top tick.
Yep.
Which one?
Yep. 45. Yeah. 45 quarter.
Yeah.
What did you learn from that, Mr. Patak?
I've digested it right now, so I'm fuming. So there's no lessons to be learned. But yes, no, I did learn that I should have got back in when I said I should be in. This is a good spot to get in. But I did not want to take a $500, $600, $800 out of the gate loser. So
makes sense. Yeah.
It is what it
And we did touch hourly low. We did make a new hourly low there at 815 quarters. So I'm just holding this to see if we have tremendous weakness continuing. Back above the 30s would probably negate this trade idea for me. So I might actually just remove my ad there and bring my stop down to about 34 just in case. Try to cover maybe one lot down here as we are flushing lower. We are coming down to kind of the middle area of the inefficiency that we visited in the pre-market session here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to cover one. I covered one there into the bid. So definitely wanted to pay myself something here.
Nice.
We're just wrestling around these 20s for now.
So you added another one in the 40s?
Yeah, I had an ad at 45 or so. I covered 2 more there just because it's there's a good chance that we could bounce. So I locked up $700 so far on that trade.
See money, take money.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it right now as we are flushing down here. So we have $1,300 unrealized, but $700 has been locked in here. We are just letting the rest of this trade work. We'll trail my stop behind this, just down to the lower end of that volume shelf there.
I want to F and flip.
I'm sorry, MP.
No, I'm just letting my emotions out right now.
No, it's good. I mean,
yeah, better than holding them in.
I had some difficulty trading this morning as well, where I was basically top ticking and bottom ticking the market, and I can only fault myself for that. And it's difficult. It's one of the most frustrating things about being a futures trader is that price often will do the thing you want it to do only after you've been stopped out. It's one of the things that you have to become accustomed to as a futures trader. It's one of the most frustrating things to deal with, especially when the price goes exaggerated past where, it ticks you out one quick little tick and then immediately comes back to where you want it to go. Like we're seeing right now in the price action. It's extremely frustrating.
Yeah. MP, let's talk about it. What are you feeling?
I want to give the market 2 birds right now, man. I want to give the market 2 birds. Ta-ta, ta-ta. Like I'm looking at right there.
What is it? You sell 5 like that?
Yeah, I know. I was just talking about that trade. I was like, it's going to go down. I mean, nobody knows where it's going to go. But I'm like, okay, John said in the 500s, multiple reasons why that level is something important. Dip a toe in, 12 handle, whatever. Just a random 12 handle. I don't want to really risk any more than that.
Woozy woo.
Yeah. Woozy woo. Yeah, stupid shit. Whatever. It's one lot. But that's not even the point. Even if it's a 10 lot, whatever. It's just to the tick and then go. I don't care if it's I don't care if that was a micro. Same. I'm still upset because I'm like, I read it right. When you read things right, Jack, I'm like, that's great how you pushed me on this. When you read things right, you still missed it. You read it right, but you didn't. You either lost money on it. I'd rather lose money. I can sit there and I'll miss the trade, fine. But man, getting in the trade, getting stopped out the tick on the trade, and then having to go that direction. I mean, it's like Jesus take the wheel type shit.
Mhm.
Oh. Okay.
Hey, MP, would doing a series 3 question and getting
Yes.
it right?
I need to feel.
There?
Yeah, hopefully you got me like a layup or something.
I think
right.
they are, but keep in mind that I am not planning to take this unless you want. So I'm kind of just looking at them from my own angle here. James, you can throw it up.
Jack. I have a company bonus for everybody who does it.
Wow.
It's a very healthy.
What
It's a very healthy
talking about?
bonus. Well,
Okay.
it's in the.
All right.
It's more than 3 digits, and it's in the 4 digits.
Okay. Yeah, I could use a new playpen. I'm also a phenomenal test taker, which is the most useless attribute of all time once you're 37. But in this case, it might work out for me. All right. So first, I want to show you, MP. I did arrived in the mail yesterday, James, if you can bring it up, my $100 paperback Series 3 book.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
Is it? Does it look like it's like from the 30s or something?
I think it looks like your book. Also, you get behind
It
the
is my
scenes
book.
here of one of my. Yeah, there we
How
go.
the hell
So we're operating off.
How is that $100? I paid $350 for whatever. Kaplan.
Well, yeah,
But
because you
Kaplan,
got
it's
the
not
test
Kaplan.
package and stuff like that. Yeah. All right. So from that book, we have some questions, and you're not allowed to open that book right now.
Nope.
James, pull up the first question. Which of the following is not part of carrying charges in the futures market? A, storage. Don't say it if you know it yet. B, interest. C, transportation. D, insurance.
Gotta love the sounds.
I think it's C because carrying is interest, storage, and insurance, and C is getting it there. I don't know. But it could be B. I don't know. C.
You know what? I'm not going to. Let's show the answer, James. It is C.
All right.
MP, you're doing well.
All right.
Nice.
Take the W.
Carry.
Life is good. It's Friday. We're going to get through this.
That made me feel better. Jack, that made me feel better. Let's move on. That made me feel better. Thanks, buddy.
There he is.
And that's not supposed to be a cigarette, Michael. You've said that before. Like, why am I smoking a cigarette?
No, I'm not even smoking it, just so anybody looks on there. It's not even in my mouth. Do it again. It's not even in my mouth. Just so everybody knows.
He doesn't inhale.
Yeah. Not even in my mouth. I'm studying for the Series 3 test with the regulators.
Hey, we got a new rip in gold, new high in gold here. Big rip.
There we go.
All the way 2180.
Get in there, Eddie.
Back in range, back in value. I think we talked about in gold coming all the way back up to 2192.40 value high at some point during the session if we kind of reaccept yesterday's value. That might be a nice move.
Don't hate me, but I did get in, and I had a nice $561 winner.
561?
Wow.
561. I'm up on the day.
Nice. Great trading.
Good job, Eddie.
Nice job, Eddie.
Chip. Who's up on the week? Poll. Who's up on the week? Let's get some feel goods going on. I'm gonna guess 57% of you are up on the 57% are up on the week. 57% is my guess. Who is up on the week? We're gonna pull in there, guys. Don't worry about
Michael. RIPS. You see what the low of the day is so far?
Is it your level?
Travis. Nice, Travis.
850. You called that, right?
850. 18,500 exactly.
Yeah. 18,500. Sorry, I don't know why I said 850.
Johnny, you had a good read. You were talking about all that stuff down there. It was floating. VWAP was already cruising down into the right. You didn't even want to take that VWAP long because of that earlier. Everything was signing to like, hey, that was a good look. You know,
it would be a see money, take money on anything right down there.
Yeah,
59%.
You think we will auction through that at all?
Beg pardon?
58.
Do you think that we will see an auction through that level since we aren't breaking above 815 at all? Really?
Yeah,
for the time being,
we got to get through overnight low, which is 492.
Right.
All right, guys. I didn't do this, but I did this. I'm off by a tick again.
No kidding.
Pull 58% are up this week.
That was an incredible guess. Did you say 57%?
When we do this, I said 57 because when we do this all the time, there's a pattern, guys. It's just like there is 95% of people in this business that struggle. Now, it doesn't mean you cannot. I'm here. I'm from Nebraska. I've been trading my entire life. So clearly I was part of that small percentage. John was. RIPS is there. People that you're seeing on the live leaderboard, they're getting there. That percentage in this industry is right. So like each week, Jack, we do this and it sits around there. It's not like I've never seen like 80% of people by the end of the week are up money. I've never seen that. When we do these polls, and this is just in September.
No, 80% are down.
Yeah. Guys, it's just a tough game. But don't get discouraged. So is becoming a pro athlete. So is becoming a professional musician. So is becoming a professional anything and making good money at it. You can say you're a professional. You can go on Etsy and be a professional artist and sell a couple things, but to sell things in like critical mass, to sell thing in critical mass, if it's a small percentage of people that can find that market and stay in that market and produce. So kudos to the 58% of you. And to the other, let's keep chipping away. At least you have something that you know to work on. Everybody has something that
Michael,
they know to work on, but
your chipping away is always in the back of my mind, and that's what I'm doing here on my 150K XFA. Is chipping away. I'm taking small profits, being happy with it. And like you said, there are priorities here. I'm watching the chat and so forth. But when that opportunity came up, I'm not in a hurry. Now, the thing is, on my XFA, I was down 1,000 on it, and I've been chipping away. And now I'm only down about $300. So I'm very content. I'm happy with Friday, and I'm sitting on my hands.
Yep. Brick by brick says Trader Page in here. Jab, 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 Eddie. It's working for him. Sitting on your hands. That's a good patience. Diluting FOMO. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Tanner,
Google's off like a rocket ship here, by the way. We're trading 151s in Google. NVIDIA's perking back up again, looking for that coveted 920 area. And Microsoft is bouncing off the lows alongside Apple here. So we had a big turn to the upside here off those lows inside of that inefficiency block to the downside. So we are auctioning above that 34 level. And as long as we hold above that level with any kind of buying strength, I do want to get aggressive and add into a position here.
Tanner, you're saying Etsy artistry is highly competitive market. I'm saying this really quick because we're all here in our own little Etsy world. We're all trying to compete. I would love to be on that leaderboard again that we share every day. I'd love to keep being on that leaderboard that we share every day. I'm just one of the folks in here, just like you, Rips, Hogue, Eddie, and every other 5,000, 10,000 other people that show up here on TopstepTV each day. Like 20,000. And the hundreds of thousands of other futures traders that are out there. I want to be up there. So I think we're all trying to play in that professional realm. So why not be around other professionals that take the industry seriously? I don't know. Etsy, I'm assuming if you're an artist, is a great place to go. See other people's work, sell it.
Michael, I had an account there, and it is very, very competitive. I mean, it used to be mostly just all art, creative art. Now people are just putting stuff like from eBay on there. and it's gotten way bigger, and they've turned a lot of things around there. So
They're huge now.
making,
Yeah.
not too many.
Well,
happy
Eddie, do you
people.
sell anything on there?
Sorry.
Yo, Eddie, what'd you sell? What'd
Do
you
you
sell?
sell anything on there?
You know what? Some of the stuff I created, some of the paintings, some of the sculptures, some of the the stuff that I did have, not much. I know that the wife Michelle, she was doing some crafts around Christmas. She sold some stuff there, but it really wasn't. I mean, I guess you gotta pay to play. You've got to pay to move yourself up front in front of everybody. Otherwise, you're in the trunk, and you're lucky enough somebody sort of trips on your account and sees something that you made.
Well, that still allows you to be a grassroots, get your exposure. And if you do start to find people start to find you in the back alley, next thing you know, you're doing so well, you show up at the street level, out on the street. But yeah, I love places like that. And, that's one of the big things I take pride in on Topstep is giving somebody, anybody, I don't care who you are, race, religion, background, nepotism, pedigree, who gives a shit? Show us what you can do. And Etsy's the same way. I don't care who you are, where you are, what you do. Show us and sell it, or whatever, art wise. Ours is finding traders wise.
I was an art student when I started my first job on the trading floor.
Wow.
I
Believe it or not.
never knew that, John, and I've known you for years.
Yeah. Yeah, I was an art
You've
student.
had, what I think what's worked to your favor, John. You've had this artistic mindset, which keeps you open-minded. You're a musician. Didn't know you did art, and then you've been in the world of pure, unadulterated capitalism.
Capitalism,
pits.
right?
Just right in front of you, fear and greed. Every day. It's pretty interesting.
I used to be really in the pit. I used to be really good at making people think that I was weak when I was at my strongest. Because when they think they got you, they start making mistakes. that was one of my gifts. One of my partners was like, "Man, you are like you're dumb like a fox. You just know when to look weak and be strong."
Uh-huh. Well, to give me an example, give us here an example. Like, okay, Hug, I heard you, but what does that look like? What would that look like for you? Anything comes to the top of your mind. If not, it is what it is. One of those that could be in the time, in the moment.
Yeah. I'd stay in the pit when everybody was at lunch, and
Mm-hmm.
and I'd get a couple of really nice trades, right? And so I'd rack up a bunch of dough, and so everybody would come back for like the rest of the session, and I would just stand there just like quiet, not saying anything, like I was down money.
Uh-huh.
And at that point, there's a lot of people were going to be kind of slow at trying to catch trades in that. So I just kind of sit there waiting, and then when an order came up for a 5 or a 10 lot or something, I would jump to it, and they'll go, what the hell happened? You were just sitting there, quiet. It seemed like you were down money, like you weren't going to do anything, and you picked up that great trade. And I said, well, you gotta look, you gotta be strong when you look weak.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's go ahead. I know guys that did that. Mm-hmm.
I picked off locals. Hey, Rick, my brother Rick Randolph is here. It was I didn't pick off locals. yeah. Although I did get out with some positions with some locals.
I always thought, John, the picked off. I think that's what I was going to say, because you had your arms crossed, and then right when somebody comes in, and boom, you hit it. So the picking off locals. I remember a guy going, "You keep picking off locals." I'm like, and I was one of the first guys in the pit with a screen. So when the markets are, 82 bid, let's just say the markets are 82 bid and somebody goes 85 bid, I'd be sold. And then I'd buy 84s or 83s.
Mhm.
And you could flip that. And you're just picking off locals. I'm like, there's two different markets here. Get with the program and all that kind of stuff. That was when electronic entered the pits and did both. You were probably in the days where yours is definitely sounds like it was just like pure, like pit trading only, no laying it off anywhere. So people can follow those traders' trades still. So you doing it over lunch, nobody really knows whether you're up, down, or all around because they're at
Nobody
lunch.
knows.
So you could track a trader that you're trading around, but like if they're up or down on the day just by
Yeah, and even as a filling broker, a 20 lot to sell right on the open, and the market is just tanking. And I would down tick the market a full handle, and one of the big locals was always buy it, and then the market would just continue to tank down below it. He thinks I'm panicking because all I do want to do is sell this 20 lot. So I down tick the market. He buys it, and the market just continues to go lower. I'll never forget. That was Steve Presnewski. Do you remember Steve Presnewski?
I know Steve. He was going to do we were going to do a trading. Let's go to the markets real quick. Rips, go to your screen real quick, can we? Somebody's asking.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're asking, but if you see anything, let us know. Steve Presnewski is the one that was going to do the trade. We're going to do a reality show called The Trade.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to the studio out of God, who were they? Paramount, like a Paramount spinoff studio. One of their many.
I think it was the same studio that did Floored.
Yeah, it was the same studio. I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
That was back in 2011 or 12. I just started Topstep. I'm like, look, this sounds awesome, but hey, 70% tilt right now. Okay,
Long side,
70% tilt. Long side,
550.
50 points higher than those lows there.
Yeah, and this was the other area that we were kind of looking at as an important 18,550.
And you were saying 50s? Why?
It's the low from yesterday. It's the gap close. And, so far we have not yet closed the gap. I mean, we are still a couple of ticks away from it, looks like. And if we can't, if we close that gap and we can't get back inside of it, this looks like an interesting level for a short. If we do get back inside the range from yesterday, that could bring a value area special situation play to the upside. And we can talk about that in a minute. I just want to watch this price action here.
I'm looking at the tilt in gold. Long 65% here right now. Topped a new high, a 21.81 even in gold.
I'm going to be getting short. I'm going to get short.
I took a one lot long there.
Okay.
I'm following the chat since chat has been on fire.
There you go.
I'm getting short.
We are seeing that push through the VWAP and the NQ there and seeing if we can have any kind of continuation.
I don't like the fact it's like it is right now.
I don't know why it should surprise us, but every time these markets break, they just buy it up.
I covered that.
It seems to be that way.
I'm gonna see if this thing breathes. This thing rips higher. Give me a rip higher.
It's
right now I'm short too.
Faltering right under the 60s. If we blow through these 60s, this thing can blow and go for sure.
So we've got the TPO value low from yesterday, and the NASDAQ is all the way up at 18,612. 18,612.
Oh, shit. John, I didn't know. I'm short 10. Wow. I thought I had a one lot on, and I was hitting join ask. Wow. That's not. Wow, Mikey. Okay, I'm short 10.
Are you in the house account?
Old fat finger.
No, it's in my account. I had it at on the chart or whatever, one lot, 3 lot, 5 lot on my keypad. I had it at 5, and I thought I tipped it back to 1, and I was hitting join ask, which is a 5 lot.
Mm.
Ooh.
So we'll go ahead and cover one of those.
We traded right back to settlement.
Let's see if we can get 75s to trade here. We're trading at 62s in the NASDAQ here. See if we can get 75s trading.
Yeah, settlement is 61.75, 561.75, right there, right at it. So overnight inventory is now flat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's starting to rip now.
We just got ourselves into a pickle.
You got this, MP. No big deal.
Yep. Tilt was super heavy. The levels that John mentioned are right there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like to fade tilt often? Is that sort of a good strategy that's been working out?
Yeah, right now it's not, and I'll tell you why. All right, I got out at 5 of them.
Good.
Because when tilt is no, I got out.
Nvidia's making new highs too. That's what's causing a lot of
That's
this.
what got us going. Alphabet also.
Yep, Google's going crazy right now.
Michael, I've got a chart that I've created that I'm going to be talking to Anne Marie and Robert about on the 1 o'clock strategy lab with Anne Marie. That's going to visibly show you where tilt is in relation to price and in relation to the long average price and short average price in one little chart. I've got an example of it. It's not a real time or a real example of it, but you might want to watch it. I think this might be something that could be pretty cool.
Okay, cool. I want to watch this. Yeah. I got out of that position. I was down 1,000. Now I'm up $100.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Great job.
The move to settlement was right there.
I thank you, but I would probably still be in this trade, I think, if I didn't have that loaded up too much. But
Take what thy market giveth.
I know, right?
Rips, what do you think with Google? Is this Apple getting sued for their phone and now Google looks more attractive, or?
Yeah, I think it's just the safe haven rotation. So anybody who was using Apple to park funds is just rotating into the safer haven of Google, even though they're target of the antitrust suit as well. But usually, when you have something that could, like Apple, that is in danger of losing, 10, 15% of market value, you want to use a different vehicle that doesn't have that much of a threat to the downside.
Speaking of downside,
Cool.
Should have kept that 10 lot on there, Michael.
Right?
Sure. I'll be one of those days.
So we came right back up to settlement, right, John?
Yep.
And then right back down.
Right back to settlement. Overnight inventory adjustment, back to settlement. Overnight inventory is flat. We're free to wheel now.
So where do we think we go from here? Given that, if we're looking at the hourly, it's just an abysmal chart here. Just very choppy and gross.
It is. And what do we got? We got 30 minutes done. Yesterday in the NASDAQ, it was almost a normal trading day until later on. What do we have? So far, we have a 65-point range in the regular trading hour session here in the NASDAQ. We're probably going to extend the range at some point. Gap close. Here, let me show you on the profiles here, because it shows us ranges, right? This is the overnight range. We looked at that 18,500 level down here. We said if we're going to have to take out the overnight low if we're going to continue lower. We put in the low there. We got up to settlement, which is right here. Settlement again, which is, let me get the numbers out here, 18,561.75. So we traded basically to it, right? Now we're just kind of rotating back and forth. So my question is, this is yesterday's range, and the green line here is yesterday's TPO value area. what are the odds of price bringing us all the way back to value low, showing acceptance, and then continuing to push to the high? I'm kind of viewing that as a low probability because so far we opened outside of range. There's the weak low that we put in yesterday in the NASDAQ, which was 18,552. There's that weak low. We've come into range, and now we've left range. Are we rejecting value and or the range from yesterday? When I look at this daily chart in the NASDAQ, here it is. What do I see? Excess. This long shadow up there. We had to take this out. I think it was an overnight all-time high. Had to take it out, and sellers came in. So I'm of the school of thought, and markets do love to make a liar out of me. And for me to say that, I think that there's a better probability of us rotating lower today than higher is a bold statement.
Mhm.
But the Nasdaq is at the upper extreme of balance. The S&Ps are more out of balance.
Johnny, you can see that on the tilt. That's also a factor too here watching it.
Yeah, we're seeing.
So
I'm seeing
Sandy,
62. Go ahead.
Sandy G goes, the thesis was correct, MP. That would have been a nice bank. Who's I'm off today. So that thank you, Sandy, because you're right. Like that was I could get two bird. I want to get two. Earlier I wanted to do two birds, and that was just a one lot to the market after I got stopped to the tick. This one was a great 20 handle move that I missed out on because of my over clicking or fat fingering or whatever you want to call it. Who here has been trading like that today where they're getting out and then the market's going? There's some folks that carve it up. We call it carve it up. Like, yeah, we call it carving up when you're just reading the markets really well. Right when you're in, it goes with you're in the money. Right when you're out, it's a great out. All that kind of stuff. And there's times where you get out and then it goes exactly where you want it to go. And okay, there's a bunch of me's in there. Yep.
MP, are you still flat and up money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd all things considered with the
good.
two birds, I think you're in a good position.
Yeah. No, I feel good. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was down $400. Then accidentally put on a 10 lot when I wanted to put on like a 3 lot because I was sizing up. No, I was going to put on a 5 lot, and then I just double clicked it, and then I just got distracted.
I mean, on my two bird day back in the day, I was just going home and updating my resume. So like, there's worse options out there.
We're low in the gold here right now.
Let's jump to gold.
80.78.
Let's check out the.
Sorry, crude. I say gold. I meant crude. We are having sellers in gold off the top here. 21.80 sellers coming in here.
Wow, big flush there in the NQ as well.
I need 3 birds. I need 10 birds right now. I was just winding myself up. Man, imagine trading by yourself in your basement. I've done this before when I was like in my early 20s. I would be fuming right now. Fuming. Nobody's, like, even if you're up or down or whatever,
To put things in perspective, MP, I knew a guy I used to trade with who spent his early 20s playing online poker at the public computer in a Kmart. Next
they had public computers in Kmarts.
Well,
something tells me he wasn't doing well.
He lived a complicated life.
Yeah, that combination of environments that you're in, both online and Kmart,
I mean, if he's using a computer in Kmart, was he also pitching a tent in the camping section to sleep in?
I mean, we're talking about a guy who once had to leave work in the middle of the day because his wife had locked herself in a room and could not get out. Like,
Oh my goodness.
I thought it was out of fear of being in close proximity to that gentleman.
No. He was away at work and had to leave and had to say to our boss, "I'm sorry, my wife cannot get out of the bedroom."
So
Yeah.
so
There's worse places
two
to be.
type of
MP, is
people
what I'm
do.
saying.
Yeah, so kind of the hypothesis is correct. Those people do have a natural gravitational pull to each
Yes,
other.
there's someone for everyone.
Uh,
It wasn't me, by the way, Chad.
I know. I just saw that. Jack telling his own story.
Jack's like, yeah, and I was. He would use the
The computer in Kmart.
I do like stories of people that grind it out of those holes. 100%. People that grind it out. Those are like such inspirational stories. I was here and then I got there. It was Andre. Yeah, that's where we found Andre. Actually.
Well, I think Andre's locked in his bedroom right now. That's why.
I mean, don't get me wrong here. The Jayhawks did play last night, so
Well,
Did they
Kansas
win?
won too. Yeah, I think so. Right?
Well, they won by like 5 through a verse of Samford, not even Stanford, Samford. So like,
What was the over and under?
who?
What was the over and under?
I mean, the spread's probably 30, but
And-
they should have blew them away, Eddie. I mean, big time.
Right.
Well, I got the Wildcats playing in about 2 hours, so we'll see how this goes.
What Kentucky upset? Oh, can we get an update on March Madness right now? Is there any upsets? I know nothing.
Yeah, I think I think Kentucky did lose.
BYU lost. That's all I know.
Jester, do you like that one?
So MP with Topstep X, I know that you were talking about potentially increasing the amount of concurrent XFAs that folks could have. Do you have any new information on that, or do you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, I met with product yesterday. Here I come, Apex. Here I come. No, I have nothing wrong with any other. I have nothing wrong with any other funding company. I just think you should help traders be responsible. That's what the whole nature of the business is supposed to be: is help people be responsible. So when you do 20 accounts and you pitch it like that, and then somebody purchases them, and that's 2,000. What's 15? $150 activation fee times 200. What's that? $3,000?
$3,000.
There you go. Thank you. $3,000. You just gave $3,000. 95. Let's go back to percentages. I did 57%. Why did I do 50? Because I watch enough traders and stats. I know 98.5% of people here will come in here and they'll lose. It's not. I didn't create the stat. I knew it existed. I was part of that victim back in 2002 when I started trading and lost $30,000, $90,000 real money. So I was a part of that. But then I kept trading, I keep jabbing away, and I learned on a simulator and all that kind of stuff. So I know that the stats or the odds are stacked against you if you don't have screen time and if you feed somebody bullshit. And so that's the only rub I have against that Apex, just the 20 accounts. That's my only issue with them. And I've talked to Daryl before on the phone, and I was in Lamu, Africa, and I was like, dude, what's up with the 20 accounts? Well, we're spreading out the risk. And it's not spreading out the risk, man. You're still like, you got people doing 20 accounts. Well, yeah, but everyone inside of this. I'm like, yeah, but it's not the nature of the, like, look, we Topstep created the industry, so it's very important to me. I'm like, you just turn this into like a weird fucking game. And you can't even do this in the brokerage world. And he's like, well, so I'm like, all right, now I have no, whatever. You do what you do. I just didn't like it. So I can have my dislikes. I don't dislike him or any other people because I don't know them personally. I don't know what they do in their. So long story short, I've been on a 20 account rant. I get all these freaking emails and feedback, and I'd come over to you guys if you did 20 accounts. And I'm like, well, I mean, like, how do we do this responsibly? So we went with started talking to other traders in Topstep, like, how do we do this? And we got a lot of them working here. Like Roy Jenkins, guys, he's working with us now. I've actually talked to him on Slack just this week and all that kind of stuff. This is how close we are to each other, with people here in chat, to being able to work together or moderate or just grow an industry together. So I got to thinking, I'm like, they're going to go over there and he's going to do this. He's just going to feed them this stuff. He's going to FOMO it to them. They're going to buy it for whatever. And then they're going to get these 20 accounts. They're going to think they're so damn good and they're ready, and they're going to blow it out the next day. And that's $3,000. Boom, an activation fee gone. So I said, how do we do this? But how do we do it in a responsible way that we can do it? So I met with the team and I go, I want to do a responsible trade copying campaign. And we're going to do this, and it's going to be in Topstep X, and you can do 3. There's people with the combines in the hopper. You probably have some too, like in the hopper, so to speak. I have 3 or 4 of them, but I only have 3 at the funded level. People have said, well, I want more. Okay. Well, you can do more if you show us more. We do it with a scaling plan. Why don't we do it with a trade copy strategy plan? Help you scale up responsibly in trade copy.
Good idea.
So to me, that's important. Like so to me, that's important to help somebody responsibly scale up. Because I know how giddy you get. Trust me, I had 3 $30,000 trading accounts that I ripped through, 90 grand of real money. And I'm sure people come in here and like, oh, what's another 20 accounts? What's another 20 accounts? But then you look back, you're like, 3 grand. You're at 12. You did this 4 times. You're at $12,000. This is simulated to funded. It's not woozy-woo. So like, do like a response. Let's help them. So they're going to do it no matter what. People are going to go to this trade copy. Now they got this other company out there called Dub that does it for equities. It's a new app. It was on CNBC. eToro does copy trading. So I'm like, okay, copy trading is big. I used to always be like, one account, just chill. Can't trade one. You can't trade more. So now I'm like, oh, let's just build a scaling plan for it. So yes, we are working on that one. It will probably be out within the next 30 to 60 days. It will only be on Topstep X. It will hopefully let everybody know that we care about helping you responsibly scale up. Now, if you want to just go gunsling and do whatever, Daryl's going to have nice cars and nice properties and nice everything, because you're just feeding that. You're just feeding that. Daryl, I have no problem with you. Just that 20 account stuff. It's just I know what the game is. So let's try to help those folks that have already been conditioned with bad habits to try to work towards good habits in a responsible scale up trade copying strategy. So 3 will be what we have now that you can copy. You build your lead account up, or however we do it. We're working out the details. Then you unlock 3 more. So then you can have 6. And then if you build it up a little bit more, like a tier, like your balance goes up. Hey, great job, John. You're at 5,000. You just unlocked 3 more. Now you can 3 more check boxes you can copy. And the next day so now you're at 10,000. Lead account is at 10,000, and you unlock all 10 of them. Then you can do it. And it helps you scale up so you're not blowing shit out quickly. I don't even want your activation fees like that. Yeah, that helps. We're a business, but it's great. But it's not the nature of the business. The spirit of the business is like, show me you can trade on one account, grow that account, and become a good trader. And it's a win for everybody along the way. Yeah. So that's what
guys, this is amazing. It's like all 3,000 of you are in a Topstep meeting right now. You're getting the real-time feed of what's coming next.
That is how a Topstep. Yeah, that's how a Topstep meeting goes.
Yeah, news to me, and now some news to you. Peter Tuchman's going to be on later to talk about Reddit in depth, but hell of an IPO day. It's good to see IPOs, isn't it? They were around for a long time.
What those things were like.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on, Jack. That is Tuchman. That's Tuchman right there to the left.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh yeah, we got some other photos in there too. I think I see a tuft of hair and the back of a hoodie, which is like Tuchman's bat signal.
Awesome.
We'll talk about this in depth with Tuchman later it was a wild IPO day yesterday. I think they won offer for $34 a share. It's trading at 47 or thereabouts right now. Very interesting IPO. Speaking of companies people like that are doing things, Chipotle, 50 for one split the other day.
Wow.
I believe that if you invested $1,000 in Chipotle at its IPO, you'd have $125,000 right now.
Wow.
Jack, how do you say it? Because I say Chipotle, but it's wrong.
Well, you're just wrong.
I know. I know. Okay, John. Hey, John's not a part of the millennial crowd. John, can you say the name?
Chipotle.
What is going on?
Chipotle.
Chipotle.
You guys have been working from
Chipotle.
home too long.
Chipotle. All right.
Good God. Anyway,
Hey, we got some
burritos-
sellers here in the NASDAQ S&Ps here right now. Market's a little lower here.
Yeah.
Keep going, Jack.
We'll
Tack.
push.
We're watching the markets.
You
Keep
guys
going.
watch it because I got one more thing. Because similar, you were talking new business on air. I have a new thing for you. All right. So this guy, some of his friends shamed this man with a billboard saying that he consumes over 20 gallons of liquid cheese in a year.
Oh, this is a shaming ban.
It's just their friends. But from the article, I believe they got this for like $1,200. So while Andre's out, and I hope it's nothing serious, MP, you can either say it or slack me a budget for what I can spend on a sign on the side of the road in a random part of America to do something with Andre.
Oh,
That guy cost $1,200 for a month.
I mean, let's go. Let's try to keep it under 3. I think let's try to do that.
Okay.
And we're going. Yeah, we're going for something with traffic. Correct. It's not going to feel like.
I think it's
see
all
how
like,
that's on an on-off ramp. That's perfect. You're gonna if you can find something for under 3 on an on-off ramp, you got thumbs up. Yeah, make sure Topstep's on it.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
We have zero. Yeah.
Jack, what would the price be on that Las Vegas new arena sphere? Do something there.
About 2,995.
We could pass that.
I mean, I can ask, but I'm going to make their account executive there very unhappy in a few emails.
Yeah, I know. Waste their time.
We
don't have an ad spend right now, Jack.
Yeah,
we don't have an ad spend right now, so that's something Tops is very proud of. The old regime that was here loved to do the traditional route, and then they're out, and I got a much better team that we're working with, hence Jack and everybody you see on TopstepTV and everybody you see at Topstep's current team. And we have zero ad spend, and we're growing better, stronger, better brand, better product, better everything. Go figure.
We can make him better.
Yeah,
faster.
Well, very cool. Just Venmo me that $3,000, and I'll send you the results.
Got to talk to Bonnie. Everything has a process here. It has to go through a process.
All right, then let's do it.
But Jack, go ahead, Hoagland.
No, go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
We used to have it's a longer story. I had the blue chip RV that I put right there on the corner of Wells and
yeah, that's right. Do you still have that?
It was no, some Argentinian girl here in town in Aspen bought it, and she kept it. Blue chip. Guys, we have this app. It's a really cool app. I have it mothballed right now, but it allows you to pick stocks, and then you can pretty much unlock like $500. Then you can go take into your personal brokerage account, completely like risk free. It's like $9 for the year, or it was like $9 for the month. I forget what it was, but we still have it. It's beautiful. It's a good looking app. It's just Topstep became our focal point, and I turned my attention back to Topstep rather than working on these little R&D department of Topstep.
Because that would It'd be fun to wrap with something, Andre.
I'll send you guys a picture. You guys can see it. We had this RV rolling around the United States of America.
I'll wear
And
a
it
blue
was
chip hat
skinned.
for Top Quiz today. I think I got it still.
Oh yeah,
I still have a T-shirt.
I got a hat and some chips.
There we go. Hold on. All right. The old blue chip world. And then right here. Is it right here? Yeah. Right here. So it was
That's where the lobotomy happens.
yeah, right there. The whole goal is to help people get a safe onboarding into the world of stock picking. Stock picking. People start with stocks in this industry or in the trading world. How many here? Let's do a poll real quick. How many here? What asset class did you start with trading? What was the first thing that you bought or sold? Bought and sold, not bought and still holding, because that's not trading, that's investing. Something you bought and sold, the first thing you bought and sold. And it's listed as stocks, which is equities, stocks, options, futures, FX. Stocks, options, futures, FX. Guys, we're going to do a poll. Oh, shit, you guys said crypto too. Throw crypto on there.
Mine was stocks.
These are asset classes. Stock, same here. Okay, so while we're doing this, first thing I ever did was stocks. You go, oh, the Jordans are coming out. I got to buy that stock, because then your first thing is like, oh, something's going to come out, it's going to go up. But you don't ever understand it's already priced in, because you're just some nobody that just heard the Jordans are coming out. And you know,
by the time we know about it, it's over.
By the time we knew about it, it's over. So you go to them, and then you're like, so then you get, and then next thing you know, that's where the bug starts. Okay, you can only do for whatever, Cooney, just put it in there. It doesn't matter. Stocks, options, FX. It's not, nobody starts on futures, but you can put it in there.
Although, I mean, second was futures for me.
Well, John, your dad
was futures.
Yeah, you're Chicago, and your dad's on the board of trade. Yeah,
it was in the
stocks,
blood,
options.
right?
Thanks, Cooney. All right, stocks and options, very beginning. Stocks and options, the very first option, you should just put Robinhood. So mine would be stocks. There you go.
What about ETF pairs? Would you call that stocks?
Right? Yeah, I guess so. So look, everybody starts at stocks. That's where we start. I don't know how the story started though, so now I forgot. Rips, what do you got going in the markets right now? You seeing anything?
I've been flat for the last 25. Well, let me see what my last execution was. Looks like 30 minutes almost. Well, 25 minutes.
Well, we've got at least the initial balance now in the S&P and the NASDAQ and the other equities markets. I mean, now at least we have a chance to see if we maybe have some sort of failed auction on either side or some successful auction. I mean, we got a 10 and 3/4 handle range in the S&Ps, 10 handles. It's like the old days when it would just go, 10 handles up every day, 10 handles up, 10 handles up, 10 handles up. But it's very difficult to kind of readjust to those kind of trades, to those kind of days. And I don't think we need to readjust to those kind of days here just yet. I think we've got some volatility coming down the pipe, but holy cow, this is a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a barn burner going here.
Definitely some of the worst garbage price action I've seen almost all week. I mean, this is just not tradable. This is why I'm hands off right now. Any news, Michael, about Vegas or the HyperX Arena? You have any news on that?
Yes, I kicked it to fall.
Okay.
It was in a meeting. It was in a meeting yesterday. We have Topstep X that's launching. We have those items that I just mentioned earlier. We're going to, and we have a whole support rejuvenation. No, hold on. Redo. No, not redo. Refresh,
Restructure.
revive, restructure, all that kind of stuff. I'm terribly unhappy with the experience that people and I would get if I came to Topstep. Nothing against any of the hardworking support reps. It's more the buck stops with those that are overseeing it, and the buck finally stops with me. And I am not okay with support. So we don't have phones on. People bitch about that, and I see why. We have this AI bot that will work very, very well, but somehow we over-engineered the effort, and we're redoing all that. And everybody's in the hot seat, and it's not okay. Because why? We have thousands and thousands and thousands of people that come to Topstep every day. And new people are here, and they're like, I haven't heard from you in 2 days. And absolutely effing not okay. It never was. I used to be a support rep. I was the first support rep. I took support calls. I took support emails. I did all this. And I know how damn important it is to a trader to be back in the market as quickly as they can, to have a response as quickly as they can, to have all that as quickly as they can. Dude, I think Apex and other companies are beating us at support right this very moment. That's not okay. So that being said, I'm like, pause, no TTL. We're doing that in fall. It's a nice to have. It's not a need to have. And we're going to make our support the best support. Hell, we're going to bring the phones back. We're going to ring Southwest Airlines style when they first started. Hi, where would you like to fly? You know, like all that kind of stuff. The markets are selling off a little bit right now, but that's we kicked it and for improving what we're currently sitting on. And then it's going to come all together. And the ideas that we have about putting within Topstep X, you'll be able to click the Topstep Trading League logo in Topstep X, boom, and then you'll be able to see the ranking of the teams. Click on a player, breakdown. You see the or trader. You see the trader. You'll be able to follow the trader, copy the trader. All that will be in Topstep X. It's going to be bananas, stacking bananas. Are you here? It'll be just like that. But who was that? But it's going to take us some work, and that work cannot distract us from the current work we need to finish right now, which is just getting ourselves up to a badass support experience for everybody that's already here.
To your
And top it
credit,
all off,
Michael.
Yeah.
No,
What's
go
that?
ahead.
No,
was
top
just
it all
gonna
off.
say-
Support means a lot to everybody in this industry. So we cannot let it go to the wayside. We cannot fall second, or we have to be miles ahead of first place when it comes to support. I'll let somebody else beat me out with marketing, blah blah blah, or 20 accounts and shoving them down your throat and all that kind of stuff. But we're never going to get beat in support, and we're getting beat. So that's not okay.
Well, to your credit,
we're fixing it. Yeah.
Well, taking a look at the tilt here, pretty much a 50-50 across the board here. Gold right now, 65 short coming off those tops here, but we do see the pullback. So yeah, very light day here. A lot of chat in the YouTube chat room here regarding not trading and sitting on your hands. Well, today is a good day to probably keep that until the opportunity does arise. Crude right now, crude got some buyers here right now, looking like we got a little rally in crude. 8106 last.
Who said that?
Yeah, just
go ahead, Rips. I'm reading it. Ralph, real quick. Support is marketing. You're right. Support is marketing. That used to be my line when I first started. I go, I don't want a marketing team. We're not even a marketing company, and that's another whole thing. We're a company that helps traders, and if you support traders, that is marketing. I used to always say that. So, Ralph, good stuff.
Hey, right now we got JD. JD is here for some hot streaks. We up for some hot. It's not Monday, it's Friday. Hot streaks, boys.
We got him. How's everyone doing today? Kind of slow out there, huh?
Very slow.
All right, James, let's hit that hot streaks list. We've got some new players on the list today. But first, Loy is 1 day away from tying the hot streak record at 37 days. He's currently at 36. Let's see if Loy can close out the week strong.
Wow.
Looking forward to see what he does at the end of the day.
Nice.
Chris V, our live funded trader, is back after a little break, hanging strong at 22 days. Peter is also back after a couple days off and had a nice little winner yesterday to increase his streak to 21 days. And we got a couple newcomers. Brenda is doing great in her 150K XFA, and she was actually called up to the live account yesterday. Nice job, Brenda. $16,532 after a 19-day streak, and now going to be in the live account. Great job. And Amnaj is on a nice little run, up 7,200 over 18 days in a 150K XFA. Left off the list today, Alexander and Jacob did not trade yesterday, so they are excluded from today's list, but we'll see what they do at the end of the day. Maybe we'll see them on Monday. And Jamie C., who has been on the list for a while, hit the daily loss limit after an impressive 27-day heater. Sorry to see Jamie go, but these things happen, right? All right, let's get over to that yesterday's best live P&L list. We've got some new names and some familiar names today. Let's all welcome Cade to the big show. Cade had a nice $3,000 day yesterday. She, who we all know, put up 4,300. Matlin with 5,500. Peter pocketed about 6,400 trading the Euro and the NASDAQ. We don't highlight too many Euro traders on here. And Alba, whose name we've been hearing quite a bit of lately, took home close to $8,000 trading the NASDAQ yesterday.
Beautiful.
Great job, everyone. Be back in a little bit with that top 10 list. See you shortly.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, JD.
Thanks, JD.
So, Michael, yeah, you were, the original support rep. I was, I think, probably
You were there too.
the second or third support rep at the very beginning.
And Eddie was not a support rep. He was the voice of Topstep when we started. I'm like, I need somebody to be the voice because I'm answering a lot of questions here and they're repeat questions. They're blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, how do I get that person to go over here and get their questions answered at the same time they can follow the markets with a professional on the trading floor? Hey, Eddie Horn, known as Kid Comedy on the trading floor. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Well, I'm doing this and that, and I'm announcing esports gaming competitions. I'm like, you're announcing esports? I go, that's freaking perfect because I need you to announce trading because that's what we're doing. And that's where it started.
The job description did include clown. And
he did. Yes.
He hit that one off.
He wore makeup to the interview. I don't think there was an interview. I don't think there was an interview. It was more like seeing you in passing on the trading floor. Be like, yo, you want to work on this with me?
Yeah.
Well, I got the call, and I ran it past Michelle, my wife, and she's like, "Well, you like Mike, right?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, Mike's a cool dude, man." She goes, "Go for it." And then we met at the Board of Trade, and I think one of the second sentence was, "Let's get you a coat." Let's get you a coat. So I think that was the green light to hire me. And
you still got it, right? Never looked back. I mean, he crushed it. Absolutely crushed. Eddie's a part of the founding team, and so is Hoagland. Founding team, guys. Founding team. These are the guys at the very, 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 very beginning when they had other options, probably could get paid more or done more or whatever. But they're like, I like this concept. I believe in it. Yeah, I had to do this. And Johnny, I remember Johnny's been like, he'd come around the trading desk on the trading floor and be like, "Hey, how's Topstep doing?" And I'm like, and it was just like me. I'm like, "Well, it's good." And he's like, "I'm ready to come on board when you're ready." I'm like, and at that time I didn't have any, I'm doing lines of HELOCs.
What?
Lines of credit. Come on, I did.
All right, I'm marking.
We got some new lows in the S&Ps.
There 9:45. Michael does
lines of credit against my home, a HELOC, a line of credit against my paying down on this company I'm believing in, and I'm like, I don't have any money, I do have it, but it's gonna we're not profitable. We're not any. It's just like a concept.
Yeah, so you asked me, I'm getting a lot of phone calls. You talk Trader Hoag. Do you think you could, spend a couple hours a day, just answering these calls and talking to these people? I'm like, yeah, no problem. I didn't even ask for anything. You bought me lunch. That's how I started. I started eating at Topstep, for food.
Mhm.
That's a
Yeah.
lean startup. You did a good job.
Yeah. We were extremely lean. It was so fun working with you guys in the very beginning. It was so much fun.
We knew it had to happen. I had to be part of this.
We-
I had to be, and I
Yeah.
made sure you knew that I needed to.
Well, we could also see the transition on the floor being like, you see a lot of these guys, and there was a lot of talented folks that didn't know how to make a transition. And my old man always like, Junior, stick with what you knew. No, if you're making a transition. I'm like, well, trading, I want to back traders and blah, blah, blah. And that's when he's like, well, that's better than starting a lawn mowing company, like.
Well, it was a great hire. I mean, you pulled me off of the 290 exit selling oranges, and I was grateful for that.
I was grateful for you guys. Rips, you're killing us right now, dude. You're dead. What's the matter? You help us out.
Nothing. I got no trades on. I got nothing going on here.
I need the Rips energy, but the markets are putting everybody.
Markets
to
are
sleep.
dead. I
It's
wish there was something to trade here.
Yeah.
I haven't had on a trade for 30 minutes here. So yeah.
So when you're looking at
go ahead.
When you're looking at markets like this, Rips, and you like markets that move, and your energy. Hug Leaf taught me this, where people's personality, they go to markets that match their personality, right? Something like that.
Yeah, sure.
So the Nasdaq, I get it. You and I, we both gravitate towards that pretty like organically. This is a slow day, right, to you? And this, and then what do you do with this? Like internally, right now, you're wanting to do something, but you got to like calm that wild Nasdaq hyena.
Yeah, I think more than anything, this is the best day to take advantage of the new feature on Topstep X, which is the lockout feature. It's one of those days where if you're not reading the market correctly, I wasn't reading the market correctly. I'm not using Topstep X. I'm very, very excited to use Topstep X here over the next couple of weeks, especially since there's that new prospect of being able to scale up in the accounts. I think that's going to be a very welcome feature. So that's something I'm looking forward to. And I can't lock myself out of Ninja Traders, so I simply have to just stop trading. And that's what I'm doing. I'm keeping myself from entering any trades here and just kind of watching the price action to see if there's any opportunities. And as I'm kind of looking off to the side of my screen here, I'm not seeing any opportunities. And the same thing goes for the Magnificent Seven right now. It's a complete wash. It's just a complete wash, and there's nothing happening. You have, Apple's just kind of perking up and then coming back down. You have Google, which is the only strong name out of the bunch. You had NVIDIA trying to make a rally here, and it's just not doing anything. Microsoft and Meta are just kind of fading. So yeah, there's really not much going on, and it's a very, very slow day. I do think that we will pick up next week because of the quarter end rebalancing flows, but until then, this has just been a really difficult, choppy market to trade.
Yes, it is. Speaking of lockout button, I hit it yesterday. I think I was in the chat. I was in meetings, and then I saw you guys in the chat. When I'm in meetings, I have everything quiet, but I watch you guys all here in chat out of the corner of my eye. So if it starts flying, I'm like, what's happening? But yeah, I was trading a bet. I ended up the day up 850. Right when I hit the lockout button, Rips, I think you were on yesterday, and then I just watched the chat with you guys. What's great about it is I had no anxiety whatsoever to trade because I knew I couldn't. And if I knew I couldn't, then it's a lot better than what's that? Jack, you would know that marshmallow. What they put a marshmallow in front of a kid as a test and said, if when I come back to the room or some shit like that, lab test, I don't know. If don't eat the marshmallow now. If I come back in 5 minutes, I'll give you 2 or something like that. Right. That is very, very hard to do. Yeah. You guys have known chat what I'm talking about. Hopefully you understand. But that impulse to want to do it, it's right there in front of you. Just grab it, eat it. Who cares? So that Eddie, that's gone.
I saw those videos.
Yeah, go here.
Those poor kids. My God.
I know. Imagine being one of those kids. Yeah, I was a lab rat back in the day. What's that mean? Oh, well, my mom and dad worked for the university, and they'd always volunteer me.
It beats being like a crash test dummy.
Yeah. Yes, it does, John. Yes, it does.
Anything you want to keep cold.
So back to Anything you wanted to keep cold, Tom? Yeah, I love you.
Real quick,
confirm-
regarding that lockout button, remember, once you hit it, it's going to ask you, are you sure? That is it.
Yes.
The day is over on
Right
that
here.
account. All right?
Right here.
Once
Boom,
you hit
it.
that, game over, okay, for that account. And please don't contact
Warning.
support. Hey, can you open it up for me? Because we can't. All right?
Can't.
So just
Warning,
a reminder.
this action, just a reminder, warning, this action is irreversible. Right here, guys. Here's what, no, boom, da-da-da. Right here at the very top. Hey, I'm done for the day. Click, smash that lockout button. Yes, lock me out. I'm up $185. I'm going to try, if there's an opportunity, great, but once the show ends, I'm going to lock myself out. And then it's technically in my trader lingo called locking it up. Locking it up.
No, you lock it
Locking
up.
it. No,
No,
you
you
lock
lock
it up.
it up. You lock
But
it
Eddie,
up.
we got to get that soundbite. Well, for when we do lock it up. No, you lock it up.
No, you lock.
No, you lock it up.
Let's get Mikey. Mikey will lock it up.
He'll do anything. He'll lock up anything.
Mikey likes it. I remember that back in the late 80s, early 90s.
It's Friday.
Every Mikey knew that. Mikey likes it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, Mikey, he likes it.
I was a huge Life cereal. Life cereal is good.
Yeah, not as good as Lucky Charms, but
Yeah, let's go
Can't
on here,
believe-
guys. As bored as we are,
Can't believe
what cereals do
don't
you
have
guys
the
like?
goated cereal of all time, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Come on.
Cinnamon
Oh
Toast Crunch.
God,
Yeah,
that one.
pretty much
That one's
so.
on. It's on another planet. That one's
It's in-
great.
it's in its
Rum
own
chowder.
league.
I mean,
Fireball.
fruity. Which one, John?
Rum chowder and Fireball. It's Cinnamon
Yeah.
Toast Crunch.
Oh.
You know, when my
Fruity
mom
Pebbles,
would say,
there
go
you
pick
go.
out a cereal, I'd look for the
Uh-huh.
prize. I wouldn't really care what the cereal tasted like. It had to be the prize.
Oh, really? Man, I mean,
Yeah,
cereal is just like it's a sugar. It's the candy aisle. I don't know why they call it cereal. It's the candy aisle. Fruity Pebbles. Somebody said fruity. That thing is like a scoop full of Frosted Flakes. It's like, oh, let's cover it in sugar. Let's just cover this this little flaky thing in sugar. Send it out the door. Slap a nice marketing logo on it. Sugar Crisp, cornflakes.
Well,
Honey
Don't
Bunches
they
we
have
of
got a
cereal
new
called
low here in
Smack
town.
or something? Sugar
my dad
Smacks.
was in charge of hedging grains for Ralston Purina, so we always had Chex cereals in the house. Rice Chex, corn.
Oh, I bet you
Chex,
made
wheat
puppy
Chex.
chow.
We made, yeah.
Lots of
Well,
puppy chow?
that was even before puppy chow, but I grew up having to eat Chex cereals because that at the time was a Ralston Purina brand. They sold it to General Mills after that, but
Eddie,
always
what were
had
you saying?
Chex.
What market?
Now we got some new lows in Dow, and like to thank Claire for sort of pointing that out.
yeah.
Right now we're
Thank you,
looking
Claire.
at spot 20 or even dot 21 here. So Dow making some lows.
Okay, the
We got
Dow's
the
making. Do you have the Dow?
extended.
Do you have the Dow,
Yeah,
John?
right
I
here.
don't. I have the
Yeah, right here.
Nasdaq and the.
I got it up on my
S&P.
screen if you want to see that.
There you go.
Yeah. So it's not holding a bid. It's making new lows on the day, but yet Nasdaq has not made new lows. S&P is on its lows. Is on right on its lows.
Mm-hmm.
63% short right now, both really for Nasdaq and S&P ish.
Yeah, still just a very sideways session here. Not really much happening in the way of equities. Microsoft is starting to roll over, making some new lows here on the day, but not really seeing much in the way of trades.
Colin's got
Now
a
we went
question.
dessert.
Rips, this thing would be probably more for you. I don't really look at option flow data, but
Mhm.
I do want to start to check it out and learn about it. You know, he's saying, for example, SPX call volume took a nosedive at 10:15 Eastern, right when S&P's topped.
Yeah, and that does happen too. There's active hedging going on in those options markets, specifically the index options. And on Friday, you know, it's always zero DTEs on Friday. So even the options that offer zero DTEs every single day, like SPX, SPY, and so forth, you're going to see a lot more activity on a Friday like today, where if you do have that push into, let's say people are selling calls, people are buying puts, and it's all happening simultaneously, that will push and pull the market in certain directions where it will have a tremendous weight on the market. So yes, Fridays, you do want to look out for that. Also, I mean, on any other given day, looking at the zero DTEs for SPX, for SPY, and so forth. Even triple Qs have zero DTEs, of course, NDX, but barely anybody trades NDX options. More for hedging. I mean, NASDAQ in a whole is just it's not really used as a vehicle for hedging. Most large funds are using the S&P options and S&P futures for hedging. So yeah, looking to the options market, watching the options flow. I use a lot of the options positioning to calculate my levels, and it's very important in calculating where large funds are being positioned. And you don't know if they're taking active positions to use as a vehicle for trade, or if they're using as a hedging position. But what matters is where the liquidity is lying in the options market, because it does dictate where a lot of the flow heads to.
Rips, can you see, like, you know, let's say we were looking at the S&P, the options on the S&P futures. Now I can look at the options chain on the bulletin that the CME provides, and if I'm seeing, you know, strike prices with extraordinarily large open interest, that's really what we're looking for there in the options chain, right? We want to see where those strike prices have the most open interest, where most of the let's say the most of the hedging is going to occur around those levels.
Right. And not only open interest, but watching the active options chain and seeing where the pricing is. Because if you're seeing a disparity, I mean, I don't want to go too deep into it since we're all about futures here. But you know, if you're looking at the disparity week by week or day by day between strike prices and how much it's jumping week by week, you can calculate the expectation for a move a week by week. And there's a lot of information and clues left behind in that can be extremely valuable that you can actually use to follow along in the futures market. So I use that information to help construct the levels that I have every single day. And it's important to be watching that, not only in the open interest, but the active flow in and out of those options contracts at specific strike levels.
Thanks, Rips. Somebody's asking why the YM is off a cliff. If you want to go to my screen, it's not. Watch. This is the range from yesterday for the Dow. The market opened in range and in value. It's still just taking out yesterday's low. Look at the S&Ps. The S&Ps have traded into yesterday's range and trade and then left it. The S&P and the NASDAQ are well ahead of the Dow as far as trading below the range from yesterday. We've got the S&Ps trading at 5290, which is a previous weekly kickoff high that I moved lower. But when we accepted above this week's weekly kickoff high, I was reminded that this level up here, 4290, was last week's weekly kickoff high, and we're back down to it right now. So that's kind of interesting. But when you're looking at the NASDAQ, the NASDAQ opened, just closed the gap to yesterday's range, and is now continuing to kind of, in regular trading hour session, fill the gap from Tuesday to Thursday. So while it looks like the Dow is falling off a cliff, it's actually holding up better than the S&P and the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it was one of those markets that continued to extend when S&P and NAS were running out of gas. So you're spot on.
Mm-hmm. So if you guys don't mind, there were a couple of questions about Delta that I saw a little bit earlier. If you guys are still here and you want to talk a little bit about Delta, I would be, you know, more than happy to go over that again, and as many times as necessary until you know, everybody kind of gets an idea on it. Now, it will be available. Delta will be available on the TopStep X platform very, very soon. I'm being told. And
yeah, John, can you make sure to push that with them? I'm pushing other things. Push that with them to get that one over the finish line. Thank you.
Of course, yeah. So I'll go vote for it again.
Well, just
You
tell them
can
my
do
vote's
that.
there too. I'm just absentee. You got my vote with you.
Yep. You got it. Okay. So, and if you are on TopStep X, let's just take a quick look at this. I mean, you can go in and you can go through and find, where is Delta? Where is it on the roadmap? Let's see if we can find it on the roadmap. I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to the top here. Cumulative Delta indicator. It is in progress, so it should be finished. I mean, it is the thing that they are currently working on. So they're looking at April 1st.
Perfect.
Right? So yes, it will be available.
Oh, that's a joke, John. That's a joke. I think April 1st.
April Fools.
Yeah, I got
okay.
you. No, that's awesome that they're doing that. Sweet.
No, make it real. So when we're looking at Delta, and Delta is quite simply put, any market order that sells into the bid is -1 in Delta. Any market order that buys a one lot on the offer is positive Delta. So Delta is the sum of the number of contracts that trade on the offer. Buyers buy market orders, positive Delta. Every contract that trades on the offer is +1, and every market order that hits the bid, aggressive sellers, is negative Delta. You subtract the positive Delta by the negative Delta, and you get a number. Right now in the S&Ps, I'm going to show you this on this platform. We're seeing negative 8,200 in Delta. That is 8,200 more contracts traded on the bid using sell market orders than have traded on the offer using buy market orders. So what that's telling us is we're seeing more aggressive sellers than buyers. But the Delta is usually being created, not all the time, but on a day like today, it's usually being created by short time frame, weaker hands traders who are quick to get in and quick to get out of the market. That if we're seeing a negative Delta here and we can't see the market continue to break as it gets more negative, that might indicate an accumulation of short positions in short time frame pea shooter traders like me, retail, whatever it is. And if they don't get what they're looking for, and that is continuation to the downside, sometimes they'll turn and they'll close those positions before the end of the session. Now, this is something that there's nothing that always works, and I like to keep an eye on it, especially in situations like, if we opened here at the low of yesterday's regular trading hour session down here around 5,300 in the S&Ps, and we started rallying, but we were seeing negative Delta decreasing or increasing in absolute value. So we're seeing more and more negative numbers compiling as price moves in the opposite direction. That tells you or hints to you there's nothing.
John,
yes.
Talk about the markets right now, because I'm down $2,000 on this. I got stuck in an effing trade, and I just got jacked on this. Very upset.
No. Oh man. Okay.
No, that's right. I got stupid. Just like that. Just like that, guys. That's how you get shot in the effing head.
Okay. So the NASDAQ, Michael, the NASDAQ never traded below the low of the initial balance.
I saw the S&P kept breaking. The S&P kept breaking. The S&P kept breaking. The S&P kept breaking, and then the NASDAQ was holding. And I'm thinking, all right, well the NASDAQ would the floor would fall out from underneath it. This is a pretty no. It stayed firm, and then the S&P finally caught a bid. Mm-hmm. Now I go from whatever. So I need more birds.
Yeah, and
what you need is another Series 3 question.
Yeah. Right now, Jack. Get it to me right now. The most.
It's
short
like giving a horse
right
peppermint.
One thing before that. One thing before that. When you look at the low here, this is the low of the initial bounce, 18,500. We talked about that as being an important level. The third 30-minute period came down there. You could have taken this long and risked about 4 points on it. If you take a short here, where is your risk? It's all the way up here.
To the moon, Alice.
This
I know,
was the low risk long.
It was stupid. I know. And that's why
No,
you get
that's stupid.
Yeah.
You
Well,
could have been
short?
right. It might have worked out. Okay, go ahead, Jack. Sorry about that.
Cool. Well, before the Series 3 question, you guys were talking about cereal earlier. Last weekend, I made the tactical mistake of bringing my toddler to an adult St. Patrick's Day party on Saturday night, where they were playing the movie Leprechaun in the Hood on repeat, and my son would not take his eyes off of it, and which is not good. Lots of nudity and murder in that. So I had to placate him. They had a big bowl of Lucky Charms, so I just kept on filling plastic shot glasses with Lucky Charms and giving it to him. So that's where my life is. But it would be so much better if I could pass the Series 3 exam. Let's go to question 2.
Let's do it.
Right.
That's hilarious. Research has shown that trading the futures market.
Research has shown that trading the futures market, A, eliminates price fluctuation in the cash markets. B, tends to reduce the frequency of price fluctuation in the cash market. C, tends to reduce the magnitude of price fluctuation in the cash market. D, has no effect on them fluctuations.
Or E can make you go insane.
Yes, that's part of it.
I would say C. The role of futures is supposed to be hedging. The main role of it is hedging, for people to have a hedging option, which would then stabilize markets the best they can. But you can never reduce. Is like take a notch out of the magnitude of price. C.
Now
I'm with you, Michael.
I'm no fancy commodities broker, but I would probably go with C2. Let's see what it is.
Yeah.
C.
We're batting 100.
Jack, that just
Congratulations.
I'm down $1,800, and I don't care about that. I'm just glad I got a W. That was cool. That was a good
There you
feeling
go.
W.
Nice work,
If you
MP.
win, you win. If you
Thank
lose,
you.
you still win.
Sounds like a buddy done too much Red Bull at MGM. Rodney, I don't know. Should I lock myself out? That was just dumber than shit. Down 1,800. I was up $800 yesterday, so now I'm down 1,000. I don't know what I was earlier in the week.
Well, and look where the S&Ps went to. They went right to 52.90 weekly kickoff low. Or weekly
people
kickoff
have
high,
blown-
I should say. Important inflection
And this
level,
goes-
that's all.
It is. I know. I was just trading for the sake of trading, and then I go 3 lot, and I had 6,
Oof.
and it just ripped. It ripped. Hey, rips, it ripped.
Yeah, you got ripped.
Who here?
I'm currently long in the NASDAQ right now, if that tells you anything. We're probably going to top out here and start to roll.
Well, what's funny about you saying that is I wanted to get short again, and this is where I turn a bad day into a very ugly day, is when I keep getting short this like a move like this.
Andre
Technically,
says
you
don't
doing
do
that? Yeah. So really quickly, let's do a poll. Who here has, and I'm guessing 97%, who here has blown out of a trading combine, a funded account, or their personal brokerage account on a Friday? There's not a worse feeling in the world than going into the weekend blowing out of one of those 3.
Oof. I've just never been on a Friday. I know
There
I've
really
quit on
is
a
no
Friday.
worse feeling than that.
Came back on a Monday.
Yeah, I don't know how we do a poll to get that to be like, it's just yes or no. Okay, it's just yes or no. Yeah. Who here is blowing out of a trading combine, a funded account, and all the above, personal brokerage account? And a personal brokerage account is like, boom, you lost so much money that you have to send money into that account to re-enable it to trade.
You're at maintenance margin.
Slow down. Morris, you said no. One guy in here says no. None of that. You haven't traded yet, so you have neither. You don't have either one of those. You've never had either one of those accounts, or you just don't trade on Fridays. Here's your long. Your longs are looking good, Rips.
Yeah, we're in a long right now.
Yes, they are.
Looking for these 50s to trade to the top side, and we have a target of 72 evens for an exit. But we might run into a little bit of traffic here up at the 550s. Buyers have been kind of running out of steam up here. So this might just be a liquidity grab up towards 50s and come right back down. We'll look to add if we transact back down in the 40s here. So do you think that you would lock yourself out from here, MP? Is that generally what you do to protect your weekend?
I mean, I'm waiting for a high probability play, which hasn't even shown up today. So I'm like wishful thinking right now.
Yeah, today's
you're up. You're up on the week, aren't you?
I don't know. Now I got to do the effing math, John. I mean, it's like I locked myself out yesterday, up 800. I don't think I was up. Okay. I mean, I'm down 2,000. I don't think I was up 5,000 on the week. I know I was up maybe a couple thousand. But there goes your whole week. See, guys, that's trading. Like you can work the whole week. Call it like a brick laborer, or I worked as a brick laborer and all. You work the whole week, and at the end of the week, you drop a bunch of bricks on the ground, and your boss goes, "Yeah, I'm not paying you this week." What? I worked my ass off. Yeah, I know, but remember I said if you drop any bricks on the ground, you owe me. Broke my back the whole freaking week. It's Friday, and it's noon, and I got to take the baby girl out for dinner. So. Oh man, imagine living that life. That's trading.
Yep, it's hardest way to make an easy living.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Hardest way to make it. Yeah.
Well, speaking about those making an easy living, we've got JD here with our top 10. JD, are you available?
2 seconds, Eddie. Putting up the overlays right now. Hang on a second.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, Blitz.
2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, Blitz.
There they are. XFA.
It was 4 Mississippi.
Yesterday's best.
Remember that.
All right, we got Solo taking 10 grand out of the NASDAQ yesterday. Bright with more than 12K. What an uplifting name there, Bright.
Wow.
Right. Raul carved up the NASDAQ yesterday for a cool 16.5 grand. Johnson W. copied trades across a pair of XFAs for a total of $33,564 yesterday, trading the gold and the NASDAQ. Nice job, Johnson. And our XFA leader is Sengen with an impressive $18,000 day. Great job to the XFA traders. All right, let's check out the bottom of that top 10 list. Here we go. Sengen, just mentioned him. Our XFA P&L leader from yesterday snuck into the top 10. Sengen was ranked at number 25 yesterday. Way to go. Jacoby also jumped onto the list from 13th place yesterday. Fruz took a small drawdown, but still moved up a spot. Isaac picked up about $500 trading yesterday and moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Pin held on to 6th place for another day, even after a $3,000 drawdown yesterday. All right, here we go. Nicely done, Eddie. Gets better every day. All right. Okay. These are all the same names from yesterday. They just moved around a little bit. Nick T dropped $10,000 across a live account and 3 XFAs, but still held on to that 5th place. Balkaron in the same boat lost $15K across 1 live and 3 XFAs and held on to 4th place. That's 2 pretty heavy days of drawdowns for Balkaron. Raj dropped $9K across 3 XFAs and dropped to 3rd place. Sheng Jing lost $5 grand and was still able to move into 2nd place. And our leader, Michael, took a $9,000 drawdown yesterday. The top 5 traders at Topstep lost a combined $48,000 yesterday. If this keeps up, I think we're going to see a big shakeup on this list very soon. We do have an honorable mention. Johnson W., who we mentioned on the XFA P&L list, jumped from 325th place up to 12th place yesterday after that nice $33,000 day. So way to go, Johnson. That's what we've got for you.
Thank you,
No comments,
JD.
All right.
I love you, man.
Thank you, JD.
Thank you, sir.
That's why we're here, man. We're finding good traders.
Jab, jab, jab.
Jab, jab, jab.
Rips,
Jab,
what do you got
jab,
going on
jab.
for the weekend?
Oh, for the weekend, probably just relaxing. I'm looking forward to the short week next week. No trading on Friday. That's going to be nice. And then I don't think we have any market holidays until much later. So it's going to be nice to have a short week next week. Super excited.
Probably
about that.
Memorial Day.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Spring just started. So spring trading, spring skiing, spring trading. I'll be on spring break next week, but I'll be here. I don't know. I haven't decided what days I'm going to take off, but I'll be here probably Monday, Tuesday, something. Friday clearly is off. Being down in Caireyas, Mexico, Caireyas, something like that.
What you doing down there?
Just rented a house with another family, and then there's like 3 other families here from Aspen that have another house. I've never been there before. Caireyas, I think I'm saying it right. Mexico. So, yeah, it's by the ocean. But I will be taking this, my new girlfriend, that I'll be sitting on the beach with, and I told Danny to get the test scheduled for April because I'm gone all May and half of June out of the country. So for family trip, yeah.
What about you, Hogue? What are you up to this weekend?
Not much. Probably do a little target shooting, a little relaxing. Friday, I'm gonna take the day off and take my wife up to a little place we like to go to in Wisconsin, celebrate our 28th anniversary, which was last weekend. But that's next weekend. I don't have a lot of plans for this weekend, and I'm kind of liking the idea of that. I get a few things done around the yard, chase the dog around, chase a little bourbon around, and be ready for Monday morning.
There you go.
But
sometimes I wonder,
what?
John. Sometimes I wonder if I would have not taken that bet with you, if you would have just stayed a moderate drinker instead of going dry and then going hams right after it.
Hams. No, I committed to that. I said, you know what? I'm going to do this just for myself. You know, your bet was just a bonus for it. And, you know, Cunningham tried to pay me $1,100 to do a shot with him when we were at the Bulls game. And
man, you were getting temptation all over the place.
And I'm like, no, I'm doing this for me. I'm not worried about the money. So, but yeah, I felt good. And I've, not that I'm a bad drinker. I don't think I'm an alcoholic. I was able to just walk away for a whole month, maybe functional, but and I haven't gone back to that pace before January. I haven't been able to to get back to that pace, and it's a good thing. I actually a little bit less like hard liquor and having a beer now and again, and that's it, or some wine. I'm not. I like the bourbon, of course, and vodka and tequila and all that stuff, but that kind of hits you hard, and it seems to be hitting me harder after that my month off in January. So I backed off that, a little more beer, a little wine, and taking it easy on it. Michael, in the last year, get this, I've lost 40 pounds.
Wow.
I know, you look better. When I saw you in Vegas, I'm like, damn, you look good. What are you doing? your Manjaro and whatever they are, wherever all the kids are on nowadays.
Just
No, you look
watch
great.
what I eat, drinking less, not snacking late at night, just eating 2-3 squares and eating reasonably, and it feels good. I can't believe I let myself get to where I was, but I've been there before, and I've 3 times, I think, in my life I've lost more than a quarter of my body weight, and I'm in the process of doing it again.
I mean, 40 pounds is bananas, dude. That is awesome. Kudos to you. I said Manjaro and Ozempic. What is it? Ozempic. And I say this because I know 5 people now, and I just saw 2 other people at a Wildwood school convention thing. Looked phenomenal. I'm like, whoa, what's up? And I go, dude, you're looking good. What are you doing? He's like, you know what I'm doing. And I'm like, what? He's like, oh. I go, oh. And since Viagra, this is what I heard. Since Viagra, the invention of Viagra, Ozempic and Manjaro and all that kind of stuff, yeah, it is the wonder. There's been like 2 major, huge wonder drugs. It's been in my lifetime that I read it.
Ozempic is one of them.
Viagra and Ozempic. But I don't know the long-term effects, but people, I mean, the fact that one of my buddies lost 100, he's down to 130, he was almost 300, and now he's in the 220 somethings or something.
Mm-hmm.
Over 100
I'm
and
on
some
Ozempic.
pounds, whatever.
I'm on Ozempic, but for type 2 diabetes, not just for weight loss. So I'm sure that's something to do with it. Yeah.
And he one guy was kind of silent about it. I go, why are you silent about it? He's like, I go, this is like, I guess people are silent if you're on Viagra too. I don't know. Like, let's just be honest here. Like, these drugs are major, major, major hitters. They if you look at Eli Lilly right now, which brought out Manjaro or Ozempic or whatever too, because I was looking at it like 3 weeks ago, it is like melt up city, melt up. And it's just crazy. And I know 5 people that is changing their life. It has, I mean, smiling ear to ear. They've been trying so hard for so many years, and they're actually it's moving the needle, not just moving it a little. It's melting the fat away. And they're like, and now it's changing my diet. I'll order a Philly cheesesteak sandwich, and I'll just eat the steak in the middle now. I don't eat bread anymore. Blah, blah, blah. He's like, I'm cutting anything that fills up my stomach, I just don't even want. So that whole mentally habit forming. Now, what happens when you get off of it all? I don't know. But I mean, crazy.
The best news, I think the best news for me is I saw the doctor last week on Friday, and basically he told me your type 2 diabetes is what we call in remission. You're doing great. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Awesome.
Keep doing, Johnny. Nice job.
Good stuff, Johnny.
Hey, I lost 3 pounds this morning sitting on the throne. Does that count?
Come on. Oh, you're too much. Oh, I'm glad we don't have any sponsors.
I mean, what happened to just like losing weight the old-fashioned way with amphetamine salts? Call me a purist.
Well, maybe in my 20s, yeah, but in my late 50s, it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels good. I'm glad.
Yeah, you look happy, John.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, you look good.
My wife's happy. My kids are happy. They just feel like I'm a lot more healthy, and that's always a good thing. I've been of a picture of health, and I've been just bad like 2-3 different times in my life, and I always seem to go be able to get back to good weight and good health, but it's been a struggle my whole life, man. I mean, if you ask my brother, when I was born, my head was the same size it is now. So he used to call me Charlie Brown. But I've always fought with I've always wrestled with my weight.
That's what makes you, the fact that you can look yourself in the mirror as a trader and then look yourself in the mirror. I mean, like, some people like to be open-minded to be like, I need to do this. I struggle with this and all that. Some people just sweep it under the rug, and then you're not fixing problems. You kind of just letting them. So, John, I appreciate you've always been good about that. You're trying to. We read self-help books together. Remember the Sage one? What is it? Positive intelligence, positive vortex, or something like that. Yeah, that one. You and I read that one together. What's that one?
Positive intelligence.
Oh, you don't have. Yeah,
you actually gave me this book.
Oh, did I write in there? What did I say in there? Yeah. Hope you enjoy. Look at us. Look at us. Just two guys trying to make the world go round. Yeah. So you guys got to be around positive.
Yeah, my whole family read that book.
Did you? It'll kill you if you let negativity enter the chat room here. So whenever trolls show up, just ask the troll for their username on TopStep, and then we'll look them up, and then if you're going to talk shit about performance, then we're going to talk about your performance. You can't hide it. Let's do it. So you can't have negativity. So we've always been around great traders that even if they're struggling, or whatever, because we all do it. That's John. I don't know how many years ago we were reading that. What, 2016, 17, probably?
Yeah, I think we were in the downstairs office at 1:30.
And we'd walk by each other and shake our heads and made these markets, Yeah. How you doing? I don't know. And then we're dealing with traders that were like, this trader was up. They were rock. We thought this was going to be our next Michael Jordan. And now they're just as bad as a rookie trader right now, so.
In our office, we had it was conjoined hotel rooms. There was a door between our offices and then a door in the main part of the office. So we could just yell back
John.
and forth.
Give me some meatloaf.
We want it now.
Yeah, we were. Mm-hmm. I always had my desk closest to the risk managing desk that watched all the traders, and John, Mick, and then right next, Eddie had a studio right next to mine. So, I mean, it definitely felt like I've played favoritism with those guys to everybody else in the company, but that's what I knew best. I'm I don't know tech. I mean, there's a tech cave that I never went into of all the tech engineers. Everybody played a good part to get to us where we're at right now. But speaking of where we're at right now, at the end of my Friday.
All right. Well,
what are your plans for the weekend? Skiing?
I got invited to. It might be really. It's a Cloud9 party tonight.
Ooh.
Tonight, which will be really, really fun. And what's kind of cool about this is the Office is one of my favorite
shows.
One of my favorite. And the creator of it, I think, is going to be there. Or producer or something like that.
Cool.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that got me through every single day, made me laugh. So, let's see. But I got that invite. So me and the wife are going there tonight.
Awesome.
So,
we're out of time.
And then we're spring break.
Yes, we are just about out of time. And I got a few plugs before we go, if that's okay.
Yeah. Well,
I just want to remind everybody, TopStep X walkthrough today. All right, Coach Robert's going to host another TopStep X walkthrough. So let's keep that in mind. We got that coming up here today at 12 o'clock Central Time with group coaching. And if you missed it, yesterday's recording is up on YouTube. And he's going to do another one on Tuesday at 11 a.m. Central. So if you have any TopStep X questions, make sure that you tune in. Also, regarding the fire drill, yes, there is not one today. No fire drill today. We had them prior this week. Anyone who participated in yesterday's fire drill should have gotten an email this morning. If you filled out the check-in form and you don't see an email, please check your spam folder. And if you made the submission using the same email as the one in your TopStep profile, things went through smoothly, just like my throne sitting this morning. But anyway, we're going to take a little break here.
Come on, Eddie.
What the hell's going on this morning?
I never know. It's hilarious, though. He's my boy. He's great. Oh, Eddie, you're
Michael RIPS. Always a pleasure to hang with you guys. Have a great weekend.
Always.
Take care.
Yeah, have a great weekend. RIPS, Eddie, Hogue, and the whole production crew. Thanks, guys.
Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Time to share some success and time to avoid some failure. But before we bring on that handsome guy next to me, James, we had a Series 3 question there. And could you read the question for us and then give us the answer?
Absolutely. Just to review, if you didn't look at it for a whole break, here is the question. Why is hedge margin lower than speculative margin? Is it A, opposite cash and futures positions involve less risk than net long and net short positions? B, hedging is accomplished with relatively few contracts? C, hedgers require more liquidity because of their cash positions? Or D, hedgers are institutional customers? The answer to that one was A. There you go.
Hey.
Yeah, I'd like to buy a vowel there.
All right. Buying that vowel. Mick, I got a pocket full of them. Yes,
Okay.
that is Mick, our risk manager. And Mick, we are rapid fire here today. So let's get the party started. What do you got for us today here for Shoulder Tap?
Rapid tap today, Eddie. Before we get into it, I have some shout outs. I also want to tell the group of viewers what's been going on with the live accounts, how many people we've called up, and how many people we've offboarded or AKA closed live accounts. So it's a net 0 this week. We've called up 8 traders and we've closed 8 live accounts. So that kind of gives me me and I think everybody that's viewing here kind of a pulse for the week on. It's been a mixed board. You know, we've had some good performers, some low performers. I know not Eddie, John had recently mentioned it was a rough week for the top 10. I've kind of seen a little bit of that. We've had some stellar trading out of our live accounts this week. Jesus today's up over $12,000 in his account. We had the trader up over $20,000 during the FOMC on Wednesday. We've got up $7,600 today. And Jesus, the guy I mentioned who was up over $12,000 today, brought his account balance to $53,000 this morning. So that's a nice chunk of coin he's sitting on. Chen up 2,300. David A, a name we're all familiar with for his stellar performance in the live account recently, up 2,200. And then Coach DBA, Coach Dakota, up $3,900. He's having a good one this morning, or I should say in the overnight session, because he trades the overnight session. All right, so Eddie, we've got Rapid Tap today. We've been doing that every Friday for the last several weeks, and I really like the Rapid Tap a lot. We send out a form for traders to submit their emails where we can pull up the trade reports, analyze their trades, look at what they're doing well, look for areas of improvement, and comment on it. Our most recent batch, this is kind of, I was looking at all these accounts that got submitted, Eddie, and to be honest, I was a little displeased, for lack of a better word, because what I had seen from the people that submitted, and this has kind of been a common occurrence over the last few times we've done this, is, I really want to analyze people's trades and get into the nitty gritty and look at areas to improve. But we've had a lot of people submit their accounts where it's just they're hitting daily loss limit on day 1 and day 2. And I don't have a whole lot to share as far as, areas to improve or content. Those kind of submissions are really just glaringly obvious. If you're hitting your daily loss limit in a 50K account on day 1 and day 2, you're busting the account in 2 days. And I don't have a lot to, say other than, don't risk half of your account in a single day. But I don't know. I was thinking about that while I was putting these cards together, and just had to kind of speak my piece. So for the next time we submit these forms, because I think people like this Rapid Tap. If you like the Rapid Tap, do comment. We'll continue doing it if you like it. Or, I'd be open to maybe finding a different way to change things up for this segment here on Fridays. Anyways, kind of like I was hinting at, let's pull up the card for Eamon.
Oh, look at that.
I like the image. Eddie, does it look like I'm hung over in that picture or something like that there?
No, it looks like you're very happy doing something below your neckline.
Okay. All right. Below my neck, happy doing stuff below my neckline. I don't know what that means.
That nice smile with that mustache, just cooking right there.
All right, so Eamon, this is pretty straightforward and clear cut. I looked at his trade reports. It's daily loss limit. They're hitting it regularly early on in the account. I don't have anything else to share. The daily loss limit on a 50K comes quickly if you're trading the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, even with one contract on, Amen. Don't hit that daily loss limit. That's really all I've got for you. There wasn't that much else to share because it just, repeatedly daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit.
Right.
So there's nothing there, Eddie. Let's move on from Amen into Damien. It's kind of a similar story here with Damien. Same thing. Daily loss limit. Boom, 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 boom. You keep hitting it, stop hitting it, come up with a personal loss limit that's smaller than your daily loss limit, and don't risk $3,000 on an account that's got a $4,500 drawdown in that 150K. Let's pull up FNU, trading card for them.
There he is.
This is a little different. This is something that I'm happy to comment on. They got to go easy on the resets. Traders, we don't want you resetting in these accounts regularly. The reset's there only if you need it. You shouldn't have, I looked at this trade report, Eddie, if you take a look, they're in a 50K. They had a day where they lost $135 on day one in the account, and they reset that account. I don't understand that. That's such a small drawdown on day one. I don't understand the mentality there with I lose $135 and then I reset my account because I'm in a debit.
That's silly.
That's easy to make back.
Where's the challenge?
Yeah, where's the challenge? I don't understand that, so I'm not going to try and understand it. I'm just going to say don't do it. Again, the resets are there if you really, really need them, but for anybody who's trading that wants to get better, and that should be, a number one goal for everybody, get better. You're going to have to grind it out. Don't bail yourself out with the resets. Grind it out. If you get hit on the chin, make it back. Grind it out. Trade, learn from your trading, because this is all about learning. Nobody ever finds and maintains the magic potion in trading. You might have a great strategy that works for a period of time, and then all of a sudden market state changes and that strategy doesn't work. You have to make tweaks. You've got to make adjustments. You got to grind it out. So stay away from the resets, traders. Grind it out. Learn from, you have a $135 losing day. Why did that happen? What did I do? What could I do differently? How can I improve? You're not giving me too much to work with here, FNU, on this rapid tap trading card. So let's move on to the next one. Stay away from those resets.
You know what? Real quick, Mick. Once the PGA starts allowing mulligans, then I will sort of, it's not going to happen. It's a crutch. Resets are a crutch, folks.
Yeah, breakfast balls, mulligans. I do give myself a mulligan or a breakfast ball, 1 per 18 holes or something like that. All right, let's pull up James.
Okay.
James, a little bit more to work with here. An area to improve, keeping those losses smaller than the winners. That's something that I saw. I looked at multiple accounts of James. You're risking more on a daily basis than you're taking down on a daily basis. But things to keep doing. I mean, they are trading small, which is good. If you're not profitable more than, on a regular basis, do keep trading small. There's no reason to size up unless you're consistently profitable. So I like that. They are grinding it out. Not a lot of resets on James's accounts. So he's really working on developing. So I love that. Keep doing that, James. And really, things don't look too bad in the recent accounts that they've had. They're actually, pretty profitable in one of their the current trading combines. So whatever you're doing right now, keep doing it because it's working for you, James. So keep up the good work.
Question.
Yeah. What's up?
Mick, I do see that he's trading a lot of products here. What would you say on that? He's got his foot in a lot of these right now.
Which it can be a good thing and a bad thing, Eddie. I'm happy you brought that up. My approach to the market's technical approach. I'm not a fundamentals guy. I'm not a price action guy. Fundamentals play out in the technicals, in my opinion. If you have a technical approach to the markets and you're reading the charts and basing your trades off the charts, you can kind of, float around and see where opportunities are in these markets. For other traders that look at price action and fundamental analysis, you're going to probably want to stick to, only a couple different markets, because you don't want to be a jack of all trades, master of none. You want to be a master of your craft, of your product. There's time of day functions in each market that are different. The way that these markets trade is different. So, finding a product that fits your personality and the way the market moves. I know most of our traders are, in the NASDAQ or the S&Ps, these equity indices. But, markets trade differently. Tick values are different. It's hard to trade all the products out there. And I would never recommend that anybody do that. So that's kind of my answer to a great question is, it depends on the individual. Some people really need to focus on one, maybe two markets. Others can kind of, broaden their horizons and look at different markets. Again, myself personally, with the technical approach, I'll get in and I'll scan through daily charts and see where there's opportunity, and then pick my products, that way. So, how do you do it, Eddie? I mean, you're mostly gold. I know you do some equities, but what do you like looking at?
Gold's my priority. And the thing is, too, at some point in the day, gold just sort of, it rolls over and looks for a tummy rub. I mean, it ends. I mean, and the thing is, if you're on a good roll, you got to ask yourself, am I comfortable with my profits today? Or should I close it down? I'm not seeing the market correctly, but I really like the S&Ps. I mean, that was the biggest pit that I, did business for, Deutsche Bank and RBC. So I like to watch the S&P, back and forth. I'm sort of guilty as charged. If I do see some movement somewhere, I'm always looking at that market.
Deutsche Bank. It's funny. Every time I think of the olden days when we were still down on the floor and we'd talk about the volume coming in, and Deutsche Bank, we always called Deutsche Bank the Deutsche bags. But yeah,
Actually,
gold.
Those guys were the best friends. I mean, they were, no egos, treated you like gold. I've got to support that, but you didn't know them, and I don't blame you.
I had no. It was just a fun term to use, just having a little fun. I didn't know any of them personally, so anybody
with
out there,
1,000 lot
Deutsche Bank,
screw
don't
the
take that
market up.
personally.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, gold definitely looks for the tummy rub. I mean, it's got an early close too. I talk about time of day functions. Some of these markets, based off the old pit settlement times, I mean, that's really when volume dries up. So there's not a lot of price action in gold or volume or any activity happening after 1 o'clock. So yeah, but the morning session, gold moves around. I always had a tough time with gold. I had some good winning trades in gold, but I think overall I've probably lost money trading gold. That and the meats. Lean hogs and cattle. Won't touch those things. Never again. Never again. All right. So we got James up here. Let's move over to John. John, I'm happy John submitted this. He's not really doing anything glaringly wrong. There are regular losses that are relatively contained. I think maybe just switching up the strategy a little bit, John, would be something that I would look to do just based off what I saw in your trade reports, because I see that he's grinding it out. He's trading small. He's containing the losses, but he's profitable less than half the time. So making some tweaks or looking for a different strategy might be something there.
Okay.
Let's move on from John and go to Lewis. Lewis, this is an easy one. Lewis, don't hit that daily loss limit. I got nothing else to say. Don't hit the daily loss limit. I saw it in multiple accounts. Day 1, daily loss limit. Day 2, daily loss limit. I don't have a lot to share on these traders that are, risking half of their 50K account in a single day. I don't like to see it, so I'm going to be very direct and curt with them. Nathan, let's pull up his card. Same thing. Okay. Stay away from the daily loss limit. Let's move on to Nolan. Same thing. Stay away from
too
the
fast
daily
for me.
loss limit. The trading doesn't look awful on Noland overall, but on his losing days, he's hitting the daily loss limit, Eddie. $3,000 daily loss limit. The profits are not exceeding $3,000 on average. So this is really clear cut. And I'll be direct. Don't risk $3,000 if you're not putting up $3,000 regularly. Those $3,000 daily loss limit hits should be anomalies unless you're making $3,000 on a regular basis. So don't do it, Noland.
Well, Mick, I don't want to be a killjoy, but I used to take that daily loss limit all the way until I was butt up to it. And, but the thing is, I learned that if I can risk half of that daily loss limit, and you mentioned personal loss limit, folks, you got to have a personal loss limit. You got to commit to it. And it's an action. It's not a choice. It's not, well, maybe we can try another trade here. So once you hit it, you're done. And if you can commit to that, you're going to see a brighter tunnel at the next day trading. You're not going to be going, oh man, why did I push it to the limits? And don't think it goes away.
It adds up in a big way, Eddie. You're absolutely right. I mean, we give all of our traders a pretty big leash, a long leash. Just because we say you can risk up to $3,000 in a day doesn't mean you should. Now, people that are trading the large position size and people that are putting up big winning days, $3,000 loss on a day might not be that big, but for a lot of people, it is a big thing. I struggled early on in my trading when it came to the P&Ls, the losses. I didn't think about it as like tangible money that we hold in our pockets. It was early on, it was a number on the computer screen. And it wasn't until I took a lot of cuts on the chin before I started to say, like, I need to make some sort of correlation between that number on the computer screen and real money. And, I've always been a big person for leaving Post-it notes, little, inspirational notes or things not to do. Post-it notes all over my trading monitors. And you might even see one over my shoulder here. No, I took them down so you can't read what I've got on my monitors. But I used to keep my
milk, eggs.
Yeah, like I had saved up a bunch of dough to open up and fund my own account, and you really got to respect the money. What I had to do and what helped me was I kept some. I pulled out some old pay stubs that I had, and I put them on my desk. It's like I worked X amount of hours at the bar to make what I just made in 2 minutes trading, a market on a quick little move. And that really helped me with the, respecting the value of the dollar. I made 200 in corn, or I'm up 200 on this current position in corn. I spent 5 hours detailing a car to make that $200. It's really important. So try and, for everybody out there trading who, is comfortable losing large amounts of money, or even small amounts of money, do something to kind of bridge that gap with, okay, this money comes and goes very quickly in trading. What did I have to do to make that in my primary job or secondary job that I might have? It's really, really valuable, because when I started doing that, I started respecting the dough a lot more, and it really made me make better decisions, or allowed me to make better decisions financially in my trading, managing the risk. And then that's, we got to preserve our capital. It's all about managing your money. Good tangent to get on, Eddie. Glad you brought that up. Let's pull up a card for Radu.
Okay, one more. We got one more here.
Yeah, all right. Same thing here. Stay away from that daily loss limit. They're in the 100K. The daily loss limit of $2,000 is regularly hit in these accounts. My suggestion for Radu would be to go to a 50K, drop down account size, have that $1,000 daily loss limit. But again, institute a personal loss limit where you're not going to be butting up against that daily loss limit, because he hits the daily loss limit so many times. You got to find a smaller account, trade smaller, Stay away from that daily loss limit. Decrease your position sizing. That's a clear-cut one.
Right.
Do we just have
Hey,
time for one more, or could we get the last one for
Squeeze
Sean?
it in there, Mick. Squeeze
All
it.
right, yeah, we got a couple minutes. All right, Sean. Things don't look too bad, but we got to keep containing the losses. His average winning day is smaller than his average losing day. So this is another kind of clear-cut one. Overall, he's grinding it out. Things don't look awful here. We need to find more profitability. But a small little tweak to, limiting what you're taking on the losses, could really change the tune for Sean here. I think with this one in particular, just minimizing the losses, not risking as much on a daily basis, is going to be the difference between profitable trading and the unprofitable trading that we have right here. Because I saw some good stuff in the S&Ps and the crude oil, from this trader.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, we're just about out of time, and this was called Rapid Tap. Now, the theme here is the DLL. I mean, the majority of these traders need to stay away from that daily loss limit, and that's when we bring in that personal loss limit.
It's the theme every Friday for Rapid Tap. It's a theme every Friday. Stay away from the daily loss limit.
That should be telling the traders this is the number one priority that we need to work on. All right? I mean, consider your account a business. Your business. You're the CEO. All right. You don't want to go under. You don't want to go bankrupt. You don't want to have to shut things down. Keep that mindset. Okay. And Mick, appreciate you jumping here and bringing in these trading combines, so everybody can get an idea what needs to be done. Now there is that link. That link still works, right? Ask a risk manager.
Yeah, we actually need some more submissions. So can we drop that link?
Okay, I'm going to post that link.
Or next week. Give me some good stuff and give me some stuff that's not, I hit my daily loss limit every day. Let me dig in and find some more stuff other than, stating the glaringly obvious.
Right. And remember, we can't get to everyone. I know that you're probably going to get blitzed with many, but we're going to try to get to as many as possible, and we'll do that next Friday. But otherwise, Mick, I love that top you got on there. That is sharp. What's the little logo right there?
Oh, this is Geneva National Golf Club I'm at in Wisconsin. Good spot.
Oh.
We got the Trevino course, the Palmer, and the Player course. We got snow on the ground here today. I'm going up there this weekend. I don't know if I'll be able to get out and play golf. I haven't got a round under my belt yet this year, but hoping to, itching for it.
Well, I hope the weather gets better for you. It's a pleasure seeing you. All the best to the family. You have a great weekend. This has been Shoulder Tap, and that is Mick, and we'll be back here again here next week. But hang tough here. We do have coming up here next, we do have Power Players with Peter Tuchman and Hogue. So we'll be right back.
Yes, power players with the most power player of them all, Mr. Peter Tuchman, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. He is fired up on this Friday. Mr. Peter Tuchman, welcome to TopstepTV. How are we feeling today? How has the week been? Tell us everything that's going on down there on the floor, especially what happened yesterday on the floor at the New York Stock Exchange. Oh, no. No. Oh, no.
Hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Peter. I can hear you.
Hold on. I know
Okay.
you can. I know you can. I got to get to a better spot. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see if I can do this better. How's that? Now I'm freezing. Why
Good.
is
Just
this
stay in that
happening?
spot. Wherever you
Oh
are,
my
stay
God.
there.
Driving me crazy. Why would I get this together?
Oh, sorry about this, guys.
Here, let me
He was
get
down
to
on
a
the floor
spot.
for the Reddit IPO. He was going to tell us all about that Reddit IPO. We got to get that connection sewn up.
No sense.
Mike, no, I'm good. Oh, man, he was down there on the floor for the Reddit IPO. We're going to get his thoughts. Want to hear how that process goes down, how that all
right,
happens.
there.
Okay, I see you in the green room. Okay. A tradition going on there. Anyways, all right. Well, we'll try to get that figured out. In the meantime, yeah, he was going to tell us about his thoughts on the FOMC from Wednesday and that Reddit IPO yesterday. I'm so fascinated to hear about how that whole process goes down while you're there on the floor, from the opening price to where it trades and when you can actually execute a trade, all that stuff. We're going to get all that good information. We're still trying to work on that connection. So that being said, my apologies for missing Fast Markets this morning. I had some personal matters to attend to. I'm super happy to be back here on TopstepTV.
Well, Andre, while we wait for Peter to get back, I do have two things for you. The first one is
what did I got? What is
they're both pretty good. They're both pretty good. The first one is
look at him.
While we're speaking of Tuchman, look at him right there.
There he is.
Talking about Reddit.
There he is. Look at
You
with his
see
glasses
the man
on.
every day.
Look at that with the Reddit, man. Look at that. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, good catch.
The most
and then,
photographed
from
man?
this morning. From this morning, I the chat really missed you, and I took a screenshot of it for you.
Well, I appreciate that.
They were missing out on you this morning, so I put that together for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's the kind memes. You get the, one day you're wearing the bullets, the next day you're getting the hugs. I appreciate that, James. Thank you very much. But
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr. Tuchman. Talk to us, man. Talk to us. I want to hear about that Red IPO. We just saw that picture of you on the floor with your glasses on, locked in on that IPO. Tell us how that process goes. Tell us what's going on all around you. Take us through all the steps that's happening, man. It looks so cool.
You know what? It is one of the greatest things we do down here at the NYSC.
So
the
cool.
Whole the price discovery process of an IPO, right? So everybody comes down. Obviously, they've released 22 million shares. Everybody shows up for the crowd. There's a nice show for the morning. Everybody comes down. The CEO is there with his family. They were kind.
Shit. Son of a
Peter, if you can hear us, we lost all your audio, but your video is flawless.
His video is flawless. Peter, oh
Let
no.
him cook.
I want it. Just let him cook. Should we just clear out and let him cook? I mean,
Here, I can read lips.
I'm trying to read lips.
Everybody was there. There was 5 times and 5, 6, 7 times. There was Reddit and everything. Everybody was trading. And
the CEO was there.
I bought a bunch and then I'm just trying to kind of read lips here. Sorry about that.
Serena Williams was there. She hit a few serves, a few dingers. Everyone loved it.
Peter, your audio.
We cannot hear you.
We can't hear you. I can't hear you, Peter. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Shit. God, this is the one story that's going to be so cool to hear.
Oh, it was going to be sick, too.
I know. He was there. All right, James.
You've missed a hell of a Friday so far.
You're telling me, hey, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, we're going to try to work on that connection. Why, Jack? Why has it been a hell of a Friday? Go on.
Things have just been operating slightly outside how they normally do.
That's when we do our best. That's when we do our best work, man. He was going to tell us that picture. I want to hear how the whole process.
Hey, let's go.
There you are.
All right.
Stay right there. Don't move, Peter. Stay right there.
Okay, here, I'm not moving. So listen.
Okay, good. Right there.
We come down to the floor. All the CEO and everybody, his family were down there, right? Obviously, they released 22 million shares priced at $34. It was way oversubscribed. Nobody got any stock on the deal. So anybody who wants to participate in this deal, the first social media company to go public since Snapchat, 100 million monthly users. It's a hot friggin' number. Everyone wants to be involved. There was 2 million shares to buy coming out of the gate, right? Obviously, you've got to find sell side. There's not a lot of stock available for sale. The banker was Goldman. The banker was Morgan Stanley, right? Over the next 4 hours, we basically built the book. Right. So that's what does that mean? You're kind of the process, the price discovery process is where you're really building a building. You're laying down the framework, the foundation. You're putting the bricks in. If you do it right, the way a stock opens on an IPO will purport the way the stock trades forever and ever. No guarantee, obviously, in the company. But if you build the building correctly and you put the bricks in right and use the good mortar, you're going to have a solid IPO. We ended up opening it at almost 1:30 in the afternoon. The supply and demand took it up to $47. At one point, it was looking as high as 50, and then sellers started coming in at a crazy premium, right? Priced at 34. 47, that's an additional 25% premium higher. It opened at $47 and promptly popped up to 57. It had an amazing trading range. It had a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy. Look, nothing to say about the company. I mean, the company's pretty extraordinary, right? But look, people have been dying for an IPO for a while. We have not really had a good one. The landscape has not been friendly since the WeWork debacle with Adam Goldberg, whatever his friggin' name was. He destroyed the IPO for the longest time. The night before the IPO with WeWork, the valuation in the 50 billion range, right? It turns out the night before they were pricing it, it turns out they found out that all his shit was about smoke and mirrors, and he was just spending money on cocaine and hookers, right? And there was no money and no basis behind the company. That gave everyone's lack of trust and confidence in the whole IPO market. It really destroyed it for years. Literally, that's how it happened. It's just like going to a restaurant and getting food poisoning. It tainted the whole IPO market. So I'm hopeful that with the markets trading at record highs and with this really nice, solid IPO we had yesterday, and now going forward, it's going to trade in a range, right? You're going to see people start to get involved. You have to get a lot of the customers to now become shareholders. Obviously, that's the goal, right? You've got 100 million monthly users. Now these people who love the company, who are loyal, and think about how cool this is. They had a loyalty program. People who are active Reddit users actually were able to get stock on the IPO. Right. I know that the CEO got a friggin' $200 million, a deal by bringing the company public. Look, I wish I was him, but that doesn't even matter. At the end of the day, they actually allotted a bunch of the shares to people who are active, loyal users of Reddit and whatnot. So that was what happened yesterday with the IPO. It acted beautifully, came to market. It was a perfect classic deal. Everybody who was in it on the secondary market, like myself, I was trading it for customers. We were able to get some on the open at 47. We were able to trade it. And so it was a successful trade. Look, when a stock opens up 14 points from the deal price, there's a chance that it doesn't go higher, but this one did, and it actually jumped up $10 after that. Let's talk about the FOMC meeting. Okay. Yep. All eyes were on the FOMC this week. Obviously, the CPI and the PPI number that came out a couple of weeks ago were a little lighter than expected, right? People were really hopeful that we were going to break below the 3% range in inflation. We did not. They were looking at for 2.9. It came out 3.1. So it was a little disappointing, and that's why people were fearful of what was going to happen with Jay Powell. But already coming into this meeting on Wednesday, we had the probability that they had cut from 7 proposed cuts to 3 was already on the table. So we already knew that the economic data was going to affect the positioning and the posture of the Fed, cutting way less times than they thought. He came on. Look, it's super important. Everybody's hanging on every word that Jay Powell says. What was the most significant things that he said was that really made the market take off? Because as you guys know, we've spoken about it before. Fed day is a crazy day. It's a volatile day. News will come out whether they raise the number, lower the number. It goes up 100. It goes down 100. It gyrates wildly. And then it settles in. And then the news conference starts. And literally everything that he says, and very often he speaks outside of both sides of his mouth. There's often very often a lot of dissent amongst the other governors. So it is a bit of a sketchy game. But at the end of the day, he said that we're going to have 3 cuts in 2024. We're going to do 75 basis points in total. But we don't know whether it's June, August, July. So, but that's an okay thing. What made the market completely take off was the fact that he said, it's very clear to me that we've seen the height of interest rates. That took it off the table that no matter what happens economically, we will not ever be raising interest rates again, at least in this section, right? And that kind of gave people some kind of, look, I'm not overanalyzing this. I'm just saying how the market responded to that comment. It was literally that comment which basically blanketly said to people, because as I said, they give, he'll say one thing and then completely contradict himself in another term. When he said that we've seen the high, that was literally the green light for the market to say go. And then from that moment on, the market took off. It was probably a massive short cover plus a complete irrational enthusiasm. The market rallied, was super solid, and closed at the high. It closed at a record high. And what was important about that is the follow through day after the Fed, which was yesterday, is very telling about what the market really thinks of what he said. And the fact that we were solid yesterday, the IPO was a solid one. We closed yesterday at record highs in the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ, record highs. These are real numbers, real money, real time, right? Okay. At the end of the day, that showed us that there was a lot of positivity around it. Now, granted, we did not hit 40,000. I do have Dow 40,000 hats printed up. I do not bring them out until bring them out until we close above that, because I don't want to put the Kavorka on the thing. I don't want to put the jinx on. But it's very clear. I once brought out the Dow was trading at 19,000. It was trading at 18,999, and I brought out a hat.
Oh no!
It never hit 19,000, and it went down 1,000 points over the next 3 months. So I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson. I'm not that powerful, but I'm superstitious. So at the end of the day, I will not.
100%. Peter Tuchman, you jinxed the market from going to 18 to 19,000. You jinxed the market. Well, if that's all we got from Peter Tuchman today, that was all we needed. Peter, if we can come back in, I want to talk
those
about
of you
Wall Street
in
Global.
the chat asking, like, should we get Peter a gimbal or some other connection? I would just posit, like, you can't train a wild stallion. This is how it is. This is how we get it.
Yeah, this is
take what you get.
Yeah, take what you get for sure. But I will do a plug on his behalf because he's so generous with his time. And we look at Einstein. There you are, Mr. Tuchman.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, hey, buddy, what's up? Okay, hey, so real quick, why don't you tell us about Wall Street Trading Global Academy real quickly? We're so appreciative of your time. Tell us about your initiative with the Academy, what you guys are doing over there, and how you guys are partnering up with Topstep real quick.
So when markets trade at this kind of high levels, it's really important for people trading the market should learn what technical analysis is and risk management using stop orders. We are partnered with Topstep because we think they're the top of the line in the futures funded trading game. All barriers to entry are down. We had a webinar on Wednesday. We talked about Topstep, a whole bunch together. If you want to open up an account to become a futures funded trader, you will get paid to trade the market. If you come to Wall Street Global Trading Academy, we will teach you everything you need to know about technical analysis, risk management, money management, trade management. Together, it is really a match made in heaven. It is the keys to the castle. You go to Topstep first. There's a link in my IG bio. Then, yeah, right. So go to Topstep, join them, then come to Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Join us, and you got the package from heaven, baby. That's all I got to say.
Peter Tuchman, you have one hell of a weekend. Congratulations on the great IPO yesterday. I have more questions for you. Maybe we'll follow up next week. Thank you for your insight, your analysis, and your everlasting energy. Peter Tuchman, fly from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Have a good weekend, Peter Tuchman.
You too, buddy. See you on Monday.
Take care. want to talk about real power players? We got the real power player in the house,
Oh.
Mr. John Hoagland. Here to set you up on that one, Johnny. Good to be back on with my main man, John Hoagland. Johnny, I missed you this morning. Taking a look at the
Missed you
charts
too.
here. I see a sell-off pre-opening bell here around 6:45 Central Time. Any reason for that sell-off, or is it just kind of an overextension of the upside, and we just kind of had to take some profits? What did I miss, if anything?
Well, in the S&Ps yesterday, the market opened with a gap. It tried to close the gap all day. We lost 13,000 in open interest. To me, that says that's some profit taking.
Oh,
That is longs just kind of liquidating some of those positions, driving price lower while they're doing so. And today, in the S&P, we opened at the low of the range and kind of rejected it. We've now pretty much closed the gap from Thursday to from Tuesday to Wednesday. And we've kind of talked about that level, the high and the low of that gap being important levels. Andre, you can see, I think it was Dan Trader that reminded me earlier this week that that last week's weekly kickoff high was 52.90. Well, we
52.90.
blasted right through it on Wednesday.
Yep.
We came back down to it from the other direction today, and it so far has put in the low for the S&Ps. But it's
5290.
also basically the gap close, right?
5290. Wow. I mean, to the damn tick. That's
Pretty much. And
unbelievable.
and-
Nice call on that level. Okay. Wow. All right. So we'll see if we can get a pullback back to 5290. Maybe take a long
then-
there because it doesn't. I don't know. We'll see. It doesn't look like there's too much conviction. New lows in the Dow here, Eddie. Thank you for that. Yeah, new lows in the Dow.
Well,
Dow's in the Dow. What do you got there? Take a look at the Dow because Dow's been getting a lot of love lately, John.
We talked about the Dow earlier during fast markets, and
Okay.
the Dow opened in range and in value from yesterday. The Nasdaq opened with a gap to the downside, so the Dow pullback is not as deep as right now the pullback in the S&P and the Nasdaq. As a matter of fact, I think we may have just closed that gap from Tuesday's high to Wednesday's low. So now we've closed that gap. I don't really watch it. I don't really look at the Dow. I don't study the Dow that much. I have promised to some of you folks that I will start looking at it and start putting together some weekly kickoff levels for the Dow. And Andre, I mean, we have to remember that these are very related markets, right? You got the S&P, the Nasdaq, the Dow, the Russell. All of the stock indices are very related, but they're also very different. It's like they're like kids. If you have 4 kids and one of them's named S&P, one's named Nasdaq, one's named Dow, and one's named Russell. Russell would actually be a kid's name.
Well, let me.
They're your kids.
Yeah, you walked into that one, John.
They're your kids, but each one of them has different personalities, and each one of them has preferences and the ways that they act and things that they do and things that they are good at and things that maybe they're not that good at, right? So, if you have 4 kids, they always say you love your kids equally but differently, right?
Is that
So
true?
you have to remember that all of these equities markets are like your kids. You love them, on good
Just say
days.
it.
You might not
Just say
like
it,
them that
John.
much on bad days,
Just say it.
but they all act a little bit differently. So the Dow, which was the leader on the way up, is the lagger on the way down, I would say. Right?
Yeah.
We had the big up day on Monday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, just continuing to push to the upside. And it opened in a better position. It has now closed the gap from Tuesday or from Wednesday. Let me put this on here.
Yeah,
So
it's
it
been
makes it
closed.
a little bit more visible.
Hey, John, real quick. Like,
Right.
you know how we have like favorite markets? You compare markets to kids. Does that mean that parents have favorite kids then?
They probably do, but they would never admit it. Right?
Well done. Enough said. That's all I wanted to hear. Anyways, back to the gap close of the Dow.
You love your kids equally, but differently because they're different,
Fair
right?
enough.
So
Fair enough.
looking
Gotta level them
at
up because you never know who's going to take care of you when you're old.
There's that
Yeah,
too.
right?
Eddie.
Yeah, who's gonna pick your nursing home? That's your favorite kid right there.
Oh no. Let's just stick to the market. So my favorite market is the ES. Your favorite market is the ES, but we're looking at the Dow right now. Well, it hasn't been getting as much love out of our 4 children, but now it's starting to move up the rankings here and become our favorite child. So let's take a look at the gap. Let's take a look at the profile here.
Yeah. So there's the gap Tuesday to Wednesday. Wednesday, the big run up.
Hits with prices, John. Hits with prices.
Well, the gap, which we're kind of focusing on now because we've just filled it. The Tuesday's high, Wednesday's high, 39,974.
874.
That's Wednesday's high. Thursday's low, 40,009. 40,009. Okay. So when we look at where the market opened, it opened in range and in value. Basically, the market, the value low from Thursday was 40,202. Value high was a little lot higher than that, 40,292. But we opened basically in range and in value, where when we look at the S&P, there it is. S&P, this would be kind of where the Dow opened. S&P opened here below value, in range, but below value. Value low, 53,009. The low of the day yesterday, 53,000. I'm sorry, 5,300. Yep, and then the gap close between Wednesday's high and Thursday's low was to 52,8950. 52,8950. What's the weekly kickoff level? 5290. Where'd the market trade down to? 5290. Closed the gap to the tick. Closed the gap to the tick. Right? And then in the NASDAQ, which, that's another one of our favorite kids.
Third favorite right now. Third favorite.
Right. The high from Wednesday, basically 18,497. The low from Thursday, 18,526. The market opened. I'm sorry. This was overnight. This is the low from Thursday, 15,552. So when we opened between that 552 low from Thursday and the high from Wednesday, 50, we called it, I think, 18,500. Yep. It's 18,497, but close enough.
Same.
So we're talking to Michael. He's like, "What are your levels?" I'm like, "Well, I like the high from Wednesday and the low from Thursday." Well, the market opened between them. So the first thing the market did was trade to the low from Thursday and then to the low from Friday. It almost filled the gap. It didn't quite fill the gap. And so the market has been rotating, just filling the gap from Thursday's low to Wednesday's high. We just fill in the gap here. Fill in the gap. Any business left to do here? Let's go check it out. So we're just kind of hanging out with the other kids in the fort, which I'm going to call the fort, the gap.
I like that. Pillow forts, man. I remember when I was a kid building those pillow forts in the basement. Those were really good times.
Yeah.
So, John,
you can't touch the floor because the floor is lava.
The floor is lava. They're still playing that game today. My buddies have kids. Michael's kids. The floor is lava. The kids freak out and jump up on the couch. Works every single time. All right, John. So now that we close the gap, right? We close the gap. S&P's the Dow, like you're showing. Right. How do we proceed from there? Is it kind of a wait and see if the market, if we make another push to the upside, or if we see if that gap now is closed, access support? Well, where do you move from here? Because obviously we might not get too much more movement for the rest of the day. Today, maybe a couple ticks here, a couple ticks there. But Monday's the start of a fresh week. We've got the whole weekend to digest what happened this week with FOMC, the gap closing, all that. How do we proceed from here?
Well,
from your past experience, how is it a wait and see, and then we kind of jump on the move from there, or is it something like we wait for the breakout?
It's Friday.
It is Friday.
All right.
So maybe for next Monday.
In the Dow. Hang on. Let me look at
you Dow traders, you're getting love now.
Okay.
Coach Robert.
Right, so
you're getting that Dow love.
We are potentially and it looks like we're going to be finishing this 30-minute period
Yeah.
right here, this F period, which is from 10 to 10:30, we're probably gonna be opening outside of the initial balance, which we already did. This is the Dow, right?
Yep.
So when we opened outside of the initial balance, C period came down. That's 9:30 to 10. The
Yep.
D period never closed those single TPOs back to the initial balance. The market opened in a spike to the downside. So when we don't close these single TPOs, the
Yes.
idea is we could see this market continue to push lower, and it's still pushing lower. Now remember, this is the Dow. So we've got, an early distribution in the initial balance. We've got a secondary distribution below the initial balance where the market has been balancing. Now we're continuing to try and seek lower levels to facilitate trade. If we close this bar in the next 2 minutes below this level, that's
What
going to
level?
create another area of single TPOs. That's going to be resistance. If we can't close those single TPOs back to the previous area of balance, then one of two things is going to happen. It's going to continue to try and push lower, seeking opportunities to facilitate trade, or it may range here. If at any time we come up and we close out these single TPOs, we start kind of moving back into this area of balance, the move would be back to the upper area of that balance. If we take out these TPOs, then something maybe really has changed, and there may be somewhat of a reversal today. I'm not seeing that.
Right.
Andre, look at the dome in the S&Ps. I know you've got the dome there. Here's the dome.
Yeah, let's take a look.
It still looks thin.
It's been like this all week, John. It's been like this kind of like all week. You'll see 1,000 lot come in here and there. What is it telling you? Is it telling you that the market's kind of exhausted for the week? Obviously, it's telling me don't trade right now because there's no conviction in the market one way or another. As we know, like you just said, the market's going to seek liquidity. Well, there is liquidity, but you know what I mean. Looking for fat block orders, right? So, for all the traders out there trading ES out there and NASDAQ as well, so NASDAQ's always thin. But what does this tell you? You're looking at it's Friday around lunchtime right now. It's been a crazy week with FOMC and whatnot. The Reddit IPO. What is this telling you right now when you look at this ladder like this? You brought my attention to this because why?
Well, I mean, we talked about it earlier with RIPS, and RIPS it's almost like the market makers haven't come back into the market from FOMC. We got quarter end rebalancing next week. It's going to be a short week. We don't trade on Friday, he was kind of looking at starting to trade his live account again today. I don't think that he did. I think he decided to hold off till Monday, and it was probably a good thing. So it seems as though a big kind of participant in the marketplace seems to be missing. I mean, we're seeing triple digits on the dome, but all the way up at 53.10, we've got 666 on the offer. That's ominous. 666. I don't like that.
Where, Jeff? 666. Where? What price?
See it. What did we just had that all the way up at 53.10.
Yep.
53.10. And it's just hanging out there. But I mean, look on both sides of it. It's single digits. Then we get into some double digits. But the market this morning, it was really thin. I mean, 2 points either side of the last price. We were sitting in double digit bids and offers, and in a normal market that's not expecting any kind of news, anything like that's unusual for the S&Ps.
Yes, it is.
I think we need to feed our child S&P a little bit more. It needs to get a little bit thicker.
I think S&P's been in timeout for the last 48 hours after that FOMC, that temper tantrum they threw on Wednesday afternoon. There's been a little bit of a timeout. Just beneath 5,300 here. Anything until today? Anything? I mean, did you take the opening range trade? Was there any business to conduct on this Friday?
We were 50-50 in tilt and everything right now, pretty much. We did see some pretty decent negative delta that we're still seeing in the S&Ps, but I'm calling it congruent.
Okay.
NASDAQ delta positive 5,000. NASDAQ is actually looking relatively buoyant right now. Buoyant.
mean
That's an industry term.
a good
Means
word.
it's floating on the top of the surface here.
A little too frothy, a little too toppy.
Yeah, we were really focused on the gap low and the gap high. We kind of enveloped the range today early at 18,500 and 18,000. I'm sorry, 18,500 and 18,550, and the vast majority of the activity has occurred right in that gap. I mean, it's I don't know, if it were me and I'd had a good week, and
Yeah.
whether I was up money or down money today, I would probably
You'd be
just
golfing.
take the batteries out of my mouse, sit back and watch TopstepTV for the rest of the day, because we got some cool stuff here. We got Robert. He's going to be talking about the platform again. We got Jack and Bonnie for TopQuiz.
Look at this. Look at this.
Me, Robert, and Anne Marie are going to be looking at a potential way to use to see tilt and the average bid and average offer on a screen with the candlesticks, whichever tool you want to use, so we can kind of look and see. Because Anne Marie, Andre, I know that you've been kind of hawking and interested in this conversation. Anne Marie was saying, like when it's really tilty one way or the other, like it's really long or really short, and we see the average price of buys and of longs and shorts really close together.
Yep.
She's been noticing that's when something happens. There's either a pullback, something changes at that point. So I've got a kind of a makeshift way to kind of see that, instead of going, okay, of course, we love the tilt. All right, well, it's 80% short. What's the average long? What's the average short? I've got to go down and I've got to look at those things. And if we put them linearly, we put a line on the charts where we can see that, it might be a little bit easier to kind of see in real time how close those long positions and short positions are, especially when it starts to get really tilty. I've got a kind of a makeshift. It's not a real chart, but I want to see what you and what Robert and what Anne Marie think about doing this, because I don't think it would be that difficult to code. We've got a lot of things that we're adding to Topstep X, of course, and this could just be one of those things that's on the line. If we think that it's going to be useful, then I think it's worthwhile to code it.
Absolutely, John. We're starting to see those S&Ps pull back here. We're to trade 52.91. I mean, if we can get to 52.90, I know we're being greedy by 4 ticks here, but
this is really the third move down to it.
Oh, is that right? Okay, I'm seeing 2. There was a third. Okay.
Well, I mean, it moved down to it, and then this bar closed, opened, and then pushed back up to it. So, on the profile, it's not a strong low. This is a weak low down here. This double bottom. Some people say that's an opportunity, and it may hold. But what I do like about it is the fact that it's very cheap. If we start extending the range to the downside,
right there,
which
stops.
we just did,
right there,
which we just now we got to see.
Now, okay, what are we looking for, John? All right, let's do this in real time. What are we watching for? I think there's some stops that just got triggered beneath 52.90. We're gonna see it pop above that. Now we wait to see. What are we waiting to see?
So, unfortunately, we've got 24 minutes left in this bar. What I'd like, there it is. Okay, what I'd like to see, if I'm thinking long, is for this little auction down here, to fade. I don't want price to come back down here, but I have to wait until noon to see the market close back up here before this actually becomes a potential auction fade, right? Failed auctions tend to be earlier in the session and involve the high and the low of the initial balance. If this comes down here and doesn't continue, and we stay in the body of the profile, maybe even back in value, then this gives us an auction fade where we can look for an opportunity for a rotation back to the high of value, maybe even just a rotation back to the point of control
Right.
would be good, right?
Yeah, but you said, all right, you said, but we're gonna have to. You're saying we're gonna have to wait 24 minutes before we can make that decision. I mean, that's a lot can happen in those 24 minutes.
That's the bitch of it. If you will pardon my French, I'm sorry about that.
It's Friday. Let it rip.
I try not to speak like that.
It is Lent. It is Lent right now, John. So we got to watch.
It is Lent. Okay, so the nice thing about it, Andre, is it's only 3 ticks down here. I mean, this is considered excess. It's not strong excess. Doesn't surprise me that we took out that weak low, but we didn't take it out by much. So if I want to preempt it and I want to say, you know what, I think this low is going to hold. It's closed the gap. I think this is going to hold. Well, the market is in a position where I can take a long, and I don't have to pay a lot I don't have to pay a lot for that muffler, if you will. Okay, it's a cheap long down here because if this does end up holding, I can risk. Well, it's getting more expensive as we talk, but when we're down here, I can risk 3-4 points, and if it does play out, and this is why I like that. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Because if we do get it bought down here and we risk 3 points, where is our potential profit target? Well, a potential profit target, first one would probably be point of control.
What's the price, John? What's the price? Because I want to see if I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing. What price are you saying?
Okay,
Point of control.
52.95 is the TPO
the
point of control.
Cool. All right, I'm seeing that too. That's 3 points. That's 3 points then. So we're risking 3 to make 3, essentially.
No, I think if we were able to get really good trade location down here, if we get the opportunity and it does hold, we're risking 3 down here. Let's call it 91s to 95s. So we're looking at 3. That's about a 1-to-1. So I would demand really good trade location on this. I don't want to buy it here because that's a 1-to-1 reward over risk.
Right.
I want to see if the market will come back down here, give me a chance at a cheaper entry before I'm going to take that, because I want it to be at least a 2-to-1 back to point of control. If we do get it and it does hold and we get back to point of control, then we can monitor. We can say, well, the momentum looks pretty good here. We're starting to see volume coming in at higher levels. The next target would be the high of value, which is 52.98 half. 52.98
half.
Oh,
yep, that's essentially where VWAP is.
Right. Okay. All right. So now we've got confluence, high of value, and VWAP.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Here we go.
Right? So, if we were, in the right frame of mind, thinking that at the time, hey, this looks like it might hold, and I can get it cheap here. If I'm going to take that trade, I can get 2-to-1 even if it just gets to the point of control, or if it gets to value high, then I'm getting better than 2-to-1. I'm getting 2, 3, 4-to-1 if it does get back to VWAP. And where do all roads lead?
VWAP. He's in the chat right now. George is in the chat right now.
George.
He was waiting for us to say it. He's laughing. He's laughing right now as we say it. George, you created a monster with that, but there's something to it, man. There really is. So confluence there. That was a really cool example that just played out right in front of our eyes. Here on TopstepTV, we got about 1 minute left here on Power Players. I hope you guys enjoyed that session with Peter Tuchman from, it was kind of, spotty service right there. He is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. You'd think the service would be better, but he's got a lot of energy, likes to move around. He's probably jumping from, hotspot to hotspot, wherever the hell they're called. John, it was really good. It was really good being back on with you. We're going to keep an eye on these levels around the 52.90s here and see if we can get a bounce. Like you said, we're still waiting for this time period to close. We got 19 minutes left here.
Yeah,
we do have Top Quiz coming up.
Time bites, man. Time bites.
Time does bite, but we're going to keep an eye on that. You said the point of control is 52.95. This is all we're talking S&Ps here, 52.95. So that's the cheap entry around 90s. You get in there, try to sell 95s, risk 3 to make 4. It's pretty good reward over risk, as we like to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, John,
we're 6 ticks from point of control already. What the heck are we doing?
Yeah, we are. I mean, that was a quick little scalp. That
Tuchman thing made me reminded me of all the IPOs that I've missed.
All right, really quick. We'll leave on that. Hit us with some names, John.
Well, I mean, I was already on the trading floor, like, maybe a little bit too early for like Microsoft, but definitely Apple, Starbucks, Google. If you could have got on all those IPOs, who knows
Chipotle.
where we could be at this time.
Chipotle,
Yeah,
yep.
right.
Oh, look at
Right?
Mr. Northwestern there. Look at Mr. Northwestern. Proud of
You'll see it during TopQuiz. The Cats are on right now. They're winning last I checked.
Go
Awesome.
Cats, go Cats. All right, we'll roll out of here. On to Mr. Wildcat himself, Jack. John, it was great being on with you. Good luck with your session today in the Strategy Lab. We're tuning in for that to see how they utilize tilt. When they see a big tilt one way or another, when prices are close to each other, the bid and ask. John, it was awesome being back. Jack, TopQuiz coming to you next.
Back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz March Madness Edition. Bonnie, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed. The basketball team that I root for is currently down 4 points to Florida Atlantic University. So we'll see what happens there. In the meantime, we'll do some top quizzing. All right. There's going to be 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you will qualify for a raffle for one of 50 free resets, and the top 5 will win as well. Answer the questions on your device because that's where they show up first.
Jack, who do you have winning for your championship?
I have like 6 or 7 brackets, so I have multiple teams. I don't think any of them are out yet. But
I was like, I only have one with Topstep.
Who you got winning?
I have UConn and Purdue playing, and UConn winning.
Yeah. Well, you're going out on a limb there, 2 1 seeds. Yeah, I think UConn's going to win as well. They do have that 7'3" guy on Purdue who is an absolute monster. So we'll see what happens. All right. Looks like we got close to 900 people in here. So I think it's almost time to rock. It's a grab bag of questions today. 2 of them were submitted by Mr. Eddie Horn himself. So let's have some fun. You ready, Bonnie?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes. All right, let's do this. Top quiz for Friday, March 22nd, 2024. The first question is as follows. This social media company had its IPO yesterday and jumped from $34 to $50 a share before closing. Was that Snapchat, Reddit, Quora, or Truth Social?
Is it Quora?
It's under 5 seconds, so I can tell you it's not Quora. Anything else?
Reddit?
It is Reddit. Yes. It is Reddit. Wall Street Bets is now a publicly traded company. Should be fun. Bonnie, have you ever gone to one of those conferences? I went to like the HubSpot conference one year, and the one of the founders of Reddit spoke. It's always an odd energy there.
That's awesome.
All right, here we go. All right, so far we got Marty, Narquil, Terp Trades, Blue Lily Pad, and Bonnie.
Cool.
I don't know what that means.
Is that
your mom, Bonnie?
I don't know. I'm like, is that talking about my height? I'm trying.
Yeah. Leave Bonnie alone. All right, let's do it. Question 2. I believe it's an Eddie question. Which of the following is not a current or former event at the Summer Olympic Games? Tug of war, competitive art, quail egg eating, or dueling pistols? You may be shocked to learn that 3 of these are current or former events at the Summer Olympics.
I was going to say, would it be quail egg eating?
Bonnie, you are correct.
Okay, good.
We'll have to, Eddie, if you're back there, can you jump in on this? Did you look into this?
Yes, I did. These were actually dueling pistols was an Olympic event for 1 year, which was probably a good idea. Whoever had that idea. But yes, the other 3 were former Olympic events.
Yeah,
Good
actually,
to know.
What is competitive art? Do they paint?
Yeah, they had painting, sculptures, and so forth. And if you Google it, you'll see some of the work that they had. But
That's cool.
yeah, tug of war was one of them also. But yeah, no quail egg eating.
All right, let's get a GoFundMe together. We got to get quail egg eating in there. I know they're bringing in like flag football, which will be fun, but we need those quail eggs to get 8. At the top of the list, we have someone who's straddling the line of getting blacked out if they win. Mike, and I leave a long pause here, Kahooter. Apex sucks. A bimbo. Jet Li he and Q of Q fame. Good to see you're doing well, Q. All right. Question number 3. What is the tick price for a CME Bitcoin futures contract, the BTC? Is it $5, $10, $25, or $50?
Oh gosh.
This is fine not to know. I looked this up as well. For what it's worth, a Bitcoin
$25?
contract is hell yeah, you're right.
Wait, really? That was a lucky guess.
Looks like not a lot of people out there are trading Bitcoin futures. Each contract is 5 Bitcoins times $5 a piece is $25. Did better with the dueling pistols. All right, here we go. Jet Li knew it. Astru nerd. Oh boy, Bonnie, my guy's back. All right, Sir Clap Thy Cheek is pretty funny. And then Naz Dude. All right. Are you ready for the final question? Bonnie, you're killing it right now.
Yes, I'm totally ready.
All right. What is the real name for a hashtag sign? You can see it there on your screen. Is it called a crossweave, a Bantonix slant, an octothorpe, or an extemit tab? And this is another Eddie question. Good job with the answer selections there.
I feel like I should know this.
Yes?
The
Octothorpe.
octothorpe.
Yes, indeed. It is called an octothorpe. Bonnie, was that you got 3 or 4, right? Rang
Yeah,
a
I think
dang.
I got 3 out of 4 today. I'm very proud of myself.
Nice. Well, you will be with farmer trader like MP, Estru nerd, and number 1. If it's my cornhole, I am going to leave the show forever. No, it's Jet Li. Yay! Those two that popped up there briefly will also win. But Bonnie, have a lovely weekend. Thanks again for playing. You killed it.
Of course. Thank you, Jack. Enjoy the weekend, everyone.
We shall. Let's take a real quick look. What are the Wildcats doing right now? Oh, they're down 4. All right. I'm going to have a lovely weekend. Hope you guys too. Stick around for group coaching. We'll be back just after this.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to group coaching. You made it. We're just past the noon hour Chicago time, 12:03 o'clock Central Time in the PM. JD behind the curtain, joined here by Coach Robert. Coach Robert, what's up, my man? How you doing today?
I am doing great. Heck of a day. Lots of moving parts going on. And sorry about the little camera adjustment there. I hit it just as we were coming on. Good to see everybody. Good to see everyone in the chat. And happy to be here. We'll pull the bio down in a moment. Let's get rocking, my friend. Keep it a
Let's
good
do it.
Friday.
We got a little movement on the markets.
Yeah.
The Friday for sure. Thanks for submitting your questions. We got the form still pinned in the chat, so if you have any questions for Coach Robert, just throw them in there and we'll try and get to them. We did a Topstep X walkthrough yesterday, and then we got a bunch of follow-up questions today about Topstep X. So I think we're going to lead off with that, and then we're going to get into all of the rest of the questions. How's it sound to you, Coach?
Sounds great. I'll pull my bio off of there. We've seen that enough times. And we got Topstep X right at the screen. JD, fire away. You are in control, my friend.
Sure. First question is about future products. Will we have a fair value gap indicator on Topstep X soon? Well, I know we've done this walkthrough about a dozen times already, but if you go to that question mark on the left-hand side of Coach Robert's screen, you will have access to the roadmap, the Topstep X roadmap. You're got updates on what products are coming out, when they're coming out. Any updates, you can go in there and vote for what you want to happen next. And you'll see all of the items that have been requested and what's in process. So take advantage of the Topstep X dashboard. You can, pardon me, you can also leave feedback in there for us. We do always accept and appreciate all forms of feedback. We take your feedback very seriously. We listen to it, we learn from it, and we try and give everybody what they want. You see Coach Robert demonstrating how to leave feedback right now.
There it is. Put the feature request in. I want to also say here and reiterate that this is not a support request forum, nor is it a bug report. This is for feature requests and stuff that you would like to see and tips, just like it says here, feature request. I just typed in fair value gap indicator. I'm not going to add it because it's in there about 90 million times already. Type in what you would like to see in this box. You can do little funky things like putting an image, attaching a link, making things bold, italic, whatever, and then pick where you want it to be. If I click on submit post, it will show up right here in the top, and others can also upvote or downvote if you wish. I'll put nice to have. You can also search. We were searching for something earlier in there. It was the cumulative delta that Hogue was demonstrating earlier. Search for your favorite indicator or favorite topic right there on the search bar and upvote it or put a comment on there and add your own take, because any of these past ones you can add to. See if I can grab one real quick that's got some comments in there. I'll scroll down a little more so we can have some let's see. Yeah, let's use this. See if there's any comments. Nothing in the comment on that one. Just scrolling down. Well, you'll see if you see a couple of names in here, you'll see what others had commented to them as well. But that's it. That's where you go. Here's an opening range indicator. Great. I like that one myself. So this is really cool. I'm going to upvote it. And when I upvote it, this get notified will turn into an unsubscribe. If I unvote it, I'm not going to get notified of it. So let's upvote it. Somebody added a comment here. 2 traders added a comment right here. I love it. I like this one also. So I upvoted it. Opening range indicator. I'm going to say, yeah, that's let's put that as important to have. And it just submitted my survey. This goes right to the development team.
Excellent. Thank you, Coach Robert. We have explained that one quite a few times. It should be pretty obvious by now, if you're using Topstep X, what that function is. All right, let's move on. This question comes from a Robert for a Robert about Topstep X. When I have 2 windows up in Topstep X because I want to see 2 accounts separately, when I execute a trade on one window, the other window automatically switches to the account I just executed a trade in. Is this a bug or an intentional? Can you imagine what Robert is talking about here? It sounds like he has 2 different windows open on his web browser with different accounts. And
Yeah, I can totally adjust that. When you log into TopStep X, your top left-hand side is showing the account that you're on. Just because you're opening another tab, if you go and choose a second account, it's going to go to your first one. So if you place a trade, you're going to have one on your login. So I'll place a trade on this combine right here, and then I can switch to this combine, and the trade will not show. So let's just put one on the YM right here. Let's where am I? This is the YM. I am on a blue link, so let me toggle over to my blue link so I can actually see that I'm on the Dow. We're at a resistance area here, so let's just sell the market. We can see that I have my orders on here right now, but it's on this account. If I go to my positions on the bottom of the screen, you can actually see that it is on that account. If we pull my picture off of there momentarily, you can see the account that it's on. It shows that I have an open position down on the bottom area. I will drag that up some more so we can all see it. There's my order on this YM on this account. I'm going to go to a different account. Lo and behold, that order goes away and I am no longer looking at it at the bottom. It's not there anymore. I would have to put a trade on this one also. There, I just sold this as well. And here it is down the bottom. So if I close this trade, I'm going to close it on this account and it goes away. When I go back to this one, I can close it on this account and it goes away. So if you're placing a trade under one account and you open another browser, you place that trade, that is your default. That is what it's going to go to. It's not designed to do this because we can have like to be at the same time on the different windows. Okay. I'm going to throw this question out there and I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to find the answer myself because I don't know this. But I'm going to throw the question out there. Can I log in on a browser, let's just say we're looking at Chrome, and then go to a different browser and log in again? I do not believe we can have two logins. I will verify that. If I had to venture it, I'm going to say no, but I will verify that, and I'm going to write that down. It's a question I just thought of to see if there's around that, but I will get that answer for myself and for everybody else next time.
Thank you. There's a follow-up question there. When you were toggling between your yellow dots and blue dots, the next question coming up in this is when I change my instrument under orders, it does not change to that same to the same chart. Is there a way to sync this? It used to switch automatically. So the original feature that was on there was replaced by a new feature where you're actually syncing charts to your order book, your dome, a couple different things. Coach Robert's going to demonstrate how to sync your charts with the dome right now.
Sure. Well, what we're looking at, let's use one just to make it easy. This is the name of the chart layout. I can just open. I'm going to click the NQ over here and make it full screen or just larger screen, maximize it. So we're not going to be confused. I have the link associated right here to yellow. This is when you add chart link at the top. It puts an indicator. It's technically an indicator. And we go to settings and I have the color choice. I have it on yellow. So whichever module I have associated with yellow is going to change. Looking at my chart, we have the NQ. On my order panel here, I have NQ. And on my DOM, I have NQ. I'm going to change this on the chart. Let's just put it on ES. Now I can do it two ways. I can go to the top up here, click the symbol search, type in ES, and click on it. Well, I'm yellow linked, is now ES on the chart. It is now ES on my order panel. It is now ES on my DOM. Let's go to CL. Another way I can change, instead of clicking on the search button, as long as I'm clicked somewhere in the chart to have that active, I'm just going to type CL. And there's CL right there. And lo and behold, I change CL, it goes to these. Now let's do it backwards. Let's take this. We did ES and CL, so let's go to GC. I'm on my order panel, drop down list, let's go to GC. It changes my DOM, it changes my chart. They are all linked to yellow. If I want to add a second chart, I have a second chart right here, just changing the layout, picking two. And this is linked to blue. Well, YM is linked to blue. So I have to be really careful. If I'm on my blue chart, I'm on my YM chart, and let's say, okay, I see a trend here, and I want to make that trade, and I go and I buy, well, I'm buying on gold right now because I'm on the yellow linked. I want to go to the blue one. Lo and behold, YM, YM, and YM. So it's pretty straightforward. You just want to make sure that the chart you have, you can pull the picture up now. you want to make sure that the chart that you have at the top has the right link color associated with your DOM and associated with your order panel. So you can make sure you have the right moves. You make sure you're placing the trades in the right area. Then obviously you can confirm them down here. I have my order confirmations turned off, but you can turn those on in the settings. Turn on, say, hey, I'm going to place an order. It will pop up and ask you to confirm that order. You can verify it right there at that point as well. So there's several ways to do this.
Excellent.
Yep.
I thought you were going to continue there. Anyway, let's move
Thought
on.
we lost you. Thought we lost you. There we go.
we're gonna take one more Top Step X question, and then we're gonna move on. So Martin, question from Martin wants to know: how do you add multiple charts, and how do you place bracket orders? Another thing that we've demonstrated quite a few times, but I think we could do it one last time for everyone.
Mm-hmm. And
Multiple
these
charts
past
and
ones,
bracket orders.
Yep, these past ones, full-on overview tutorial walkthroughs are on the YouTube, on our YouTube channel. There's one last week, and then I did one yesterday, and we're gonna do these each week, just a full-on walkthrough. So we'll do JD. Great. We'll take one more, and then we'll get to some coaching stuff. And it was multiple charts. Was that the thing? I just want to make sure I understand fully.
That is correct. I'm looking at line 158. Two-part question. One, how do you add multiple charts? And two, how do you place bracket orders?
Got it. Okay, we'll hit those pretty quickly. You're looking at multiple charts right now, and it's pretty simple. At the top here, we have a layout. I just named this 2-chart layout, but you can choose, make a copy of it. You can load previous ones, like I have a 4-chart layout. Let me click on Load Layout, go to 4-chart layout. It's a previous one, and there it is. Go back to my 2-chart layout, load it, 2-chart layout. Now, how do I create that? Well, right here, you can select the layout you want. 1, there we go. 4, straight up and down. There's some funky ones. Here's one on the left and 2 on the right, and they're all movable. So you can do this, you know? What's really cool about this is that you can have, let's say you had this 3-chart layout and you have your trading chart over here. Let's say, just make up numbers. You have a 1 minute, and this is a 5 and this is the 30 or 15, 30, whatever your layout is, whatever you're choosing. And you go, okay, cool. And notice I have everything synced. So right here, I have my cross here synced to all of them. So if I highlight an area over the area, they're all, well, this is yellow. So here's yellow, this is blue. Let's go and change this to yellow. Now they're all the same. GC 3-minute, GC 5-minute, and we'll go down here and make this one GC 15-minute. That's a perfect way you can set these things up. 1, 2, and 3. If I want to draw on a chart, I'll do this real quick, right in this area. See, I'm drawing on the left chart. It's not on the other 2. But there's a feature down here with a link. If I click on it, it will link my drawings. So now I come up, choose this, draw, and there it is on the other 2 charts. It's pretty convenient if you have multiple time frames. So you can go back and say, ooh, I want this level right here. And you can see it on the 5-minute, and then you can see it on the 3-minute or 1, whatever your time frames are. So that's how you can sync between several charts like that. Now, placing the bracket orders, we'll go through that one pretty quickly. Let me go back to my 2-chart layout because that's how I had it set up. And let's go to 1 chart just so I can see it. And let's choose something so we don't kill these accounts right off the bat. And let's go to, let's choose MNQ here. Okay, so here we are. I'm linked to MNQ. I want to make sure my order panel and my DOM are both on yellow because that's where I'm at right now. And let's place an order on MNQ and let's place a bracket order. Settings. Go to my settings area on the far left-hand side. I want to make sure that I have risk entered. It's in dollars. $40 risk, $80 profit. Make sure that I have this checked. It's apply the risk parameters when I have a bracket. Bam. And click on save at the bottom. Now that I have that, I can go back to my trading. Go back to, this is my 2-chart layout, and I'm just going to expand it over to 1. And, well, this is pretty high. Let's ask the chat on this. This is a sample. Do we want to go long and buy this breakout, or do we want to go short? You tell me. We'll do it real quick. Long or short? Type it in the chat, and we'll go with this on this very sample right here.
Watching the chat. Nothing coming in yet.
Oh yeah. Huh? Nope. It'll come through. Yep. I see a long. There's a delay on these for what we're doing. I 2 longs, 2 shorts, 3 shorts, all long. Wow. This almost looks like a 50-50 shot over here. 50. Mostly, I'm going with shorts. Mostly you're saying shorts. So let's sell the market.
We got
And
one vote
there
for
is
one vote for a full port short.
full port short. Okay, yeah, this is a 50K combine. I can only do 5, but and it's on MNQ, so it's not going to kill anything. So let's do that. I'm on 1 contract short right now, so let's go 2 contracts, 3 contracts, 4 contracts, 5 contracts. There we are. We are 5 micro contracts short, and we're minus $4. That's really cool. Now, what if I want to sell one of these and get out of it? Before I do that, we can drag these. Like, oh, this moves it further away. My stop. This moves my target further or closer. You can get rid of your stop, get rid of your target if you want. Drag it as it goes. If you're in the money, move your stop up. If you're that type of a trader, I'm minus 5. So how do I get rid of one of those? I want to sell one of those. Technically not selling because I'm short, so I'm going to buy one and close one position. I'm 5 short. I'm going to buy one long, and now I'm 4 short. And I'm going to buy one more. Now I'm 3 short. I want to get rid of all of them, flat and all. Simple as that. Those are the bracket orders. Richard Harris, why would I short this? I don't know. I listened to the chat.
This is merely a demonstration, Mr. Harris.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the feedback. All right, let's move on to some other questions. We've done a lot of Topstep X so far this week, so let's see what everybody else is asking. This is a question left over from the other day that we didn't get to. Evans wants to know, if you had 3 combines, would you trade them all one by one, or would you trade them one at a time, or one by one, or all at once? I think what this is alluding to is, would you trade them individually, or would you copy trades across 3 accounts if you had 3 accounts? What would your personal
I see
preference be?
I see the question up there. You want to throw my background up there for me there, JD? I like my nice coaching background. Let's make sure we all get the nice background. I've used this one before. I didn't get a new one yet. Okay, this is a personal preference, folks. This is an entirely personal preference for me. I would not copy trade accounts. If I had 3 accounts, technically I have 4 in my Topstep combine right now, the Topstep X combines. It's for demonstration, just so I can show copy trading and such. It's a personal preference. I personally do not like copy trading. It was a high request. We're not going to give 20, 30 accounts or whatnot, but we allowed 5. So I would use my 3 accounts for different instruments in different styles. I'm trading account 1 on micros holding long term. I'm trading account 2 with additional contracts, higher contracts, short term scalping, maybe a different instrument. Short 3, maybe I'm practicing a different strategy on. I don't know, just a couple of examples. But I certainly, personal preference, certainly would not copy trades between accounts.
I'm in the same boat. I don't see I don't get the benefit in copy trading across multiple accounts like that. I watch people trading it every day, and I see how they make money doing it. It's just not my style. So I would trade them individually if that were my situation. All right, thanks for the question. Let's move on. Marvin wants to know, shall we break highs on NASDAQ during March? Well, this question was 2 days ago, and we made a new all-time high yesterday in the NASDAQ. I hope that answers your question, Marvin. The market answered it for you. All right, next is Alex. Alex wants to know, do you trade for a living, or do you get paid for talking on TV? A little bit of both, Alex.
Yeah, a little bit of both. A little bit of both. Yeah. I had an IT company a long time ago. In 2009, I switched over to. I took a whole different course of my life. I became a sports therapist. 2017, Bitcoin started going nuts, and I got bit by the trading bug. Not because of Bitcoin, but because I had flashbacks of my IT company where I supported day traders, and they were always buying the new computer, biggest screen, and their new boat, going on vacation. So I got turned into that bug. Bitten by the trading bug. Did not do well in the stocks. So I switched over to futures, compliments of somebody who really helped me out in a chat room one time. And then I was a full-time trader for 4 years. February, I was with Topstep for 2 years. I just been with Topstep for 2. So yes, prior to Topstep 2 years ago, I was full-time trader for about 4.5 years. Okay. I still trade now. It is not as much as I used to because way market stuff goes. But I do have a couple of auto strats that I do run during the day, just kind of off to the side. TopStep keeps all of us, not just me, keeps all of us really, really, really busy putting on these shows and TopStep TV and coaching and all kinds of behind the scenes work. So there's not a lot of time for that. So specifically answer your question, I am paid by both. Less with my trading now because I'm not doing that all hours of the day than I was before. But TopStep does take care of us. I love it. This is a great company. I love all the people that we work with. So there's your answer, both. But yes, I was full-time trading. That was my job for about 4.5 years.
Yep, and most of the people that you see here on TopStep TV are in the same boat, myself included. All right, next question comes from Trey. Trey wants to know, other than screen time, where do I get and find all the market information that you use to make trades? Well, there's, I would say, a limitless number of resources out there for news and I would say not trading advice or market advice, but educational content. You could really fall down a few rabbit holes if you don't know what you're actually looking for. But Coach Robert, what are some things you look at in your daily analysis to get started before you jump into the markets in the morning?
Yeah, so I'm a person of minimizing my trades and minimalizing my charts. So one of the first things that I look at is, do we have any news coming out? I'm a fan of not looking for trades, but looking for when not to, and that's how I tend to manage my risk the most in the style that I do. Is news coming out? I simply don't want to trade the news. I just wait a little before, wait a little after. There's your trading time. If the trade is there, take it. If it's not, don't take it. It's really a very, very simple approach. So that's one way. That's what I do when I come to the market. I know others do things differently. Totally fine. Especially if you are trading a different instrument. If you're trading, grains or trading oil, you better know some fundamentals behind there because that's a lot that pushes the market around, and you can catch a nice little move and ride that thing out quite a bit. For what I do, it's just not necessary. Just a style. Everybody's different. No right nor wrong way. It's only right or wrong for you specifically. Regarding looking for other market information, you can get overloaded pretty quickly. So I would suggest just at least honing it into what you're looking at. If you're trading the indices, maybe look at how the dollar's doing. We post that, talk about that every morning with the VIX and the dollar index every morning. Eddie and Hogue on their opening call go through all those numbers. And if there's any news, any reports coming out, any economic data coming out, if that applies to you, then stick with that. So yeah, I would say just try to keep it minimized and lock into a couple of resources that are reputable resources, Topstep TV being one of them. And there's a whole lot of information here. Surely, with the vast experience that's on here and the breadth of information and the breadth of styles, there is going to be something for you. If there's a segment you don't like, don't watch it. I don't know. That's all I can say. Or tone it down, or just like, oh, maybe you can pull a little bit and piece of information out of there. If there's a segment you like, tune in every day. That's your prerogative. Find what talks to you, what works for you, and I guess just study it, make it work. I take the minimalist approach. I can't stress that enough. Just Occam's razor. Just hey, make it easy. Trading is hard, folks. Trading is hard. So don't make it harder than it has to be. It's certainly tough enough as it is.
Yeah, one of Dolby's favorite quotes is trading is only as hard as you are in yourself, and that's pretty true. But yeah, when it comes to testing strategies and whatnot, there really is no substitute for screen time. Butts in the seats, watching the market during trading hours. So keep that in mind too, Trey. Thanks for the question. All right, next comes from Didia. Would you take another trade if you enter in one location, price hits your stop loss, and then comes back to the same location where you entered before? Would you try and I was about to say double dip on a trade, but that's not double dipping. Would you use the same confirmation point twice, even after it's been invalidated once?
My answer is yes. And I think if you asked any of the traders that are on here, our answer, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I'm going to guess at this, that they're going to say yes, as long as your approach, or as long as your thesis, your hypothesis is still valid. So it's been a million times that I've that's like a enter the trade, stopped out, right back to where it was, and then goes to your target. How many times does that happen to all of us? So yeah, if I enter a trade and you're stopped, you're like, oh, dang it. Okay, is my hypothesis still valid? Was it just a little wick down? Did something pop? Was I not far enough away for that movement? So I will say for myself, unequivocally, yes. And I think a lot of us here on Topstep TV and in Topstep will agree with that statement, as long as the hypothesis is still valid.
Trust the process. That's exactly correct. All right. Next from Charles. Charles G wants to know, is it true in order to be, by the way, I think this one is right in your wheelhouse, Robert.
Oh, goodness.
Is it true in order to be a successful trader, you have to trade like a robot? Emotion should be 0%. I think we all know Robert's opinion on this, but tell us one more time, Robert. How do you trade?
Yeah, I'm not going to say my emotions are 0%. I have emotions. I have high emotions. I have strong emotions. And it's not the emotion that does it. It's how you react and deal with that emotion. I've said it before. I'll say it again. If I get into something, I really like it. I'm a high power guy. I'm just like, yes, I love it. Awesome. Next. What's up next? If I lose something, like, dang it, what the hell was I doing? What was I thinking? Next. So I do see the emotions, and that's how we deal with them. Grab it, get it, feel it, use it, move on. Do you have to be a robot? No, you don't have to be a robot. There are plenty of super, super great traders that trade off intuition and trade off emotion. So my answer is no. I personally like to do that because I'm a numbers person and I'm analytical and I'm like computer, like ones and zeros. Did it work or did it not work? And I will celebrate or demise or get knocked down with the result, cut it loose, and move on. It's just my style. So I can say overall, no, you do not need to be like a robot. In zero emotion, I think just control the reaction to your emotion is better well said. I am not a psychologist on this. I'm just sharing my knowledge. There are plenty of other trader psychologists. We have Ginny coming back on too, I believe. So yeah, they're way better at it than I am. I'm only sharing my experience here.
And we appreciate it. Thanks, Robert. All right. We're ripping through these right now. Next up is Adam P. Kind of a long one. I might trip on my tongue trying to read this. I've tried to read it a few times already, but Adam says, why does my heart pump real fast when I jump out of winning trades? I've blown out of a few combines. I made it to the XFA a few months ago, and ever since I've been struggling. What can I do? I've tried trading before with stocks that didn't work. Now with futures, I am capable of making over $1,000 a day, but it's just not working, and the stress levels are rising. It seems like most times I'm good at practice accounts, but not when it really counts. Any advice for how Adam can get over that hump of moving from a practice account into more of a, from his combines into the XFA, I guess is the question he's alluding to. Doing good in combines, can't seem to handle it in the XFA. We hear Hogue talk about this all the time. The mindset definitely shifts when you have actual skin in the game. But what's your opinion on this, Robert? What difference do you see going from a trading combine to a funded level account?
Yeah, we get this question a lot, JD, and thank you, Adam, for asking this. I'm going to really slow down my talk and my speech on this one because there are several things in here I would like to address. The first one, let's get with your part there, JD, is and like Hogue says, he has this nice visual with a balance beam. You know, it's like Olympic balance beams, but it's on the floor. You just walk across it, no problem. That's your practice account. And now you come up to your combine and it's just a foot or two off the floor. Well, you walk across it, same beam, nothing changed, same length, same width. It's a little higher off the floor, more risk. So you might walk a little bit slower, put your arms out, a little more balance. There's your combine. And now you get to the grand stage and you have that same exact beam, only at 6 feet off the floor. Same width, same length, it's a little higher off, more risk if you fall, i.e. lose. That's your XFA, your funded account. So there is more risk involved Perceptually. Let me ask this question, and I'll answer it right after. Practice, combine, funded. If you lose $10 on each one of those, it's still $10. The risk is here. Yes, I know you have a funded account and you may lose the funded account. I get it. You just go back to that low next balance beam down. But if you try to put that aside and just trade the way you traded during your practice time, rinse and repeat, try the same thing in the combine, rinse and repeat into your XFA. That's how you're going to be able to find out if what you're doing trading is working, or if you need to change up your style or your instrument. The market changes too. It's not always you. You can have a really good strategy that's a banger strategy for a couple of days. It just doesn't work for 2 days. Okay, it happens. The market changes. Look at MNQ today, just ranging all over the place, and the Dow went single direction. It happens. It happens. So if you're a trend trader and you're on NQ, you got burned. If you are trying to buy reversals on breaks and reverses, and you were trading YM today, you got burned. If they were opposite, you were both winners. So that's the first start of it, to address that portion, JD. With Adam, man, I feel you, buddy. You said a couple things in there. Financially strapped a little bit. That's going to put some pressure on you, friends, family, whatever you're responsible for there. It's hard, that's going to sink into your mind. That's getting your subconscious. Whether you think it is or not, it's still there. And I do want to preface that I'm certainly not a trading psychologist, but I know from being an athletic person and performance-wise, and in winning and challenges and competitions, it gets to you. It really does get to you. It's hard to not let it affect you. It's one of the things that makes trading so hard. It's just candles. It's just a green and red bar, or black and white, whatever color you're using. By entering or losing, entering and exiting, you didn't do anything. There's no harm done. It's a perceived harm that you're feeling on yourself. And it's not the market, it's you. And we're looking at the entire situation. If you're having trouble financially, man, get something that's going to get you a little bit better. If you are trying to use trading to say, I'm strapped, let me throw some money at this and let me make it and get out of this financial hole that I'm in, that's the wrong way, man. Try not to do that. I'm not, like, everybody's their own person, but that's a really hard way to do this. Trading is not, you gotta be consistent, good all the time. A lot of winning. And if you're already behind the 8 ball, I feel for you. That's tough to be in. You said right off the bat, your first line was, why does your heart pump and jump? When you get jump out of these winning trades, you're in the winning trade, and then you're getting all flustered and then you get out of that trade real quick. Like, well, you saw some money, and that's that subconscious kicking in again, going, man, look at this, $50, this $100, this $1,000, whatever it is, I can grab this money. So you're trading to fill the void in the hole of a financial battle that you're working with, not trading to become a good trader, and that will come in time. So my I don't use the word advice, let's suggestion. My suggestion is to slow it down, scale it down. If you're able to do this $1,000, ask yourself, okay, well, if I'm looking for $1,000 a day and I'm looking for these 1-to-1 ratios, that means you're willing to lose $1,000 a day. And on a 50K account, that's half your account. You can only do that one more time. In 2 days, you're out. Just scale it back. If you're going to be in a hurry to try to get out of the situation you're in, it's going to do damage, Adam. It's going to do some more damage. So just slow it down. Take it easy. You said you're meditating. Great. Get that exercise in there. Eat well and try to get that back end stuff a little bit further under control, or just a little bit more of a buffer, and maybe limit your trading. And I'm not one to say only trade between these times, because you don't know when the market is going to move, but get your style, get your strategy, work with a coach, work with a buddy, and say, okay, this is what has been working for me. Let me try this. Okay, the market's not moving. Let me do something else and come back. It's not moving. Let me do something else, come back. Oh, here's my trades. Take on your trades, wins or losses. walk. Later on, you can do some more practice. You can do some more studying. You can do some more analysis, do some journaling. And we're really big on journaling, right? It's a hard situation. Trading's not easy. Dude, I feel for you on this. Take it slow. Take it slow.
We all appreciate that answer, Robert, and thanks for the question, Adam. And Adam, if you are looking for a trading buddy or for some mentorship, check out the TopStep Discord channel. We have a handful of great coaches in there. They're in the chat right now too. We see Coach Dakota and Coach Jay in there. These guys are professionals that know what they're doing. They know what they're talking about. You can get in there. They're totally open to talking, having a discussion with you. Reach out to them. I'm sure they'd be happy to respond. Thank you for the question, and thank you again for the answer, Robert. Much appreciated. All right. Jayhawk has a question. This Jayhawk's question sort of ties into that the first part of that question you were talking about divergences as markets. Jayhawk asks, I want to ask you about the use of divergence between the ES and NQ in particular. Jayhawk trades the NQ only, but wants to have your view on this. His trading style is scalping 1 to 5 minute charts. How could divergence be of any help to me if it could help? You mentioned this between the Dow breaking today and the Nasdaq sort of trading sideways, and how do you play those divergences or correlations between different markets, if that's a thing you look at?
Yeah, it's a good question, Jayhawk. I'm saying he because it says J in here. So Trader Jayhawk has some good questions. I've seen these questions here before. I'm a fan of trading what you're looking at. Now, that's me. That being said, I will look at something else as well. But you have to be really close together or almost opposing correlations. Gold and silver. The dollar, like the dollar and like ES. NASDAQ and YM have been moving similar. Specifically, your example was divergence between ES and NQ. We hear Hogue and others talk about leaders and laggers. Sometimes the NQ is the leader, sometimes ES is the leader. So if you're going to lock onto one and say, I'm going with this, I'm going to watch this is going up, let me trade over here. That's, in my opinion, that it's a little harder unless you really know what you're doing and what you're really looking for. ES and NQ, yes, they're both equities. Yes, they are stock indexes, right? NQ is 100, ES is 500. Yes, they move similar most of the time, but they are very different animals when you're trading them. Try this sometime in a practice account. 2 of them. Go long on ES and long on NQ at the same time. Count to 30 and take them both off. If they both move the same direction, see which one paid you more. If they both went the opposite direction, see which one paid you more. Not the opposite, both went down, see which one lost more. Okay? You will find that there are significantly differences. $20 a point in NQ, $50 a point in ES. So that's a 2.5 times the amount, right? 1.20, 1.50, 20 times 2.5, right? 2.5 difference. But the NQ would have to be equal, would have to move 2.5 times as far, just on simple math. It doesn't. It moves 4 times as far. So even though you have a 2.5 ratio of times of $20 to $50 ratio of each point, value of each point, they move in different levels. They move different distances. So that right there goes out the window. Leader and lagger, sure. Find out which one is there. If there's if there's news that's large on a couple of the top movers, right? The Mag 7, that's going to really pull the NQ with it. They're just pull. I think the number was I think it's top 8 move 51% of the market. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know it's less than 10. I think it's the top. We call it Mag 7, but I think it's the top 8 that moves 51 or 52% of the NQ. But it doesn't move 52% of the ES. It's a thicker market, so it's going to move differently. So I'll go back to my very thing that I first said is I'm a huge fan of trading what you're looking at, bar none. Okay. One exception is if you have something that's correlation with it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna end with that because I don't want to get too depth, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, excellent. Let's just keep pounding these out. Next, Lewis wants to know, how important is the number of operations when I operate? Is it good just one? Is it good to just do one or many? When Lewis refers to operations here, I'm assuming he means round turns or trades. Does that sound right to you, Robert?
I read that here, and unless he's the doctor, but yeah. So Lewis, Lewis, yes, we're gonna take this as operations, meaning you're just making a trade. Okay, if you're trading, is it good to take just one or many in a session? It all depends on your style, your instrument, your risk tolerance, your personality, and the time of day. There is no right or wrong on this. Some traders will take one or two a day, and they're like, oh, okay, it didn't work. It did work, whatever their strategy is. Some will take multiple. You look at Hogue, he takes a couple trades a day. All right, I'm good. You look at Rips, he takes a ton of them a day. Okay, different styles, different ways. Just gonna go what works for you. I will go one step further and say this. I've used this before when I hear traders that come to me and they'll say, I only trade this pattern, whatever their style, whatever their strategy is. I only trade between, let's say, 11 and 12. Just throw it out there. I only take 3 trades, and I only trade this instrument. Okay, so let's backtrack that. In my eyes, you are expecting the market you're trading to work with your strategy at the time of day you want it to work with the 3 trades you are going to take. To me, that is a really tall order. That's really tough to ask. The market's not going to do what you want when you want it to. That fits your strategy at the time you want. The market isn't like that. There is an exception if you're trading something that requires a certain time frame. For example, a gap trade. You want to fade from the open of today, from the close yesterday to open today. If there's a gap, yes, you have to work on a specific time frame for that. Opening range trade, perfect example. You can't trade the opening range middle of the day. You got to trade it at the beginning of the day when the market opens. Perfect example. Okay. If you're doing a specific reversal when London opens and you want to go the opposite direction, some traders do that. Or at 3 a.m. When the SPY comes on, 3 a.m. Central Time. Those are specific scenarios. But if you're expecting the market to do what you want, when you want, with the trades you take, using the style you have, it's kind of a tall order. With your question of how many, all depends, my friend. It all depends. You could throw something in the chat or in Discord or ask anybody on TopstepTV or any of the coaches. You will get an absolute different answer of what they do. But they will all say the same answer as depends on what you're trading and what your style and personality and everything else is.
And there is no one size fits all here, guys. What works for me will not necessarily work for you, and vice versa. So you got to find your niche, work through it, and just keep plugging away until you find what does work for you. Hope that helps you out, Lewis. Checking out on the chat, Nick wants to know, what's with all the Chad traders in your background, Coach Robert? It looks like the intern basketball league at Goldman. Pretty close. It is
It's
AI
pretty close.
generated.
I'll scoot aside. Yeah, it is. I have some fun with ChatGPT. What I do, this is an old one. I've had this up here a couple of times, but I try to just give one line description. I don't recall the exact line, but it was something to the effect of, I'm providing a coaching session to a team of traders. Can you make it appear as a sports team but trading related? Something like that. Hit send, and this is what popped up. So there you go. It just put a bunch of suits in a room, and it looks like it's what do you call them? Like, twins, quintuplets, triplets. But it looks like they're all like a dime a dozen, whatever. All these guys are all like twin brothers or something. That's a way to go there, ChatGPT.
That's some
I just have
like
some fun with it. Whatever sessions. I got a new one coming
Illuminati
up for
stuff.
Strategy Lab. Yeah, it is. Right. I made a new one today for Strategy Lab later, so that'll be fun.
Oh, excellent. Well, there's your answer, Nick. I hope you were listening. All right. A Grammar Wolf wants to know, I would like to know which book is recommended for those just starting out. Well, it just so happens we have a Topstep reading list on our TopstepTV website. I'm going to throw that in the chat for you right now. 1 second. there it is. That reading list, again, we mentioned this a couple times this week, is not definitive. It's got some good reads in there. It's some of our favorites among the staff here at TopStep. It doesn't have everything, but it's got some great stuff in there. So go ahead and check it out. That website is also a great resource for all of you. Right from the TopstepTV website, you're going to get your daily levels. There's an emotional trading journal in there for you to download. You'll learn more about when we're giving away free stuff. I know all of you love chiming in the chat, asking about it. Go to the website and look for it. There's also a trader lingo glossary in there. Lots of stuff to help you maneuver the markets and get used to listening to TopStep TV. Next up, let's move on. Narek wants to know, how do I overcome the fear and trauma of losses and going on tilt? Another trading psychology question. You feel like taking that one, Robert?
Yeah, I'll answer this one pretty quickly. I don't know where this quote came from. It is not mine. So if somebody knows it, I'm just regurgitating it. It's the only way out is through. And I think I think that is related to, like, if you're like depression, but if you're just like self into you and you're kind of like bound up and you having these struggles and whatever that situation is that you're in, how do you get out of that? Well, the only way out is through. So with this question, how do you overcome fear and trauma? You have to get through it, experience it, and work your own process. If you can't figure it out, work with a professional that knows a hell of a lot more about it than I do. I can tell you my personal approach is I'm a power through person. I'm an Irishman. I'm from New England. I'm an Aries. I'm a type A personality. It's just, that's my approach. Is if something isn't working right, I'm the guy that is, if the nail doesn't go in, I'm going to hit it with a bigger hammer instead of finding out that I'm trying to nail a brick instead of a piece of wood. That's just me. My approach. Does it work all the time? Hell no. I've learned so many lessons that way. It's just one of the things that I do. But that's the way I approach it. And I am a strong proponent of experiences. Strong. If you're afraid of something, my opinion, do it. That's how you're going to get through it. If you're experiencing trauma, well, there's a reason for it. Maybe you had a different reaction to it. Maybe it was a control thing. I like to be in control of things. And if I'm trying to control something, not bad stuff, but my sleeping, okay, I wake up tired. Well, I had the opportunity to control myself to go to bed earlier or eat healthier or drink enough water or exercise or something that gave me better sleep so I didn't wake up all grumpy. That would be my trauma in that situation. I'm grumpy. I need to now take it upon myself to be in a super good mood and come here and present and do the best I can and smile. I had like oral surgery a couple days ago, and within like an hour later, I was on here talking. Nobody ever knew about it. Okay. So that is the ultimate, in my opinion, way that I think. That is, how do you get around it? How do I get past that piece? Through it. Just suck it up and deal with it. When it comes to trading, experience, screen time, and you still, in my opinion, need to experience some of these things. Who talked about this the other day? It was one of the segments. I want to say Deanna mentioned this, where if you get into a trade and the first couple trades you make are all good, excellent, and you won them, that can be a recipe for disaster, because now you're the king and you're the great, and now you lose a couple and like, I don't understand what's going on. And it can really twist you. It can really play mind games with you because, well, you were a good trader. However, if you take those first few trades and you lose them, well, it might beat you down too much. It's like, oh, I can't do this. It's a longevity. How do you get over and overcome the fear? Go through it. How do you overcome the trauma? Deal with it, work through it. The only way out is through. If somebody knows that, please give credit to where that quote is. Credit to where credit is due for that quote. It's not mine. The only way out is through.
Anne Marie is way ahead of you. Sure, you chimed in the chat with the Robert Frost quote. The best way out is through. Thank you, Anne Marie. Always love it when you're in there paying attention. It's excellent. Thank you for that, Coach Robert. All right, I think we got time for one more. Another one, right in Coach Robert's wheelhouse. Andrea wants to know, I would like to put my strategy into algo form on TradingView. How can I get it going? It all seems so complicated. Also, a special thanks to you and everyone there for all you guys do. Well, it just so happens Coach Robert is quite an impressive Pine script operator. So, do you have any advice for Andrea on getting her strategy into algo form on TradingView?
Sure. First of all, thank you for the question and thank you for the good comments, and thanking everybody on here. And everybody is great on, and not only on TopstepTV but in Topstep as a whole. Everybody working super super hard. So we appreciate you recognizing that. Regarding PineScript, so TradingView, it's not an automation in TradingView that's going to actually place the trades for you, but you can build a strategy where it will stamp them on the chart. And if you're not trying to get in and out real quick, you can look over stamps on the chart and you can enter it in yourself. You can also take those and run them step by step and see how you can make adjustments and then trade those manually. TradingView language is called PineScript and is a version of Python. It's actually a pretty, of the languages out there, of the main ones, it's a pretty basic language, pretty simple language. You can plot a horizontal line on a chart in one line, in one line of code. It takes about 85 in Ninja. It takes about 40 in Quant Tower. And if back in the days of C++ and TradeStation, it took about 150. One line in PineScript. Why? Because they have these things called their libraries. So if you put color equals like red, it would be like color.red. The line is going to be red. Okay. There's already a library equal to color. So all you have to do is specify. If you put color REDD, well, that's not a word in the library, so you're going to get an error. So, but you can just like hit Control and RED, and it will come up with a list, right? COLOR, Control, and it'll come up with a list of available colors. If you had to do that into NinjaTrader, for example, which is NinjaScript, which is a version of C#, you have to call a color palette, you have to call the drawing tools, you have to call the charts. So you have to call all this stuff in first. Whereas in TradingView, so no, just tell us what you want on the chart. So that's what I mean by it makes it a little easier. There's different generation languages. It's really, really simple, basic. It's easy, simple. I don't say easy to do, but it's easy to extract all that information. It's already pre-built. A lot of it's pre-built for you. I would suggest there's a product out there we have no affiliation with. It's called 1 Month, onemonth.com. It's something like $9 or whatever for the course, and that'll get you where you need to go. Look on onemonth.com. There's a PineScript on there. It will give you the basics. You can also go to TradingView itself in the public indicators area. They have strategies there. A lot of them are open source. Little brackets. They look like this on the side. You can click on them, and at the bottom of the screen, it will pull up the PineScript editor, and you can see what they do. So it's easier for coding for some, and it's not easy for others. It's kind of how your mind works. It's not to do with how smart somebody is. It's just the way the process goes. I have tried learning multiple talking languages, Spanish, French, these other languages. I can't do it. I spent a long time trying to learn these. I simply can't get them. I'll learn a new coding language in like 2 months. It's just the way people's minds work, and sometimes you have people that do the opposite. So in Discord, you can jump in there. There's an algo channel, a coding channel in there. We'll all be really happy to help you out. I think it's great. I think it expands what we can do, and I think it puts your own little twist. Grab something easy. All of the default indicators in TradingView are open source. So load it on your chart. Take a moving average and see how it works. See how the line colors are. See how they plot. See how the calculations do. It's pretty basic. You don't look back one candle. You put, open. That's this candle. Open. You want the previous candle? Parentheses 1. 2 candles back. Open. Parentheses 2. 3. Open parentheses 3. And so on and so forth. Stuff like that makes it easy. So yeah, be good, Andrea. Thanks for the question, and wish you the best on that.
Yep. Good luck, Andrea. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer, Robert. Again, always a pleasure, Robert. Thank you for being here to answer these questions. We appreciate it, and so do all of these traders here. Thanks to all of you for submitting your questions to the group coaching session. We'll be back again on Monday for more group coaching. Stick around for more tradertainment. Next up, we have the Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. She's going to be joined by Hogue and Robert for another hour. You get 2 consecutive hours of Coach Robert, you lucky people. Then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Coach Dakota, and yours truly, myself. JD will be in there. I saw in the chat Coach Dakota already caught a ripper in the NQ, so the rest of us have our work cut out for us going into the close today. Stick around. Strategy Lab up next. Hogue, Robert, and Anne Marie, thanks for joining us. Checking out.
right, it is time for Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, the beautiful rose in the middle of two thorns. The other thorn on the other side there is Robert. You just saw him for an hour for group coaching. Excellent job, Robert, as always. And so we were just talking to Anne Marie about how her trip is going. We know she's in Portugal, and she says the food has been just absolutely terrible. It's been horrible weather the whole time. She's ready to come back. Is that right?
Yes, on opposite day. No, yeah, it's been so wonderful. It's really been great, and the people, so they're so nice. They really are. They're lovely.
Awesome. All right. So I have something that I've been kind of thinking about. From something Anne Marie was talking about not too long ago. Those of you that have been sticking around day to day probably remember when Anne Marie was talking about the tilt and the proximity of the average longs and average shorts sometimes being an indication of a potential shorter time frame or perhaps even sometimes an even longer time frame move. So I kind of played on some paper and just kind of tried to figure out how we can represent that on a chart. Okay. Now this chart is, it's basically hand drawn. It's not based off of any real time moves, but it's just a representation of something I thought might look like a tool that we could use and, watch over time to see how these situations that Anne Marie was talking about might play out. I'm going to show you that chart right now, and a little explaining. I think it'll become relatively obvious. Well, this is not sized correctly for this, but so on the left side here, I have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90%. I'm looking at this from the long side only. So anything down here around 20 is 80% short, 20% long. Anything up here around 80 is 80% long, 20% short. So I didn't really finish these lines very far. I can probably continue. No, I can't continue that. So I'm just going to use what I've got here. So we've got a chart here. Okay. The time frame, I would be looking at this in probably a shorter time frame, a 5 minute, a 1,000 tick chart, a 3 minute, 1 minute time frame chart. Because I think you're going to probably see these kind of moves in the average long and average short. So we've got the percentages over here. And again, this is always looking at it from the long side. So if we're really tilty to the short side, it's only going to be 20% long. If we're really tilty to the long side, it's going to be 80% long, right? The red line could be used as the average short price, the price of the average. What is it? Let me put this up. I don't have it on here. This is a different platform. So hang on one second. Let me get this.
You mean the average price, John? The long average price? Yeah.
Longs average price, shorts average price, right? So longs average price could be in the green line, and the shorts average price could be on the red line. So, and again, this isn't in real time or anything like that. So it's just kind of a representation of what I'm kind of thinking or kind of what I'm seeing, to where instead of, going to look at the tilt saying, okay, it's 80% long, how close are the average longs and the average shorts? And so we would be able to see that in real time on this chart. Do you see, Anne Marie, how this might be of value in at least expediting the idea that, if we're seeing longs and shorts very close together at a very tilty level, perhaps a change in direction might be coming. Now, again, this isn't in real time. I didn't plot these out in actuality. These are just hand drawn to something that we might see if we had this thing coded out and on a chart.
Okay, so one question. If we were to plot it out as it's shown here in the tilt, how often does the tilt actually refresh and change to show where the traders have moved? Is it a 15-second lag? Is it a 5-second lag? How, at what point does tilt actually update?
And that's an important safety tip. I'm glad that you brought that up. Robert, are you aware of how often it does update?
From my understanding, we're tracking it in real time.
In real time.
Okay.
In real time, I don't know the
so-
refresh rate on it, so let me say that the data is coming through real time as traders are putting positions on. If you're asking when it actually goes click and changes 66%, 67, 64, I will refer and defer internally and get that answer for everybody. I don't know the exact amount, but it is fast. It is pretty quick.
Okay, so my thought, it was probably around, that 6 to 12-second latency type of thing that happens along regular stuff.
That would be reasonable.
Maybe 30 seconds if what is this refresh rate that we have at the top of Topstep X now that tells you how well your feeds are coming in. Those little yellow things that tell you how fast things are coming in. So yeah, that would be good to know, because when we do plot it, my thought is the action event begins sort of like the gate opens up when it moves to above 60. And then
Right.
we start looking at, okay, where are the weekly kickoff highs, where are the weekly kickoff lows, those key levels that you spend time putting up for us. Because at the end of the day, price is going to determine where the boat shifts, right? Where they end
Right.
up getting off the seesaw. And so, like right now, I took a short just a little bit ago because I was looking at the NAS on the daily, and I just closed it, and now I'm looking for another one because I still think we bounce before we rotate over. But
Okay.
the far left on this side here is the daily chart. And I was just looking at it and said, all right, well, yesterday they had a great big sell off wick. So I'm going to guess they're going to try and sell off there also. So I got it
Again.
near the top, a couple $100, whatever. But I'm looking for a double topping formation. But what we're not seeing is a big motion of tilt. And so I think if we have the register of the tilt and we're getting into, okay, these are previous highs, and we can see that into the patch, then we can say, all right, they're going to start unwinding their longs, right? And that is going to allow us to position for a short, but only when, so we're going to use tilt as a support mechanism. The key mechanic, I think, should be the levels that you put up every day. And so those levels that we go, okay, here's what we're looking at here, 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 and here. If I could put a boon out and say, hey, could Topstep X take the levels that you come out with every day and auto plot them, give us a chance to go, okay, I don't want to see that, which would be ridiculous because your levels are fantastic. But we would have the option of seeing it and going, all right, this is what John has said for the day. We've got it up and running. And I don't know that that's particularly hard, but I'm just I just don't I'm a beginning coder, so I wouldn't actually know if anything's hard or not hard. And so from that space, that would be fantastic, because as the tilt rises into your key levels, if the tilt is rising and we're still far away from your key level, it won't make us jump the trade. We'll hang on and we'll go, okay, John's level suggests there's about 50 more points of running in the NQ here. Let's hang tight instead of trying to top pick and then get cut to ribbons. This is just what I'm thinking. Because on its own, the tilt does not work as a be-all, end-all.
No,
Even
that's
if,
it. And that's right.
Right. And remember that time that gold went berserker and the tilt was like at 90? And it still kept running. It was the next day that it fell off a cliff. And so what we have to realize is that the tilt can give us a warning flash, but unless price says, wait a second, I'm not heading higher, or momentum says, wait a second, I'm not heading higher, it's no reason to go, okay, the tilt's at 70, I'm taking a short. You're just going to front run things and get in all kinds of trouble. So it's looking to work the two. So if your levels were up there, that would be a fantastic way to go, okay, here it is. And let's say your level is way up here, but the moving average is already cresting over, and the chart is making higher highs, but there's a wick on the top every time, and it's coming in. Then you go, okay, I can front run that if the tilt is showing 73 there, because I'm already rolling from a price point. I'm already rolling from a trend point, and it just means that I'm not going to be able to get up to those levels that he's looking at. So that's essentially, oh man, I got out of that short way too early. Dang it. All right, whatever.
I have an answer for you on the tilt.
Two things at once.
Go
ahead.
Answer for you on the tilt. It's a two-part answer, which is rightfully so. One, it is 15 seconds or so. So it's not going to be like 15-second clockwork update. Okay, that's the part that comes through. It's going to up or so. The second piece of this is it might not change much because the traders may not have been changed much.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's say we're waiting for a type of a breakout, right? And a whole bunch of traders are long, go, hey, look, 78% long. 15 seconds later, up 78% long. 2 minutes later, 70% long. That's okay. So those two factors to keep in mind.
Yeah. Okay. So that's great, because a lot of times, you're just going to hold. If you're doing well and you're in that long, you're not really looking at the tilt going, hey, this is 78% long. You're going, hey, my target's right up here. It's yesterday's high or whatever.
Right.
So, I love that. So we are not expecting the tilt to be moving all around, particularly if something is in trend. So, sometimes we'll hear MP say or Andre say, hey, you know what, the tilt has been paying all day long. Speaking, tilt is going to tend to pay if the day is trending. I know.
Right. And then, just to kind of reiterate what you said is tilt is going to be useful in confluence with another level, or, some long wicks, or like a TPO high or a low or something like that. Robert, how difficult would it be to add these lines to a chart?
Well, we have the data, and we have the tools in the chart. So it would just be a matter of working with one of our people here internally. Since we have it, I mean, if we can display it on the chart at the bottom, I'm looking at S&P 54% short right now. The price is average price of 53.02. We have that here, so I think we can put that on the chart at some point. I can't give a time frame because this is a great idea, Hogue. First I'm hearing of it, but if we have the data, I can hypothesize that sure, I can see where it could be useful.
Wait, did I understand that question correctly? I thought we were talking about your levels. You're talking about the data on the tilt, John?
Here, if you'll go back to my charts.
Yes.
Yeah, what I'm looking for, the white line is the tilt, okay? And it's always looking from the long side. So 2%, 20% is 20% long, 80% short. 80% up here is 80% long, 20% short. So just to put that scale up there, I just went long side only. Because you can, when it's 80% long, you know it's 20% short.
Yeah, and really, that's the only thing you ought to look at. You don't need two lines. You just your brain should be able to go, wait a second.
You don't think that knowing the average long price and average short price would be helpful in that regard? That's the green line and the red line.
It would be, except yes and no. And here's what I mean by
added those. I added those because you were mentioning, when we're really tilty and at a high, and the average long and short are very close together.
And that's exactly what we see there.
That's powerful time. That's a powerful time to be paying attention, right?
Yeah, and we do see that. We see that right at the top where your crosshair is. We see it getting closer, and then all the way over on the other side of the chart where they actually almost are the same price, all the way to the right side of the chart, right there. Yeah, and that really gives us some good information. What I think about is the trader having all this data and thinking to themselves, wait a second, how do I use that to help me trade better?
Right.
And so it might be that the addition of the lines complicate in a way that just the tilt line tells us definitively, hey, listen, if I get to 80% long and that starts flattening out, people are unwinding their positions and I'm going to run into some measure of support. And so following the tilt would be a fascinating real-time moving average that really is sort of something akin to a VWAP, except only in absolute terms. Either I'm long or I'm short, not the actual line in the sand, just the slope of motion. Because legitimately, as we watch that tilt rotate down, it's telling us you want to buy the dip, and if the slope is going down, you want to sell that bounce. And it just, I don't know. I think the beauty of what the tilt might deliver seems more clear for your big white line rather than something that could collapse in range, like how sometimes it's very low above or very low, very much below the green line or above the red line. Rather, watching how the traders are unwinding, I think that is the eureka of the
And
tilt.
that's where I think that the average long and average short lines might be really helpful. I'm just trying to figure out, is the juice worth the squeeze to add this and to start watching it? Because this isn't real. I just did these lines as an example of what it might look like, right? But if we were to, is it worth, I love that. Is the juice worth the squeeze?
I love that one too.
To develop this, to see in actuality, if this is something that I mean, I know we're not creating the holy grail here, and I certainly don't want to complicate anybody's trading strategy. But if we can find confluence with this information and a level, maybe
Yes.
it's one of your your VWAP band levels that it comes up against, and you see this, and you can say, okay, I have confluence now. I know where my risk is. I know I can act, UDA, observe, orient, decide, act. I can
There you
UDA
go.
at this
That's
level because I know my risk. I'm at a level, and the tilt is telling me that a change might be likely. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, is it worthwhile to try and have somebody code this, or do we just go with like
Yeah.
coding the tilt?
Sean, if you don't mind, let me comment on that, please. Real quick here. I think it's what you're looking at, what you're getting to, and this is the first time I'm hearing it as well for everybody that's listening. This is we're talking through this right now. This is strategy lab, as you can see from the picture. We're in a lab with a strategy here with numbers. I think it's great what you're doing, and I think yes, it has some good benefits. And here's one that we haven't discussed yet, but it's giving us a historical view of where the trades were placed as well. So we may butt that up against. I just throwing out VWAP band. I put, just for the hell of it, while you guys were talking, I put Keltner channels on, and I moved them around a little bit. I put Bollinger Bands on. I'm trying to see if there's some type of correlation that goes on there. And I know these are historical, whereas no, at this point in time, this is exactly, we had X amount of traders, X amount percent going this direction at this price. I think that's really good information, with the last piece of it being we can now look at that chart you have there and look at it historically. So we can actually look back and say, wow, we hit this red line, and every time we came up to this area of this red line, we were over 50% of traders were short. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. And we can kind of create a theory around that and say, well, why? What's happening? And if we take that one step further, we might be able to take and look at this data, what our traders are doing, reaction to the chart and price action historically, and then add in that real-time data from the DOM. And how is that correlating? Imagine if every time it came up, we had a whole bunch of traders jumping in there trying to take a short position at a huge amount of percent at a certain price level, and every time we look at the DOM and there's massive short sellers hanging up there. That would be another piece of information. So putting these all together and then compiling them and saying, yep, there's a dot right there, to simplify it, we don't plot it unless it's like over 80% and unless there's so many buyers and sellers, blah, 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 right? So talking through this, absolutely, I think this is really good. Throw it out there, make a mess of it, hone it in, condense everything, simplify it, and go, great, here is the nuts and bolts and the gears of the engine that's going to drive this whole thing. So I think what you're doing is amazing, and we can continue to talk through it. We have the data, so it's a matter of getting it fixed in there.
Right. It's just a matter of getting it done. And only then will we be able to look back and know for sure if the juice was worth the squeeze to put this thing together.
Right.
So
I think will be.
The only pushback I have there is, rather than using VWAP bands or volatility bands or any other kinds of things like that, I would suggest using price levels first. Simply because here's one thing I got a note in the VWAP trading channel, and it said something like, I'm very disturbed about all the different ways that VWAPs get plotted, seem to come in at totally different prices. And if I get a VWAP on TradingView or I get a VWAP on XYZ, I don't see that the numbers are not the same. And so my reflexive response to that is, it's never about the actual location. It's about the slope of the formations. And if we use something that uses, listen, you guys know I love my volatility bands, but I'm telling you,
Mhm.
if I don't look to the left and look for through my lines that I've put up where I go, okay, John and I agree on this line, and this line's going here, and he's got this up here, and I'm always at key levels that he's put out for all of the traders. Some of them will read it, the smart ones will read it and put them there, and then realize, hey, the line is not a mechanical 0.01
It's not.
pencil. It's a
It's
chubby
not
crayon.
finite. It's not
Exactly.
finite. Yeah.
Right. And so this little place where we go, what I think it ends up giving the trader is more control over the trading event, because they're simply looking, okay, here's the price. How are people responding to that price? Are they moving above it? Well, I better not go short there. Are they moving below it? I better not go long there until I've gotten myself to a certain space. So, for instance, if we have the weekly kickoff high or a prior week's high that we're watching, and the line has been breached, and tilt says 70%, I'm not going to short that thing. That's a trending motion event. But the
Right.
moment it loses it and I watch tilt drop, I know they're covering and I'm taking that short.
Right.
And so what I really try very hard to make the act of execution incredibly simplistic, because I tend to overthink everything.
Mm.
And if I make it simple, then I'm able to execute with a high degree of reliability. The more I
confidence.
complicate it, the more difficult my trading event becomes. And it's because I do not have the ability to manage my emotions properly to chunk things up when I'm looking at 52 different formations. I just don't I don't have that. That's not where my skill level lies. My skill level lies in an mildly intuitive space around big price levels. What's moving higher, what's moving lower, who's coming in at those price levels. And all I'm doing is looking at the little candlesticks and going, okay, if they're going higher, I get to be shorting, right? So using this tilt, plotting a line that shows the tilt, even if it lags just a wee bit from the candlestick formations, I think that's going to be golden when combined with key levels, prior lows, prior highs,
It's a
failed
control all the.
auctions. Yes,
Yeah.
all those sorts of things. Things that you bring up in the morning about excess and where the delta is, those kinds of things you put in. But just the plotting of that tilt line would be exceptional. And then as time moves on, Robert, because your mind is so code centric, you can go, well, wait a second, I think we can build a strategy out of this. And you can add that into certain places and let it run. But I think maybe we start simple, like let's just see if we can get a line of the tilt on there and go from there. Start watching to see how it behaves.
Absolutely. That's
then
what we were
we.
talking about. Somebody mentioned in the chat about that, where like they say like, hey, look, it's just another historically lagging indicator. Well, yeah, you're right
Right.
that it is, but if you look at a moving average and it plots it, well, as time goes on, it's going to adjust that a little bit because that average is going to bend it. This isn't. This is real-time data plotting the chart. It's not going to move. It's going to be historical real-time data, which is a little different than looking back at some average where it has to adjust as it's going.
Yeah.
So this is one of the benefits I like.
Totally
And Anne-Marie
different.
keeping it simple, yeah, totally different. Yes, it is historical, and yes, I wouldn't want to say it's lagging because it's like a candle. It's not going to change whatever the next candle, the next 20 candles do. That one candle high is not
Exactly.
going to change. It's not, and the tilt level is not going to change. If you have a Bollinger Band, or what do I have? I have countless channels on now. They're going to move a little bit until you get past that look back. I currently have it on 20. Until you get past that look back, it's going to bend and morph. That's why you'll see trade when you go historically and go, wow, look, this is a great trade. In real time, it wasn't, because what happens if the market dropped suddenly and it bent something down quickly? Say, oh, all I had to do was buy the reversal of that. When in real time, it was not. It was still way up here, right? That's why you have to be careful of those.
Exactly right, Robert.
Yeah.
That's
The additional part is,
right.
I think,
That's
adding
why,
in the components, right? Putting all together.
That's
Putting all
why
together.
price levels are so important, because they are static. They are static. And the only time they move is, when we've got a rollover, right? But in general, they are absolutely static, and you can see that shift. I still think we ought to come back, but it is no way a lagging indicator whatsoever. It is, sure, it's lagging, but Robert just found out it's 12 seconds lagging. It's 30 seconds lagging, and it might stay at 78 or 80. That's what real traders are doing in real time. That is way
Anne-Marie?
different than looking at an RSI over the last 25 candles.
Right. Anne-Marie, you do us a favor.
Yeah.
Your microphone on your little wire there is rubbing on the zipper.
Gotcha. Oh, I'm so excited.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. If you could somehow,
I'll do it.
you could somehow move it away from that's great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for.
Sorry about that. All right. So it looks like I got to learn how to code.
No, you have a team behind you, John.
Just tell Robert what we want. We tell Robert what we want.
That's what I was looking for, Robert. That's what I was looking for.
I got you, buddy. I do think adding the correlation in, though, with the other things where you have, it's not necessarily lagging, it is historical real time, which does make a difference, and then compounding that with what is really happening. If we can look back and see that based on historically, X amount, the majority of our traders went short at this area at this price for this amount of time, and we look over to the right with currently happening really, and there's a whole bunch of sellers sitting there waiting. That's is it the Holy Grail, like Anne-Marie? No, of course not. We everybody knows this, but that's a really good piece of information. So putting those things in there, what happened to us, real time historical, and then what's happening real time. Those two things I think are pretty good. Those are pretty good combinations, and we're talking this out loud right now for the first time. So I'm excited to see where we go with this. Maybe it turns into nothing, but maybe it turns into something, right?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, that's why I've been thinking about it, and why I thought it would be a good conversation for us to have today. And again, this chart we're looking at isn't how it's actually going to look. As a matter of fact, I think most of the time the average long and the average short are going to be a lot closer together, and then we get we can watch over what's happened in the past with this, see if it's kind of showing any useful information for future opportunities. I mean, we're all looking at patterns that have happened in the past and seeing if they're going to happen again, and then seeing it happen in real time. I think the juice is worth the squeeze with this, I think we kind of look towards maybe working on this a little bit again. Robert, I know you are a very busy man, and I have no expectations for you to do this or do this by yourself. And anything you do on it, I'm telling you right up front, I truly appreciate it. Just Anne-Marie, you got my mind thinking when you were talking about, the correlation of the distance between the average long and short and where
Yep.
tilt is. And this was kind of what came out of it. I'm like, okay, if we can, plot tilt over here, on the left with this white line, and then, add the average long and average short in real time, there may be something really useful in that. I'm still stuck in, my dad talking about the bullish consensus on the grain floor. They do once a week. They would do the bullish consensus, and it was one question: are you bullish grains? And whenever it was 80% bullish, the high was pretty close. There was going to be a turn in the market. Whenever it was 20% bullish, the low was in, because the last ones in are the last ones in on the upside, and the last ones in are the last ones in on the downside. The market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. And there's something to this. We can use this. I'm relatively confident that there's something useful in this. And again, we're not trying to create the holy grail, but if there is another tool that we can look at simply like this, and
Exactly.
see levels, and you look at it simply and quickly, because we can all see what the tilt is, but then I got to go and I got to look, all right, what's the average long, average short? Are they close? Are we really tilty? Are we near an important inflection level? Do we have confluence? Oh my goodness. Oh, well, now the opportunity's gone.
John, first, thanks for throwing that my way, and I would definitely help out as much as I can. I'm excited to, and there's a team behind. It's not just me. There's a whole team back here of super, super smart developers. I know tons more than I do. I have a piece of it in the trading, but as far as development goes, I will tap them as a group, absolutely. So, but thank you for putting the faith in there. And my comment on what you're saying there was, in anything, if anybody is, chat wise or watching, has done any coding, and Emery, if you know this too, sometimes what you're going for, you end up with a different result. And I can reference Steve Jobs on this. I saw him on an interview. I was on stage. It was an interviewer, host, and then it was on stage. It would be on YouTube with Bill Gates and Steve Jobs on stage talking together. And they asked Steve Jobs and said, man, you really did something great with the Apple iPhone with the touchscreen. And now all of a sudden you come out with this iPad. And Steve Jobs says, well, we shelved the iPad. The iPad was first. Everybody was doing these little touch phones, tick, 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 and they built the iPad first in the development lab, but there was more interest in going mobile, and mobile phones are taking off. They said, let's shelf this and make it real small and give it to them in a phone first. So we may be working on this, and after all is said and done, come back and be like, we started this way, we added these, we morphed to these, we developed that, and here's the product, and this was what we were shooting for, and they could be different.
Yeah, of course. I'm wondering when they came up with the iPad or the iPod. I miss my iPod.
iPod, no, iPad. The
No,
iPad
iPod.
thing. iPods with the music. Yeah, those are the music ones, but I'm talking about the iPad, right? Yeah, the
iPad,
iPhone.
no.
Technically, the iPhone was released first, but when the interview came on, Steve Jobs said, no, we were building the iPad first, which is that like 10-inch one. But everybody was going mobile phones. And he said, well, all right, let's put that on a shelf and let's make the iPad only really small and call it an iPhone with a touch screen. So it was interesting how we all saw the iPhone first with the touchscreen, and then the iPad came out later, and that's not what happened. They were building the iPad first.
And they came up with something better, I guess, huh? It looks like
exactly.
Got a lot of folks in the chat thinking about asking if they can help us with this thing. I don't know how we're going to do that, but
cool. Well, you could write the logical structure, like with any code, you've got to have the logical flow structure first. And so if somebody wants to write out logical flow for Robert so that he can go X, Y, or Z, that would really help. I think, having an overlay of it, because it has a different axis, it might cause a wee bit of trouble, but certainly certainly worth looking at. So yeah, if you
Yeah.
guys want to write that logical flow, if you think you got the handle on it, then do it up and send it to Robert.
Absolutely. You don't want to know how many whiteboards I have in my house right now.
Oh my goodness! I gotta answer a couple of questions from things that people have been asking in the chat. Yes, I do miss my iPod. I had such great music downloaded on there, and a lot of it I can't get anywhere else. And my iPod is kaput. It doesn't work anymore. So, and Apple won't work on it because it's too old. They won't work on it. I'm like, oh my goodness. All right. The sample size of Tilt. I mean, we're talking about thousands of traders. I mean, everybody that's in a trading combine or an XFA account is included in the Tilt. So we're looking at thousands of traders. It's a big sample size. So you can say, yeah, some of these are in the trading combine, but these are people that actually have a stake in their trading in the trading combine. So we believe that it is a relatively good representation of a sector of retail traders, and that's what that Tilt is. We don't suggest that it's going to be useful or not useful for anybody in trading. Just trying to look at another way to use it on the charts to maybe find an opportunity for people to use it, to help them with their decision making process. So I'm a fan of keeping things simple, like Anne Marie, but anything that we can kind of develop that might be simple to see. We already have the Tilt. We already know the average long position. We already know the average short position. If we can put that on the charts to see it more simply, I think that could be something that would be really good. So that's really the conversation we're having now is, is it going to be difficult to code? If not, do we do it? Do we not think it's going to be useful? I'd say so far, I mean, I think the consensus is yes, this is something that we would like to at the very least see and might be well worth the squeeze. So yeah, I think that's most of the questions. I appreciate everybody chiming in and saying, I'd like to help. I'd like to help. I'd like to help. I don't have those skills. Robert has those skills. We have those skills here. We'll see how we can get this thing done. And hopefully it's going to be something really, really helpful and useful. I'm Anne Marie, you really got my juices flowing when you were talking about that, and something about it just made really good sense to me. So this was my artistic rendition of what it might kind of look like, or at least how we could do it, so we could see the white line is Tilt. The green line is the average price of longs. Red line, average price of shorts. We put it together, and we'll see if it floats.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I can't wait. It's going to be super exciting.
For sure, it's a great
James,
a great idea. Nice combination for sure.
Yeah, James is saying, baby steps. First, build a minimum product that represents most of its functionality, then see if it's useful before we tighten it up, right?
Exactly.
And Marie, I feel bad. You don't have to just sit there and hold that wire and that microphone.
Oh, I don't mind. It's better than.
I got headphones on. What are you doing? Oh.
You are wonderful.
It's a noise canceling headphones with like.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Detox is saying if 90% of traders are losing, Tilt is also incorrect. But if Tilt is 90% long, what does that tell you? You think 90% of those traders are going to lose?
We actually know that 90% of the traders are wrong. Number one. Number two, it's not telling us that we need to move. But here's what we know. The traders that stick around in the XFAs, particularly, if they're there, they're either going to make money or they're going to lose money and blow it out. So the traders that continually make bad decisions aren't part of that data that we're taking a look at, right? And I believe that Michael said that the live traders are not part of
They're
this
not
data
part of
feed,
it.
correct? Yeah.
That's correct.
So, so the big thing to realize, no, I'm just really glad this person asked this question. We are not following them. We are not. We are following price and watching them because sometimes they're going to be right and sometimes they're going to be wrong. We just want to be watching so that we can see what everything looks like, and if everything matches, then we take the trade. It's not, hey, this is 80%. We're gonna go short. Hey, this is 20%. We're gonna go long. This is really the anchor of what we're trying to say. Just because we see these events around price doesn't mean it's telling us to move in a certain direction. If I say to you, hey, listen, the top of the range is going to be X, does that mean that when it gets to X, you're all of a sudden going to go, well, hey, I'm shorting that? Well, if that answer is yes, you're doing the wrong thing. It's not about any of that. It's about watching the organism behave. And when the pieces match, you're going to be fine. It's sort of like that same analogy I had yesterday when we were on fast markets. You're waiting for your bus, and the bus is going to come. And if you're taking a red line or a blue line or purple line or whatever, and a bus rolls up, and you don't look up and go, oh, okay, this is going to XYZ, and you just hop on the bus, then you're taking the one signal of, oh, a bus comes down the road, I'm in it. That's not what the tilt is.
No.
And it's just sharing with us the amalgam of data. That's why sometimes when people are 70% long, price continues to move right up. It just moves and moves and moves and moves.
And
And you think to yourself, holy cow, when are they going to close their position? That it's not saying, hey, they're up, so they must be wrong, so I got to turn around. It's not that at all. It's the amalgam.
That's
a good
exactly
word.
right. And it's also the historical part. If you look at the tilt right now and go, okay, I am 80, there's 80% long. I want to fade that, and I put in a short. But that's a snapshot of real time right here, right now. Let's say this updates it with around 15 seconds. Let's just generically speak 15 seconds. Now, I just looked 80% long. I'm going short to fade the tilt. But if I look back 15 seconds ago, if only 10% were long, will that change my mind? What happens if those traders are the reason only 10% long now? The market started going up, and right when it was at that peak, everybody tried to jump on the bandwagon and went long. We might be right in that situation. But if they were 90% long a minute ago, 15 seconds ago, and right now they are 70% long, do I want to go long at that point? So it's not just looking at one single piece of information and going, yep, 80% shorting it or fading it, whichever direction it's going.
No.
It's going, okay, this is what's happening right now. What happened to this previously, which again doesn't mean it's going to happen again, but what's happened to this previously? What are we reacting to at this level? And what's happening on the DOM? That is your real time or your price ladder. See that thing lights up green and there's a whole bunch of buyers sitting down there and we are at 90% short. Hey, that's a pretty dang good place to go long. But we need to have those couple of components in there. So I think working through this, like we're talking about now, and then just doing this brain dump, piecing it together, and coming up with something that is potentially used, that'd be great. Like I said, we may end up with a whole different product, or we may find out that, you know what, this was a bad idea, nothing worked. Both of those answers are correct, but we might come up with something really good.
Yeah,
The juice is worth the squeeze, John. I'm with you on it. Juice is worth the squeeze.
All right, good. Good. And you know, you're absolutely right. You're both absolutely right. There's nothing that is going to be right every time. You don't have to look at tilt. You don't have to. You don't. You know, if you don't like it, you don't want it. You don't look at it. I mean, you know, this is just another potential useful data point, and I'm trying to do it in a way that it's not going to overcomplicate things, right?
Right. Great idea.
Love it.
Awesome. Anne-Marie, you've got a basketball game to go to tomorrow night, right?
Yes, we do. We do. It's
Your
going to
son
be
is
in Povla tomorrow, so that's going to be nice.
Nice.
It's supposed to be 78 degrees.
Ooh.
Shocking. Yeah.
Shocking is right. It's 43 here.
Yeah. There was a blizzard in Michigan today. I was just talking to somebody in Detroit, and it was just snowing
snow here in
sideways over
Chicago.
there.
Yeah.
Same there?
Yeah, they're up north. Up north, they got like 4 or 5 inches, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Snow.
All right.
I love it.
I guess we'll end the segment here. Anne-Marie, always a pleasure. Thank you for your wonderful brain and your thought process. And you know, we'll look forward to seeing you again next week. I think you're back on Strategy Lab on Monday, I believe. Will be the next time we see you. Blessings to you, your family, and everybody. Have a great weekend. Talk thank you again for your incredible mind and your thought process and everything. And we'll talk. We'll talk, and
sure.
We'll see if we can't get this squeezed so we can find the juice.
Yeah, John, thanks for your patience with hanging out with a couple of nerds over here. So
no.
you hung in there. Sorry about that, Anne-Marie, but I'll put myself.
Listen, I know what I am. I'm all right with it. I'm all right with being a nerd.
Well, I feel blessed to be with you guys because I always learn so much. So again, thank you very much. Folks, stick around. We got Power Hour coming up here. Andre, JD, and Coach Dakota. That's going to wrap up the week for everybody. Thanks again for hanging out with us. We hope you had a fun week. You hope you had a fun day, profitable day. And, you know, I will see you again Monday morning for the opening call. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to each other. Blessings. And we'll see you all very, very soon. So don't forget, stick around for Power Hour coming up. See you in a minute.
Welcome to Power Hour. We are joined by my man JD with TopstepTV and the star of Slow Markets, Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Central, Coach Dakota, the man in the middle. Welcome to Power Hour, Coach Dakota. How are things going? You just told us you're in a trade. Let's cut straight to it. What do you got going?
Yeah, you can see my charts now. You can see this has been a great session for me for the slow markets. If you guys want to see what I was doing overnight, join my slow markets. I'll go over it again Monday night. But essentially, I was shorting the Nikkei, had a few great runners, and I was up about $3,000 or $4,000. Here during the New York session, you guys could see on my chart, I got into a couple of positions long, closed out as we started to break. I'm still holding one from 535 and 3/4. And I just added to it over here as we started to show some support back down towards 587s. We'll see if we could break up and see if we can test above 600s, maybe go for a session high. And I will look to continue to lock in some profit. And just so you guys could see, here's my live account. I am trading my live account. This is where I'm at for the day. I did lock up my express funded accounts. Across 3 express funded accounts, I'm at 3,000 a piece. So 9,000 on my express, about give or take 6,000 on my live for today, and a beautiful Friday. So I might end up just getting closed out of this maybe, and then just calling it a day.
Well done. Very good to see. All right, real quick, Dakota. I want to talk about. All right, so you're trading the Nikkei. Were you trading when that rate hike, when the Bank of Japan hiked rates to essentially zero? And if so, how did that affect the markets? How did that affect the Nikkei?
Yeah, we actually had a little bit longer session for slow markets. We stayed up for a 2-hour class. It's one of those tentative news, so it wasn't an exact time. And we were sitting there waiting, talking shop, going back and forth and watching the markets. As soon as the stream ended, the Bank of Japan released the news. It was the first time in 17 years where they increased their interest rates. I took a couple scalps. I didn't really trade it very, very much. Waited till the dust settled, and then I placed a couple of trades. And we broke to all-time highs in the Nikkei, the Japanese market, if anybody's wondering. And last night, I was just looking for a pullback, got short around 40,850, and we had a nice sell-off last night. But yeah, rewatch my slow markets class. Join me for slow markets if you want more in that. And then here I am trading the New York session, holding on to a long for the past 3 hours and looking to see if we could make a run to session highs.
Wow, 3 hours. Good on you. All right, JD, what are we looking to do today? You going to be slapping around some NASDAQ or what?
Sure am. That's some pretty impressive stuff, Dakota. Nicely done. I'm glad I haven't done anything today. I'm looking at this downward channel from the highs yesterday going into today. I was super busy, so I didn't put a trade on today, but I was looking for possibly some extension lower off of that upper range bar or channel line. I did not do anything. I'm glad I didn't, because the breakout was the play, which is what Dakota caught. We are seeing a little weakness right now, maybe possibly another trip back down to VWAP going into the close. We'll see. We're hovering right around value area high for the day. We broke above value area low from yesterday in the NASDAQ and then came back down below it. We're still inside range from yesterday. So could be a little choppy going to the close. I am looking for some weakness, though. So look for me to take some short. We are under orders to trade bigger. So I've got the 5 lot locked in. Maybe we'll scale in a couple positions.
5 lot time, baby. That's right. Thank you for the reminder. 5 lot minimum, new default size, 5 lots. Dakota, what would you say your default size is for a trade? I know it fluctuates based on you scale in, scale out, but what would you say your default size is for your first trade of the day? What would you say it is?
1 to 3 contracts.
1 to 3.
I mean, you can see now I'm holding 2 contracts, which is a pretty decent sized position. Last night I was short the Nikkei 3 contracts. Very rarely do I get over that in a lot of my good trades. I mean, I had a conversation. I called. I got risk managers' phone numbers today. I gave them a call. I had them lower my daily loss limit from 3,000 to 2,500 on my accounts. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys were aware. While you guys were down in Vegas, I fat fingered a position in my live account, and I got into 15 contracts when I fat fingered it, and it was like instant daily loss limit.
Yeah,
So
that'll do it.
yeah, just managing risk, taking it slow, looking at it as a marathon. Just finished up some pizza over here in Utah, Andre, with
Here we go. I know where this is going. Go on. I know where this is going. Go
yeah,
on.
you know,
Was it poisoned?
it
Was it
was pretty
poisoned
good.
pizza?
Yeah. No, I mean,
You guys have been known to
we
poison
can hold
pizza
our
out there.
pizza down, right? We don't need to make excuses. We can handle it.
Shots fired, coming out swinging, baby. I love it. I love it.
I was
Dakota,
watching yesterday. I wasn't in the chat, but I word gets around.
Couldn't help it, man. Hey, that's just the story. That's I wish it was he just stuck to it being a flu. I wish he didn't bring up it being a food poisoning because the whole flu thing's a cooler story, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, being sick. It's called the flu game. It's always been known in the flu game until then.
Absolutely. All right, so Dakota, let me ask you here. All right, so you decided to call. You got in touch with Mick, I believe, or someone on the RIS team. If you don't mind me asking, can we take a look? How does that conversation go exactly? All right, ring, Mick. How does that go? Hey, Mick, can you cut my DLL to like 2,500? Simple as that.
So it wasn't Mick. It was I'm horrible
Brett?
with names. It was started with a J.
Jacob. Yeah. Jacob's the new risk manager for sure.
No, it wasn't a new risk manager. Jeff, whatever.
Yes.
I'm horrible with his name, but let me see. He deserves a shout out anyway, since I talked to him. It was I was way off. Brett. So I talked to Brett.
Yep.
Talked to him. I was joking. I said, can I increase my daily loss limit to like 20,000? He thought I was serious. Took a minute. It's like, I need to go ask Mick for that. And then it's like, no, I just wanted to lower it to 2,500. He's like, yeah, give me a moment. And 30 minutes later, my daily loss limit was moved down to 2,500 in my live account. It's not because I was taking really bad losses. It's one, to manage risk, because I'm a human. I could do these stupid human errors like fat finger a 15-lot contract. And just to avoid anything, I've hit my daily loss limit a few times in my life. But when we have days like today where I'm up, 6,000, how it's like 3 DLLs, right? And it's just a way for me to manage risk, even though that we look to never hit the daily loss limit. Worst case scenario, right?
Absolutely. Well, good on you. Good on you for recognizing that and being self-aware enough. I mean, you've been doing this for long enough now that it's all about managing your risk. It's very well noted that your win percentage is less than 50%, but your reward over risk is far exceeds that. That does make you profitable, as we have seen you on the top 10 leaderboard. But yeah, sorry. So tell us about this trade that you're in right now, Dakota. You are long, I believe.
Yeah. Essentially, what I was looking at was I'm still holding. So over here on the 5-minute chart, I'm still bullish. The NASDAQ. I had a setup on the 60-minute. If we look at the 60-minute, let me make it a lot bigger for you guys here on the screen. So 60-minute chart. Here's the FOMC. We rallied up. We came back down into around 500. This was a key level for me that I was looking at. There was an area of support and resistance that we hesitated during the FOMC. We came down around 500, held. You could see we have a lot of insights in the fight, or the 60-minute chart. Then I zoomed down to a 5-minute, and I talked about this last night during my slow markets, some of the price areas that I was looking at. And if we zoom all the way out, all the way over here on the left, you guys could see on the 5-minute chart, it's a little more defined. During FOMC, we ran up. This was resistance. Resistance typically becomes support. We did not test this as support yet, and I was looking for it to test today. Sure enough, today we sold off. We tested pretty much that exact level right around 500, showed support. We started to make higher lows, make higher highs, and I just started to get into a position looking for a break, maybe a test. You can see I closed out one for take profit right around 592. We started to have a pullback during this afternoon. I added into a second position, and we'll see if we can get a bounce. And that's pretty much it. Very basic, very simple. If we do, maybe come back down towards 60s, 70s, and then turn around. We'll see how it goes. I'm looking to push session highs. We still have about 50 minutes to the close.
Yes, we do.
Go ahead,
I've got a
JD.
4-hour chart up right now. I'm looking at more of a range bound market for the moment.
Let's
Last
take a
couple
look.
weeks. I think you could play both sides of this range. Put in a new all-time high yesterday.
Yep.
So I'm thinking, in my personal opinion, I like to be on the short side for the moment until range extension above new all-time highs is clearly made.
Got you. And what's that all-time high again? 18,700 something?
709.
709. Thank you. All right, starting to see some sellers here. S&P's just went right through what VWAP there. NASDAQ closing in on VWAP now as we speak. I got VWAP in the NASDAQ at 18,553, and we just touched it. S&Ps are getting hammered right now.
Yep, I'm out. That was a scratch trade for me.
Okay, that's how you manage your risk. Well done. Someone just hit the sell button on the S&Ps. We're beneath 5,300.
Back down to VWAP. I was looking for that trade. I did not get in.
Yeah.
We're about to hit that upper channel line of the channel I drew earlier this morning.
What's the price approximately there, JD?
Right around 540, 18,540.
540. Gotcha. New lows in the Dow. Thank you, Eddie.
Next pop. I think I might stack some orders to the up, some offers on the upside.
Okay.
Tested that VWAP, pulling back off it again.
Yep. SSS got long, 93 halves. That long 93 halves. Nice fill, SSS. Damn. 93 halves. Good job.
If we find support down here, I might go ahead and get back in it. There's nothing wrong with closing it out, and then if it sets up again, to get right back in it. It's a lot cheaper to get out and get back in rather than to hold and wait for it to come back.
Russian news. I did see a headline here in the chat. We got someone talking about the news in Russia. Can someone update me on that? I did see some headline. You guys familiar with this headline? Anything?
No, I'm not seeing nothing.
I haven't heard anything on my end.
Okay.
It's not economic.
Nor bad.
It's bad.
Well, what is it?
A terrorist attack at a like a orchestra hall.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Oh shit.
Okay. Well, that'll put a negative sentiment. Concert shooting. Thank you. Well, that'll put a negative sentiment to the markets. Give a reason to move. Okay, great. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Order canceled.
Nice fill there, SSS. See if you can ride that. Take a quick look at Tilt, NASDAQ 50/50. That was an awesome segment, by the way. Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie about Tilt and different ways to play that and how to view it and what to, how to work with it or work around it. If you guys gained some value from that, I know I certainly did. But when Tilt is looking 50/50 like it is right now, kind of sit in your hands and wait for the market to tell us where we're going.
I'm just looking around at the different markets as well. Oil, and then I started to dabble in gold. I used to be a gold trader back, and I switched from gold to the Nikkei this fall, and now I'm starting to play in gold. It's been a little more volatile, as of lately.
Yes, it has. It's been a hell of a bull run the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it has.
2200s. Okay.
I'm working an offer to get short at 580 quarter in the NASDAQ. It's right in the middle of this sort of area of consolidation going back to midday yesterday.
Okay. S&P saw a bit of a bounce, NASDAQ as well. Touch VWAP in NASDAQ and bounced up off of it. Looking at the 5 minutes here, we might see some more sellers. We'll see what this candlestick does here. Not a whole lot of liquidity. Looking at the S&P ladder, nothing sticks out. We'll keep you posted on that. Johnny, keep me updated on Delta. Last time, about 15 minutes ago, we were at minus 9,000 in the ES. Minus 9,000 in the ES. We did see a sell-off, so the number may have increased. Here we go. More selling.
I mean, it is Friday afternoon as well.
It is.
Like,
What is that?
That was
So
going
what does that mean?
to be my next question. What do you look for usually going on the weekend after a nice rip higher?
I
You look for
usually
profit
look
taking?
for a nice date or something to do over the weekend. That's what I'm looking for.
Go to Park
To heck
City.
with the
Go
market.
to Park City, man.
It's spring, the days are getting longer. We have a lot more light. And so 100%, it's time to get out of the house, get out of being cooped up in front of our computer monitors and go find something to do.
Absolutely. All right, more sellers coming in here.
There they are.
Minus 12,000 delta. Yes, minus 12,000. Congruent with market direction right now.
Back through VWAP in the NQ. All right. I'm just going to jump in a second here. I'll let you know when.
You got it. 5 lot?
5 lot.
Yes, sir. Locked and loaded. Dakota, what are we thinking here?
Okay,
Who's in?
I'm long. I just got into another long here in the NASDAQ.
A long Nazi. From what price, please, so we can update the Chiron?
18,551. These are my 3 combine accounts. I'm done trading my live. I think I'm happy with my live account. So this is across 3 combines. So it shows 1 contract, but times that by 3.
Yep.
Measure that. Tilt 70%. I'm not seeing the 70%. I'm seeing 63% short in NASDAQ, 57% short in ES. We do have a minus 12,000 delta. Go ahead, JD.
I do like your long there, right around VWAP, Dakota, but this is TV, so I'm going to fade you. Not technically.
Fading the guess. Fading the guess, JD.
I did say I was looking for shorts when we first started the segment, so we're going to have
statistically,
we're going to have competing
you would be
competitions
right.
there in a minute.
Statistically, you'll be right if you fade me.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in, filled, sold 5 at 18,561 half. Short
5 at 61 half.
Taking a 10 points of risk on this.
Okay. Thank you, James. Appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in. We still have 22, almost 2,300 people watching right now. Please smash that like button. Please click subscribe. We're at 76,000 subscribers. Wow. We're getting there. I believe next week we might have a little token of appreciation for crossing over that 75,000 subscriber threshold. So stay tuned next week. I think we might have a little something in store for you guys.
Man,
it's crazy.
It's grown so fast.
Dude,
so
right?
Fast. It's only been, less than 6 months?
About that. I mean, look at slow markets, Dakota. While we're looking at these trades, tell us about your slow markets experience. What are your thoughts? What do you like? What do you dislike? How have you been received? How you feeling about it?
Yeah. I'm still in this long NASDAQ, but I think overall, I am going to be talking and managing this trade. So bear with me.
Yes, trading first.
Yeah. So I've really enjoyed slow markets. Not from the aspect of my goal is not to just get as many people just to come watch me and to advertise or any of that. My real goal is just to help as many traders as possible and open the eyes of, traders with a family, traders with a life, traders, around the world, because Topstep is an international team. And you guys hear me say this all the time. We do have traders around the world that just cannot trade during the New York session, and just show everybody that, there's more than the New York session. We could take advantage of opportunities and movements in the market overnight and throughout the London and other sessions. I'm going to look to get out if we get another bounce to the upside on this. I like to get out at the bid instead of market. Just, sell at ask. I mean, slap that ask.
Yeah, for sure. Did you go market in?
Oh, Dakota. Getting frisky on a Friday. I like
Slap that ask.
Slap that ask.
It is the porking hour, right?
It is the porking. That's a good team name for Topstep Trading League. I like that. Slap that.
The porking hour.
Slap that ask.
Oh boy. Topstep TV after dark. The chat liked it, but yes. So you're saying that you are enjoying. Well, we'll watch this.
Yeah, it's been fun. I think it's been well received. We've averaged, a lot. It's been going a lot better than I expected. A lot smoother.
Numbers
you could imagine running a stream. A one-man team, right? We've started to get some moderators in the chat who's been able to help and feed me questions. And it's one of those where if you are in the United States, we have a lot of traders, here in the US who join it. And relax in your pajamas. You're in bed. You could just pull it up on your phone or wherever, and you get to enjoy some slow markets, whether you are trading it or if you're trying to get, a different perspective on how the markets are going to be tonight and maybe even into tomorrow. Like last night, right? I was talking about the NASDAQ and I said, maybe this 18,500 level will be the area that I'll look to be getting in long. And we didn't get there until the New York session. So a different perspective. It's fun. Come and you could ask questions, to myself, who's a live trader here at Topstep, and just willing to help.
Good stuff, man.
Super informative session too. Yeah, I enjoy watching you for sure. We're not getting a lot of follow through on this short right now. It's actually just popped in my face. Taking a little bit of heat, hanging right around my entry price, but nothing too exciting happening just yet.
Not yet. 8 minutes till the bottom of the hour. And we'll start, maybe see some fireworks here. Going into Power Hour, TopstepTV, baby. Final Power Hour of the week. Next week, it's a 4-day trading week with Good Friday. So it's 4 days, Monday through Thursday. Haven't taken a look at the calendar just yet. I know my man Eddie will probably peep that calendar and read to you guys before we sign off. But for the time being, let's focus on the last 38 minutes of the trade. Crazy week. Dakota, did you trade FOMC at all, or were you still your hands off for something like that?
No, I did. I scalped the aftermath, and I did pretty well. I scalped it in my live, just in and out. As soon as it came out, I don't really care what the FOMC. We started to break highs, and it was just up and up from there. And to me, it was just as soon as every single dip, I was looking for to buy the market, and it was a pretty good day for me.
So it was.
And here we go. We're getting at that little push. If we bounce up above 70s, I'm just going to go ahead and get out with some momentum to the long side. And when you're ready to close yours, I'll take your contract off your hand, JD.
Just trading right now. Old school way, sitting down in series with our trading cards.
That'd be
hilarious. I'll take one.
Yeah.
Your stop loss is my take profit. Is that what we're?
Yep, 71.5.
It's a beautiful thing.
That's
Zero sum
pretty
game.
Close to what I'm looking for.
Zero sum game. Top quiz results. We will have top quiz results eventually. You guys know that. We take care of you guys. Come on now. Richard Harris.
I thought we were done showing top quiz results.
Oh, are we? Oh, that's
they always pull me back into it.
Why would we be done?
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I'm trolling the chat trolls here.
I like
I
it.
did for a while because it just created like a support nightmare with people reaching in. It was better just to get your email, but so be
Fair
it.
enough. Now we've created, Dr. Frankenstein. We've created a new monster.
One blacked out name today that I will explain when we show the results.
Love it. Also, congratulations to Jack's Northwestern Wildcats for getting that win.
They pulled one off for sure.
Pulled it off in overtime. Well done. It was getting a little sketchy there down the stretch, but they came back in overtime to get the W. Congratulations, Jack.
On to UConn.
Oh, that's right. UConn round
Good
2.
luck with that.
They got to take down the favorite to.
No doubt, man.
Sorry, Jack.
Hey, man. Make a bunch of threes. You got a chance. All right,
live and die by it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it's turned into. All right, starting to see some buyers here. S&P.
I should have taken an opportunity to scratch there. I did not. We were kibitzing a little too much. But, yeah, they're going to run my stop here. I could smell it.
Blame the kibitzing. You guys were kibitzing.
That's what happens.
Oh, my God. Blaming everybody else.
Kansas game was scary, guys. Too close for comfort. We're not that good. We're playing Gonzaga. We're going to lose.
We're kind of just being choppy right here.
Yes, it is.
Real choppy.
Still got a negative delta 12,000.
So you're a seller, you're a short, and you're a little bit nervous. I'm a buyer, and I'm still a little bit nervous here that we haven't really.
Funny how that happens, right?
Right.
So we're both long and short, and we're both nervous. What's going on?
Good old trading, man. Why did we choose this gig?
We're diddling in the middle. That's
diddling in the middle. We're hedged, baby.
but I'm just a little bit less nervous than you are, I believe.
Yeah, my confidence in this trade is dwindling by the second.
Those Goldman interns, man, hunting for stops, even on a Friday afternoon.
Sometimes, I mean, that's I watched Floored the other day and that was so interesting because that transition from pit traders to live, where you no longer could like play the player, like it's like if I'm over here and we're in person, I can start to see pressure and I can see you getting nervous, and I know you're short, and I can say, okay, we're gonna squeeze, and sure enough, we start to squeeze. We don't get that here in the live markets now when we're doing electronic trading. So here we go.
I would say you could see the whites of their eyes. I'm out. Stop.
Okay.
Dakota, that's why Dakota, that's why I'm constantly asking for delta, because that's about as close as you can to replicating something like that.
Or right here. Right here. I was watching JD and watching you getting a little bit nervous. I'm like, okay.
I'm fidgeting.
Let's do it.
All right. SS, did you hold on to that? SS, did you stay strong? Staying that long?
So that was $1,200 for me right there.
Done.
Very nice. Very nice.
What are you at on the day, Dakota?
Live account. I'm gonna have to do some math.
No.
Public.
Yeah. Here comes
Tricky.
some math. Yeah.
Tricky.
Yep. Live account 4,500, and then my XFAs are about 3,400 a piece.
Good stuff.
So just under 15,000.
That's a day.
Bad.
That is a day.
Not bad. All right. Look at next week. See what
that was a beautiful trade. If you're you guys are on my chart over here on the 5 minute. Here's what I was looking at, just so everyone knows. Support and resistance, right? We broke out, we came down, we started to consolidate. Resistance became support, and there's the trade. Simple. Keep it super simple. Managing risk. And I could have held this, but I don't really want to hold a trade on a Friday afternoon.
No.
Typically, my target would be maybe up into the 80s, but see profit, lock in profit today, $1,200 on that. I think I'm going to be happy going into the weekend. Maybe go have another pizza.
Oh, come on, dude.
Watch
The Last Dance. Watch this documentary called Last Dance, Dakota.
You know,
want to educate yourself. Watch The Last Dance and learn.
You know, I did, and here's what I realized is if I was to just own a sports team, let me ask you a question, Andre. Let's ask you a question. Let's ask Hoop in the chat. You have the same question because Hoop's always chiming in there. I see your comments. If you were to start a basketball team, a professional basketball team,
Shaq,
and you had to choose. You had to choose one player that you could have on your team, and you could have them for the length of their career. Who would you choose?
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, you choose.
It's
Shaq.
probably a good choice. He played a long time.
No one's ever seen anything like that before.
Right. But we're talking. Now we're talking. Could you find anyone better than LeBron James when it comes to the length of time you'll have him, the amount of views he brings, and the amount of competitive your team will be making deep playoff runs for over 21 years? Right. MJ is great. He had a nice peak. But in terms of value for the team,
nice peak. A nice peak, he calls it.
Well, if you want to go by rings, I mean,
a nice peak. 6-0, 6-0, Dakota. That's all I gotta say. And the last shot he made was on your Utah Jazz. You remember that one? He posted.
We could
post it like this.
Then you talked about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, how long did he?
Yeah, if you want to talk about that, there's players that have a lot more rings than MJ, and they're not considered the GOAT. But in terms of overall value on and off the court,
off the court. Have you seen the logo? Do you know what his logo is? You know what Jumpman is? Off the court.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about overall. If you look at the overall, right? It's just as a owner,
the chat's loving this.
If you're looking for an investment and an asset for a company over a longer period of time,
Nike.
Yeah, I do believe that LeBron James would bring more dollar to your team and have a lot more deep playoff run and bring a better
Yeah, but
show.
how many teams did he play with?
Well,
Not too
that's why I
faithful.
said is if you're an owner and if you could have one player for the length of the career, we won't talk about MJ when he left the Bulls, right? No one talks about that.
We're still talking. We're still talking about him now. We're still talking about him now. All right, I'll put it to you this way: what number is LeBron? What number is LeBron James? I'll just put it to you, and we'll leave it at that. What number is LeBron?
What as of right now, 23. But
I wonder why
it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be fun to watch if he gets to play with his son.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Yeah, JP, there's the real GOAT, Tiger Woods. Nobody's
100%,
a better
100%.
Nobody's a more dominant athlete in their sport than
only
Tiger
athlete
Woods.
that was bigger than their sport ever. Tiger Woods.
Yep.
I think Bron the younger is going to need to score a few more points at USC if he wants to play with his dad.
Yeah.
Well, his dad kind of secured him, though. His dad said,
sure.
Whoever drafts him, I'm probably going to go there. So they're probably going to just draft him just with the chance and the hope to get
for sure. Package deal for sure.
I would do that too as a dad. I'd just like, you know what? You draft my son, I'll go there so you could lock in your son's future.
The Milwaukee Bucks are doing that with Giannis's brother. He's like the 12th man on the bench just to appease Giannis. Minus 12,000 Delta. Thank you, John. Hovering around that. We got 28 minutes left in the trading week, fellas. But nothing like a good old MJ LeBron debate. Gets the chat going.
Yeah. Oh,
good job.
That's
Good
going to
job,
go
Dakota.
on forever. That's going to go on until like maybe Wembanyama is up there if he could stay healthy.
Got to stay healthy.
That's the key, right?
LeBron's been remarkably healthy. There's no doubt about that. Crazy.
Yeah, I think I might be done for the day trading, guys. Like that's where I'm going to end it at. I don't see anything. If something shows up, we only have less than 30 minutes left. Maybe some quick scalps like you just seen me do. Risk off for me.
Yeah, super choppy right now. I don't disagree with your plan at the moment.
It is.
We're not going to follow through in either direction.
Ending the day flat, yes. So back in the day, my boss at the previous trading firm I worked for, this was in the shadows or the heels of 9/11. So very much there was this terrorist, throughout terrorism and attacks globally and stuff. So every Friday afternoon at the close, my boss would always stay short one S&P over the weekend, just in case something happened. I know I've told the story before, and there's 48 hours of markets not being open and potential for bad news or threats or so on and so forth. So he'd stay short a one lot every Friday going into the Sunday reopen, and sometimes it would hit big. But yeah,
interesting.
Betting on bad news, it's quite a conflict.
Well, it's just like insurance, right? You just have an insurance for market close. True. Could you imagine if he did that when what was it, 87, or 2008, or any time where there was just no liquidity and the market's gapped down dramatically, and you have so many people just trying to get liquidated, and you're just sitting there with one short.
That's how the flash crash was. Jack, you traded the flash crash, right?
I was
in the afternoon.
No, I didn't have to go to work that night. It happened during the day, and I was asleep as I was at that time. And I just got a call from my trading clerk partner that just said, "You don't have to come in tonight. We're not gonna trade tonight."
That was wild.
Well, my group in that a few people just narrowly avoided absolute disaster. Once again, like when things get really weird, you gotta like puke the positions, because we were trading spreads,
right?
And they did come back, but
yes,
you could have taken an immense amount of heat.
Yes, we were told not over. We were told not to puke, and you're sitting there looking at your unrealized, and you're like, and they were yelling at us, "Do not puke! Do not puke! Do not puke!" I don't know what it is, a fat finger or whatever. This is when the Greek austerity measures were going on, I want to say. So there was something behind it. The bank runs on Greece or something was happening. And yeah, we were told not to puke, and it did eventually come back. But I've never sweated so hard from not. I didn't. Yeah, just sitting in a chair, just sweating, just like cannot be real. That was something, man. That was something. All right,
we're gonna have to make our own documentary here at TopStep.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We tried.
Who would play Dakota?
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. There you go. Okay.
No, I'll play myself. What?
Oh wow!
I don't need a role model.
It's good for business. Hey, if Matt Damon plays you, it's good for business.
Well, I mean, I'm just a younger, better-looking version, right?
Sure. I'm back in the market, guys. Short at 18,580 quarter.
I say we get Hugh Jackman to play Andre.
Wolverine. I like that.
Yeah, it's a good one.
You're short at 18,580 quarter?
580 quarter short.
I'm tempted to get in long here.
Do it. Let's do it.
I'm keeping up the VWAP here in S&Ps.
What's your stop at?
91.
Don't tell
90
him.
quarter.
Don't tell
90
him.
quarter.
Not tell him that.
So long here and target 91. All right.
Come on,
I'm
JD.
tempted.
We got Delta. Yeah, there it is. Negative 12K.
12K.
Thank you, Johnny.
Wow, John. Hugh Jackman. My Boogie Night's name there, John.
Okay, I'm long here.
Oh, Dakota's in.
91.
Wow. Savage.
Boogie Nights. Oh my God.
You catch that joke there, Eddie?
Brown cow.
John got it. John got it.
Nothing gets by the old Hogue there.
No, he laid me up on that one. I just had to throw the ball. He alley-ooped that one to me. All I had to do was dunk it. All right, sorry guys. What we got here positions wise? GD short.
Dakota long.
Gotcha. Clash of the traders. What is MOC, Eddie? We've got an initial MOC at all, or is
nothing initial? But we will have the final market on close.
Okay.
What is the MOC? We don't have it yet. There, follow, but as soon as it hits the wire, I will share it.
Okay.
Andre, you put anything on yet?
Negative.
You're sticking to your.
I guess
Sticking to the no trading gun.
The marching orders. There's nothing happening right now, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of silly to be trading this right now.
We'll see. I'm still keeping an eye on this Delta play. We are starting to maybe squeeze them yet a little bit. We'll see what happens here in the next 250 Central here in about 11 minutes. That Delta's still short 12K. Might take a long.
Yeah, I am long, but for some reason it's not showing here. But you guys could see I am in one position long. In pretty much, or 3 contracts. 1 contract times 3 express funded accounts.
Okay.
I'm taking a little bit of heat. Where were you in it again, Dakota? What price?
81 and a half. Where are you in at?
80 quarter.
Okay.
I'm taking the heat right now for sure.
Yeah, my target's you said 91 and a half?
Yep. 90.
Okay.
90 quarter. 10 points.
90 quarter? Okay.
We have a chance. Maybe we could squeeze those top quiz results in. Jack, it's your call on that one. But these guys
let's throw them up there.
All right, let's do it. It's Friday. No one's watching. Oh, God. There's someone's playing.
There's a few. What I
chill.
I couldn't even. I didn't even want to black out Cole B-balls. I couldn't tell if they're doing something dirty or it's Colgate basketball sucks. Either way.
Count Chocula.
Chocula. I
haven't had that forever.
Yeah. Naz, dude. Okay.
Guys, I'm going to give you a little insight into how not to get black boxed. Actually, this should be very easy, and you should all know it.
I mean, it should be self-explanatory. Yeah.
There's an alarming trend I've seen that I put the kibosh on is if you think it's amusing to spell something dirty in the form of like an East Asian name, you are 9 years old. So please stop that.
You hear that, everyone?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Seems to be a reoccurring theme there, Jack, or is it just a one-off?
I just see it from time to time. And honestly, sometimes there's been a few blacked out names that I've shared in the Slack channel with JD and James that are actually pretty funny.
I was gonna say, have you chuckled?
Just not appropriate. Those, I mean, like, it's a double strike against you if it's boring, juvenile, and black box. So don't be that person.
Be creative. Thank you, Jack.
This is my lot in life. Have fun, boys.
Here we are. Thank you, Jack.
Oh, it's fun.
We giggle like school kids here. All right, 18 minutes left in the week. Taking a look at the clock. Yep. Let's take a peek at next week. Yeah, Eddie will give us an update on what we've got looking forward to next week. Definitely some stuff on the calendar, so good. This week,
18 minutes left.
18 minutes. Yep.
18 minutes.
18 minutes. Okay. Where's your
Third Day's telling me to hold the short. I am holding the short. This is TopstepTV. We have diamond hands around here. Power hour.
Once again, we really appreciate all the bell-to-bellers. Really appreciate you guys. So kind. Hit that subscribe. Hit that like one last time, and I'll stop asking and being annoying about it.
You're still in short, JD?
Still in.
One contract, right?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Or you're doing 5. That's you.
Yeah, we're slinging 5 lots from now on. Nothing less.
Oh, okay. Is this a combine
Directives,
then?
Dakota.
This is a 150K combine, yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm in the MNQ. MNQ.
Mini.
So this is a
Micro.
very small trade.
Oh, you're trading
okay.
micros.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
this is one micro. I mean, if I lose this, then all it's going to do is help my risk reward.
Good move. Yeah. Why risk it? I understand it's good entertainment.
I like this long. I actually do like this long. To be honest, I'm really tempted to switch to just a regular mini on this long to see if we could get a push up into the 90s.
I was really tempted to get out of the short on that last little dip, but I did not. I am what I am is fading me. 10 contracts.
I like that.
Does anybody know who I am what I am is?
It's one rap lyrics, but I assume you're not quoting rap lyrics. You're not quoting Lil Wayne. Here we go. Fires. Here we go.
What a rip. And I'm just about out. I'm out. Nice.
Yes, and squeeze is on.
That worked. Shooter TX. Yeah, Dakota's playing with Monopoly money. No, I'm not.
Popeye?
That was Popeye. I am what I am.
John with the
Man,
Marvin.
it went right up, hit my take profit, hit your stop loss, and it kind of.
Now it's coming right back again.
Yep.
This market's just going. All right, around 5,300s S&Ps. That might be the price we check into next week. Remember that level.
Yeah, that was a great trade.
Nice job.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing, Dakota?
Because I was only in a micro. I should have just did a mini and had faith. Ran right and hunted JD's stops. I mean,
came right for me. Yeah, this is going to be a good one going into the close. I should do it again.
Still
do it
minus
again.
11,000.
You got to go for the golden
Dakota?
sombrero. Yeah, JD, you got to do
Dakota.
it.
I'll do it if you do it, Dakota. You ready?
No, you trade normal. Trade what you think is going to happen, and just let me do my own thing.
You're
just let me know what you're doing.
Just let me know what you're doing.
Yeah, just let me know what you're doing. I mean, you said you're going to fade me, and I'll run your stops.
Fade the fade. All right, we're ready. We should do this every day. Nothing showing on tilt. No, it's 14 minutes, gentlemen.
I think that's... What else do we have going on? Do you guys doing anything fun this weekend? I heard you guys earlier talking about that.
You like that, Luna? This weekend, what am I doing? I'm going to a comedy show on Saturday evening. A Finnish comedian named Ismo. I'm going with my dad. He's really into this guy, Ismo. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. Why is that funny?
I don't know. It's just like a lot to the story. You're going to a comedy show. You don't know who it is, but it's Ismo
this
from
guy's
Finland.
yeah, this
Thank
guy's
you,
a
Eddie.
blast.
Thank you, Eddie. There you go, Jack. Thank you, Eddie.
Honestly, he
Ismo,
takes
thank
the
you.
English language and has a blast with it. It is funny shit.
Thank you.
Sold
Eddie.
out
How
too,
about that,
man.
Jack?
Sold out.
Yeah.
I have no dog in this fight. Where are you going to? Like Zanies or Schaumburg or?
I think it's actually at the Vic. How about that?
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Zany's downtown is like taking
comedy
ground
hipster.
balls at Fenway Park. Everybody's been there. Everybody at Zany's downtown. That's the mecca that comedians consider.
We might continue to squeeze up.
Yeah, we could have.
It looks like it. It sure does.
Take that long VWAP. If we can get one more pullback in the S&Ps to 98, how right there.
You like trading the last 10 minutes, don't you, Andre?
I do. I think it's a one-way trade.
Yeah.
What do you mean one-way trade?
No reversals typically. Momentum.
Right. 2 on the final IBMOC. Let's see if it hits the wire here.
Yeah, it was just buy the dip. That was a beautiful buy the pullback.
That was it. Yeah,
that was
here on the 5-minute. Yeah, I think this is a good example. So it ran my stops on my live account earlier. I closed out. It was a scratch trade. I got back into it, and it played out really nicely now here at the end. So I think that was a good example where you just don't hold on to trades, because if that would have just kept selling off from some random news event that you guys were talking about, you would have hit your daily loss limit where you just get out, you wait for confirmation, you wait for the market. Like, you know what, we're actually going to go ahead and show some support here. It's not some dramatic sell-off that we weren't expecting. Get back in, and it's doing what we are now wanting.
Go. Eddie, keep an eye out for that MOC. I don't even know why we care. I mean, it's just good to know. Once that number comes in super out of whack, it doesn't seem to really affect it too much.
There are services that start. There's services out there that you could pay for that start giving out information on the MOC at like 2:00 Central Time. So
really,
as it's building, other traders are already watching it and loading positions. And by the time the reveal comes out at 2:50, everybody is in their positions and they're getting out when you're trying to get in. That's how it works.
Boom. There you go.
We might break above 600 here.
Son of a B.
Yeah.
Nice rip.
Yep. Oh, that VWAP play right there, man. Don't go chasing now. No FOMO trading. George.
Are you injured?
I'm not. I missed it, and I'm not going to go chasing. But they're going to keep ripping this sucker. All these shorts are going to have to puke too. What is it, John? What do you got here? Minus 7,800. We went from 11,000 to 9,500, 7,800 in the last 4 minutes. So they're puking right now. What's up, Eddie?
OC and balance 5.3 million to the buy side. 5.3 million to the buy side.
Buy side, cool.
Evan wants to know, how do you get the MOC data for free? Well, you can wait till 2:50 and get the final MOC imbalance, which Eddie just read off, or you can find a subscription service and start getting.
I just got into a long.
Oh, look at you,
At
you dirty
591.
dog.
I'm going to see if we could push up above 600 here.
Yeah.
This is 3 contracts, 1 in each XFA. I'm looking for a push above 600. If not, I'm going to just get out. This would be a really quick trade, just momentum, like you said.
Where'd you say you got in at?
591 3/4.
300.
I have my finger on the trigger, just close if we do just dump, which we might. We're not liking this. I was thinking we could get some momentum to play for another push above 600. I'll watch this.
Yep. If you're watching the ES live, you're going to see a bunch of liquidity coming in here in the next 6 minutes or so. You're going to see some super big size coming on the bids and offers. 500, 600, 700 lots on bids and offers as the shares got to get out of their positions or square up, get hedged going into the weekend. Always fun to watch and even trade. If you got the chutzpah, as Jack likes to say.
There we go. Testing 600.
What's your profit target on this?
I'm just going to get out with a momentum on the ask. If we do get a nice push, then I'll just, like I said, slap that ask with a get out.
Couldn't say it with a straight face.
That is a good one.
It was good. 7 minutes.
I'll take that preferred seat.
Kind of hesitating here for a minute.
Stay strong.
Oh, Mick's making travel arrangements behind me. That's where you're.
Where's he going? Geneva?
Oh, he's whispering now. He knows that we hear him.
We're pushing here.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
FIA camp conference. Got to book the flight.
Mick's going to an FAA conference.
Oh, sounds amazing. Jack. I like that one, Jack.
Okay, I'm out.
You do, Andre.
$700 right there. So
look at that.
All right, now I got to be done. This is me being addicted to the markets.
Yeah, well,
lock me out, Mick. If you hear it, lock me out.
Oh, we have
I
that
can't
button here on
lock out
Topstep
Ninja
X.
Trader.
Yeah,
this
Topstep
is-
X.
Oh, you know
Come on
what? I
over,
know how we
Dakota.
lock. Here we go. This is how we lock it out. Turn it down. Done. I turned
Otherwise
off
known
my
as a lock block. Yes, I
There's
said
my
lock.
lockout button. Shut my computer, my platform off. There's another $700 to top this day out.
Just sit quietly in VMix for the next 6 minutes.
That would be great. All right, in less than a minute, you're going to see another injection of liquidity. So hang on tight and buckle up. 40 seconds till that comes. Can we make new highs in the S&Ps? We're about 4 points away, 4 handles away from that. NASDAQ about 25 points away, 24 points away from that. So definitely not out of the question. We've seen bigger moves. All right. 3 seconds. Get ready.
I'll be a spectator.
And yeah, a lot of nothing.
Dre, not in the market still?
Dude, no, I'm not. Haven't had much time to focus on him all day. I guess this is my time to. Here, we'll see what happens right here. No, I am not. Up money on the, well, I scratch on the week, actually.
I closed out of that long.
Nice job.
At 604.
Yeah.
Man.
Nice job.
I was thinking about shorting your profit target, but I did not do it.
That's
obviously.
team trading right there. Sold. S&P's definitely leading the sell-off.
So
when I say sell-off,
what
we're talking like
conference
2 or
is
3
Nick
handles.
going to?
He said FAA. I don't know if maybe he meant FIA.
Mick is going to an FIA conference in April.
Sounds exhilarating.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just
yes, that's where the real party animals are found.
Sure.
Have you guys ever been to like a big corporate conference?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I have, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a weird scene.
Yeah, some people thrive in those situations, though, Jack. Some people live for that shit. I don't. Yeah, it's not my scene, so to speak, but some people love it.
Oh, Sammy in the chats wants to start a bracket. We had JD versus Dakota today. He wants Dolby and Andre. Dolby versus Andre next week.
Done. Dolby is back next week. I do believe. Yes, we can do that. Dolby's been training a lot of YM lately, and that's becoming the new darling here at Topstep. I've noticed the Dow Minis.
That's actually not a bad idea. Maybe we should get a bracket going between all of us starting Monday.
I like
or something
that.
Like that. Yeah,
I like that.
The Power Hour bracket.
Power Hours where the money's made.
I just want some like Mortal Kombat finishing move animations for everyone.
Finish
before we do
him.
that.
Yeah. Sub-Zero. Finish him.
But we have to create our own.
Yes.
Our own finishing move. Okay. I like that. All right, less than 3 minutes here. Come on. 2.5 minutes.
Trade the Dow.
I like that. That is good.
Finish him, Andre.
Done. My nemesis these days is the guy trading fast markets right now. We are button heads, needless to say. You got Bell. 11,000 Delta. All right, guys. Well, Dakota,
It's a shock, Lexi. 2 minutes.
Appreciate
Just
very
nice,
much joining
quiet.
us here on Power Hour, man. Again, for those that can, please check out Dakota on slow markets Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Central. Was it 6 p.m. your time, Mountain Time? 7 p.m. Mountain Time.
It's 7 p.m. my time, 8 p.m. Central.
There you go. Please tune in Monday through Thursday. Awesome stuff. You never know when Bank of Japan is going to hike rates, and you'll see a move in the Nikkei. It is trading all-time highs, as Dakota says, so there is opportunity there. He's a hell of a coach. He's a hell of a trader. You see him on our leaderboard, top 10 live fund traders all the time. He's part of a hell of a team with Rips and Isaac and all those stud traders over there. Dakota, thank you again very much for joining us. Your presence in the chat is very much appreciated. JD, kick-ass week, man. Production on air, doing group coaching, all that stuff. It's been a hell of a week. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. This is
I'm beat. Great job today, Dakota. Way to carve it up.
Thanks.
Well done.
Ready to
Everyone
go
in the
enjoy
chat.
a nice weekend.
Yeah, everyone in the chat, you guys
you deserve
rule.
it.
We're starting to see some sellers. Now you see all the liquidity coming here in the S&P ladder. 200 up and down the ladder. At Topstep X, you can see 100 prices above, 100 prices below, only at Topstep X. $39 a month. It's the best platform out there, and it's only going to get better because we're building it together. Here come the sellers. Eddie, you got Bell.
I got the Bell.
Boom. Sold. Wow.
Dang.
Later, George. It's been real. 10 seconds. And there's some fireworks for you. 700 lot filled. Look at these bids getting filled. Bids getting filled in the S&Ps. Wow. Have a great weekend. You guys rule.
Yeah.
See you
nice
guys.
way to end the Friday. Take care, everybody.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Love it, man.
Bye.
There we go. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. I hope you had some fun here for our last hour of the day. I always do. I sit back here in the trunk and enjoy everything that goes on up in the front seats. But anyway, as Andre said, yes, I'm going to share what we've got going on next week. Remember, next week we're going to be having building permits. It's going to be an early bird special on Monday. FOMC Bostic speaking. Also, the big meat on the bone is going to be our new home sales. New home sales, 9 o'clock Central. And we do have some, that's about it for Monday as far as our menu for our traders. The All-Star Cast for Monday. Join us here at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Hogan and myself will be doing opening bell. We got Deanna and Robert's going to join us for Fast Markets. We also do have Mick's going to drop in for our Fast Market segment. Peter Tuchman on Monday. And we also got Bonnie going to join Jack for Top Quiz. JD and Hogue for group coaching. Anne Marie Strategy Lab for our 1 o'clock segment. And to end the day here, Andre, Dolby, and Nick T for the Power Hour. Don't forget, 8 o'clock Slow Markets with Dakota. We've got a 3 o'clock At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul a little later on today. Now, remember, these are on our Discord channels. 6 o'clock p.m. with Coach Ray and Volume Profile, Supply and Demand class, Bars and Charts, TPO with Coach Vince, and Slow Markets once again at 8 o'clock. And Dave, folks, once again, thanks for being with us here. I had a great week learning, enjoying the camaraderie, having fun. So we love having you here with us each and every day. And we do hope that you love being here with us each and every day. And hopefully you did learn something. So get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic, and I mean a fantastic weekend. All right. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.
Okay, everybody, that's it for today. Thanks. We'll see you Monday. Okay. We'll be talking about Freud, why he did enough cocaine to kill a small horse. Thank you.